How's it going, everybody? Welcome, 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 welcome. I hope everybody is doing all right today. Welcome to another Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. Good to see everyone in the live chat. And, starting off strong. Let's see who we have here before we kick things off. I see Spam Goes Here is here. Good to see you. It's like it's too early to be 3 in the morning. Point Relative is here. Good to see you, Point. Turtle Moves 3014. Good to see you, Turtle Moves. As well as Rodent LS Name. Good to see you, Rodent. Appreciate it. 1 for muted, 2 for unmuted. Taking bets now. I guess that was a 2 because I remembered to be unmuted this time. And BV, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Andrew O's hanging out there. And let me see. Clive Wells, thank you so much for the obligatory alternative energy. I Killed Earl's hanging out. Good to see you. I Killed Earl. And just to let you know, Earl, despite the, I know that we had the stuff set up after the intro video. But I was getting some weird copyright notifications that wasn't strikes. So it's nothing to be concerned about as far as my channel goes, but it was getting some weird notifications as far as like ad revenue and things were being shared like that. And I think it was from the music in those clips. So I'm basically trying to run an experiment to make sure that, you see, if it's that stuff that was causing that. And so I'm adjusting it to try and process of elimination, figure out what exactly was causing those. So that's why you didn't see him today. So just giving you a heads up. So, but good to see you. I Killed Earl. Godless Spectrum. Good to see you as well. Moving into new apartment tomorrow. Fantastic. Congratulations. Hope the rent doesn't get you. Allegedly Fred, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. And Oat Milk is here. Thank you. Good to see you. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Good to see you. And who else? I think I got everybody who's talked in the live chat so far. Fantastic. I hope everybody is doing well today. So this was a busy day for me. I got a bunch of shit done. As it turns out, and I'm so sad, the squirrel war is not over, which makes me very, very sad. I still have 2 squirrels that are left in there. At least I think there are 2. At least 1. They're kind of young, so they look somewhat alike, but I think there's 2. But slowly but surely, I'm whittling it away, whittling it down, trying to get them out and back out into the front yard, back into the trees where they belong, and not in the crawl space of my storage area. So. But slowly but surely, it's a process. But I'm pretty sure there are only 2 left, and they were small. So I'm thinking that they were babies that were born up there, and they're getting bigger, but I don't know what they're eating because there's no food out there, and I don't know how they're having access to water. So I'm trying to get them out before they die. I don't want them to die up in the storage rafters. And I certainly don't want to pull all the friggin' sheetrock down just to try and get them out. So hopefully I can just kind of like cut off their points of egress and then eventually just usher them out through the main panel door. Fingers crossed. I hope so. But yeah, the squirrel war is far from over. Who else we got here? I see Osito is here. Good to see you, Osito. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Otangelo's hanging out once again. And it's not unlikely. It is guaranteed. The Christian God does not exist. I'm sorry, dude. It's a logical contradiction. Logical contradictions cannot exist, so it doesn't exist. If you want to move on to some sort of logically possible unfalsifiable God concept, be my guest. But the Christian Abrahamic God, no. That's a fairy tale. Let me see. Atomic Punk, good to see you. Just happy to catch us live today. Happy to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. So, and he's probably, what you're talking about is like probably this giant, 1 second, if I remove that, this giant, bam, God does not exist. Because it does not. It doesn't. It does not exist. I don't think I can make it any clearer in that respect. That's true. The squirrels are regrouping, calling in reserve. You fucked with squirrels, Morty. So... But yeah, so just trying to get them out without hurting them. I don't want to trap them. I don't want to, I don't want to kill them if I don't have to. So, just trying to get them out and make them safe. And I see Andrew O is in the back as well. Good to see you, Andrew. Let's pull him up. How you doing, bud?
Doing well. Yourself?
Doing good. Point Relative for $5. Thank you so much for the super chats. Is unmuted for the lose. You win my $5. I'm so sorry I cost you $5, but thank you for the support. I do appreciate that. Those super chats go a long, long way. But I will say this. Well, first and foremost, for anybody who happens to be new here, this is the Stage of Reason, where we talk to believers about what they believe and why, and discuss all manner of topics such as religion, theology, philosophy, science, you name it. We can answer questions about how we justify things in our worldview, or you can bring in arguments or evidence that you think you have for the God that you believe in. The link to join us up here on stage is pinned right there in the live chat down there at the bottom. You just click that; it'll take you over to StreamYard. Doesn't cost you a dime, and we can have a little chat. I'm also over in the Discord with the voice channel open, so hopefully there's some people might be able to funnel over from Discord over here, and that'll help to give the algorithm a little bit of a boost. So that should be fun. Other than that, I did want to let you know, who is this person telling me the saints are preserved in Jesus? Oh, this is Christian chat. I don't care about that. Anyway. So, but Andrew, I want to let you know I sent a message to the guy Atheism Defeated.
Not a name I recognize.
We talked about it last week.
Oh, perhaps I've just not associated the name, but I probably remember the story.
It was the dude who was having a debate, and I asked him to come over. I wanted him. His name's Robert Bowler or something like that, or.
Oh, the guy you were waiting for. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't actually get the background, so I don't actually know the real story. I'm not attached to it.
So I sent him a message. I sent him a comment saying, "Hey, I'm going to be live in 30. You should come over to the live stream." And he messaged me back, and he responded to the comment almost immediately, saying, "Set it up." I was like, "Well, it's all set up right now." So I commented, and he responded immediately, and he should be. Hopefully he'll pop by. He says he wants to debate. He wants to debate me on something. And I think that's awesome because that means you can be here and you could be moderator, if he decides to pop over here and debate me on something. Even if we don't need one. But who knows? I don't know what he has in mind, but I want him to come over here because there's some serious topics I want to address him on. Got a visitor over in the Discord. How's it going, Harrison? We're currently live on YouTube. If you're a believer and want to talk about what you believe and why, you can click the link in the side chat. But nonetheless, a moderated debate if he doesn't run. And good to see you, George said. Appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for hanging out. World Teacher, good to see you. Greetings from Manila. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, okay, it's an Adobe stock asset. Awesome. I do have an Adobe account because I have my Premiere Pro account. So if it's from Adobe, I probably hit it back with that one. Thank you so much, Earl, for that. Content ID code, fantastic. That's what I needed. Beautiful. I will open up those tickets and respond to those notifications. So appreciate that. Wicked Pista's in the house. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Say hi to your mother for me. Hope you're doing well. Wicked Pista's in the house. Let me see. Bruno's name, Smucker's New Saints Preserves. To be sold right alongside Soylent Green. Okay, yeah, you popped in. Good. All right. But hopefully we will get someone in. I commented to him, and I'm hoping that he will. There we go. Let's set it up. Okay, let me see here real quick. Robert and Lyle was like this, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I'm going live here in 30. And yes, I'd be more than happy to debate you on any of these things. Let's set it up. We have an open slot right now. Feel free to join. All right. Oh, Pedal's back. Pedal's back to talk more show. Okay, so just a heads up, Oh, you spread Saints preserves on the consecrated crackers. That's amazing. Ma says, sup. Say hi to your mother for me. That's awesome. All right. No, it's not, Otangelo. Stop talking about things that you don't know about. So this is just a heads up. So For the keyboard warriors that are in the chat, we see you all the time. We understand that you don't have the courage to come up here and defend your position. We get that. And so you're just here to get interactions. For the repeat offenders, I'm just going to have the mods just, remove you. Okay? Because you're not doing anything. I don't even want, I understand that having people in the chat, like putting in comments, like, facilitates conversation and gets the chat moving and makes it look like it makes it look active, gives like the appearance of activity. That's not what I want. I don't want that kind of like fake BS nonsense where people are just in here trolling. I'm not interested in that. And I don't think my live chat is interested in that either. And so my mods know not to put up with that shit. So if you are a troll and you're just here to repeat the same shit that you've repeated the past like 3 or 4 live streams like Pedal is doing right now, they're gone. As a matter of fact, I'll be more inclined to just get rid of you from my channel. Okay? The same goes for you, Otangelo. The same goes for you. You come into my live chat and you spam the same nonsense that you have been debunked on time and time again. You are turning into a troll. You used to be a lol cow. Now you're just a troll. And people have no time for you. If you ever wondered why you keep getting banned from people's channels, this is the reason why. Because you will not engage. You will not act with intellectual honesty. And while you do have a smattering of integrity that I will grant you for standing up to Darth Dawkins in that debate, you refuse to learn. You don't listen to anybody because you legitimately believe that it is impossible for you to be wrong. So, no, you don't. You don't know it for a fact. You are a liar. You are straight up like the 9th commandment just doesn't mean shit to you. The commandments are like conditionals for you, not universals. Okay? These things have been explained to you. Nobody's interested in explaining them for the upteenth time. Okay? Ad nauseum. No one cares. All you do is come in here and spout the same pseudoscientific nonsense. These things have been explained to you by better communicators than me. And yet, here you are spouting the same shit as though it's the first time you've ever said it. Okay? You're not fooling anyone. Nobody cares. And I'll ban this sock account of yours as quickly as I banned the previous ones. Just straight ban you from my channel. Because it's not the sort of shit that we're interested in. We don't care. We want you to bring a defense for the God that you believe in. And I've heard your defense, Otangelo. Your defense is pretty much because you want to believe it. It's a faith thing. You have no justification. And then all you can do is attack the science, attack scientific explanations, which technically have nothing to do with the God concept, but you attack scientific explanations that you don't understand. I'm not the only one who's explained this to you. Many, 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 many others have, and that's why you've been banned from so many channels. Okay? So, like, for example, you're just repeating your nonsense here. So, I'll tell you what I'll do. This won't be hard.
Yeah, just before those notes disappear, Darwin wasn't actually trying to explain abiogenesis.
Right.
So putting prebiotic soup in reference to Darwin just shows a really sad level of dishonesty.
Yeah. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and do, let me see here real quick.
It is a rather popular apologist move to name drop people as if the individuals knocked down the entire scientific fields. They just happen to have some notoriety. And
I'm doing something in the studio real quick. 30 away from 15K. That's all good. And we're going to do stabilization, home tab. Where to go? Settings. And permission. Community moderation. User management. Hidden users. And this is how you do it.
And sorry, Cindy. Apparently, we continue for about the almost 2,000 apparently straight years. We're still waiting for that second coming. So sorry for not having anything new for you.
Yeah. What the heck is that noise? Andrew, is that you? Yeah, that's Andrew.
Which noise?
It's like, yeah, you can see people,
It's like, yeah.
no. It's like it sounds like an air conditioner just went off in the microphone.
Oh, it could be that. Yeah, I've literally got an air conditioner, so that'll be a thing.
And your microphone is coming in all staticky now as well.
Hold on, let me try. Let's try switching mics, see if that one helps out. Hold on a sec.
Not a problem. And the George said, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out, as well as I saw, I think, Cindy Sue.
Switched over.
Yes, a little bit of background noise, but you're good to go. Cindy Johnson, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for being here, Cindy. Thought it said Cindy Sue as well, but I guess it was wrong. Reverb Twang, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. And just fire up the human wood chipper, right? Shit, Andrew, my ears. Yeah, it was pretty intense.
Sorry, I prefer not to bake and or broil.
The Greater Evil, good to see you. Good. Yep. Currently live on YouTube right now. If you're interested in joining the stage, the link is in the side chat. All right. And I see Cindy Johnson. Thank you so much. See that membership milestone has been a member for 52 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the support. The conversation we can have over on the live stream. Like I said, you can use the link in the side chat, and I can give you the full explanation of that. Let's see. See, Thellis is here. Good to see you. This is probably duck out in not too long, but figured I'd duck in for now. There's a Kane Banashi to be washed. Nice. But good to see you, CT. Appreciate you being here. Roger Myrtle, good to see you. For atheists, the problem isn't that God exists, that religion does. Yeah, I'd say some religions, not all religions. Some religions, I mean, there are some out there that are really, really benign. Like Baha'i. I think it's the fact that there's very little self-regulation among certain denominations, and one of the big issues is the influence of religion so often in government is deeply problematic. So I'd say some religions, the more fanatical fundamentalist ones, yeah, those ones are bad. But there are some really, really benign ones. Like, I got no problem with the Methodists. I got no problem with the Presbyterians, the Lutherans, but, I do have a problem with the Baptists. I do have a problem with you name it, there's so many denominations, but nonetheless. And of course, any of them that, do reality denial. So.
Yeah, well, the issue with Baha'i and the like, in as much as a social impact directly, politically, they don't have the immediate threat factor. That, of course, is a red flag for us. But aside from that, they do still act as a functioning gateway to denomination hopping.
True.
So, that's like going, I was feeling a little left out in the woods by Jehovah's Witnesses. Went Baha'i for a bit, and now I'm a Scientologist, and it's much better now.
Make sure I see this guy's name correctly. What is his at? At Atheism Defeated. All one word. At Atheism Defeated, all one word. You can tell I really want him to come into the show. I really do. I think that there's a conversation to be had there. I can always tell. I can check when they're in the live chat. He's not in the live chat yet. So far, we had a couple of people kind of pop into the Discord. Nobody's popped in yet. I'm hoping that there is. Hoping that there's at least a believer in the side or a believer in the live chat who may want to come up and use the link. And yeah, I went ahead and just removed. Otangelo from the channel. I removed that sock. I have like 7 other Otangelo socks in the back that I've completely removed from the channel. So I just removed that one now too, because there's no point. And I'm not interested in that kind of like, fake outrage bullshit algorithm push.
Yeah, you're getting to be like the great cosmic clothes dryer, collecting socks.
There's another guy that I would really like to get on the show, and that's the dude behind needgod.net. I still have yet to find a time when I can actually pop onto his live chat and ask him a question. But I've kind of seen how he behaves. Because obviously he's got a crew behind him and people to control the chat. And it's likely that if I push him on something, if I ask him a question, that he can't answer, or if he doesn't answer it, like when I asked Atheism Defeated about a question about epistemology, and he answered with an appeal to belief, or he invoked belief, the category of belief in an epistemic question, then if he does something like that, I'm not going to be able to push back on him because they're going to try and shut me down. Stephen Lee, Art, good evening to you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Still have yours right up there next to the globe. You probably see it. It's very small, but it's right there. Right there in the back. See here. That looks like it's dead. I'll have to plug it in. Yep. Still got it framed, sitting right up there. That is an awesome picture. Combination Hovind, Scream, and Jason. It's awesome. Custom art from Stephen Lee. I don't want to butcher your last name. Custom art from Stephen. Stephen does great stuff. Stephen does good work. So I appreciate that. Still love that. My wife got a big kick out of it too. Vesta Freya is here. Good to see you, Vesta Freya. Thanks so much for being here. Well, if need be, we can always jump to looking at a video. That AI one really fascinated me. It really did.
Oh, for the pronunciation, by the way, I believe that'd be Leahy.
Leahy?
Like Pat Leahy from the U.S. Senator from
Leahy. Committed to memory. I will not forget it. So committed to memory. Thank you. Stephen Leahy. Thank you, Stephen. The toilet's been stolen from the local police precinct. The police have nothing to go on. But do love me a good dad joke. I really do. That's why I like that one that I heard. Why do moon rocks taste better than earth rocks? Because they're meatier. Come on, Andrew, that was funny.
I did hear it last week, so it's not fresh for me. I'm able to maintain a mild amount of composure. Wait! I'm sure you could tell that I cracked a smile.
Good to see you, Steve64. Appreciate you being here. Have I told you my senile old man joke?
I don't believe so.
I got this joke. It was the last joke my dad ever told me before he passed away. My dad and I didn't have the greatest of relationships towards the end. It's not that we were super antagonistic. We were just more we didn't speak. I know my dad loved me, but and I loved my dad. We were just fundamentally different people. And there was some incidents in the past. I think my dad did the best he could with with the tools that he had available to him, and I don't blame him, but it's hard to let some of that go. But and of course, the man did a lot of good, and did a lot of good. Supported me when on in various things. He was a good dad. There's just some things in there in the past that were difficult to reconcile, but nonetheless, my dad had a great sense of humor, and I remember the last joke my father ever told me was, once upon a time, there was a little senile old man, and he lived in a nursing home. And one day, the little senile old man, being a little bit senile, decided to let himself hang out. And he would spend the better part of the day like this, running around, the little senile old man, letting himself hang out. And all the staff were kind of like, oh, little senile old man. And, one day, the little senile old man was running around letting himself hang out when he came across a little senile old woman. Little senile old woman saw the little senile old man, and she asked, may I hold it? And the little senile old man, being a little bit senile, said, sure. So the two would spend their days that way. The little senile old man would let himself hang out, and little senile old lady, being a little bit senile herself, would hold him. And this went on for a while, seemed to make them both happy. The staff didn't mind, until one day the little senile old lady came across the little senile old man and found another little senile old lady holding him. Well, this simply would not do, but being a woman of class, she hung back until the other little senile old lady got up and went to the restroom, and she approaches the little senile old man, and completely confused, she says, I don't understand. You used to let me hold you, but now you let her hold you. What does she have that I don't have? And the little senile old man looked up at her and said, Parkinson's.
Now we're talking. Yep. Just a little dark.
I'm waiting for the booze or the people to start leaving. I always risk it when I see my viewer count, and I wonder if it starts depleting once I say that joke. But that joke sits with me, and I've told it to others, and I was like, it's a way of kind of like keeping a positive aspect of my dad around. My dad's been gone. He died in 2004, and he died in 2004, but that was the guy had a wonderful sense of humor. I'll give him that. And some of the jokes he could tell some of them were just like flat out dumb, but some of them were just bangers that he got from work, or he got from other people that he knew, and from friends. And so I wanted to tell that one because it's a way of kind of like, keeping that positive aspect of him around, reminds me of good times.
Yeah.
Well, see, the viewer count's going up, so maybe people heard about the joke and they want to hear it. Well, if you want to hear that joke, you can just rewind it a little bit. Just go back in the stream. You can hear me tell the joke. Average Joe, thank you so much. That was hilarious. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That was a good one.
Q impending supercut edition.
Right.
Yeah. Actually, there's only one thing that deserves that kind of treatment. And it has to be PMARS. It must.
The argument to mad motherfucker him?
Yeah. That.
Premise 1. All presuppositional apologists and young earth creationists have sex with their mothers at one point in their life. Premise 2. PMARS is a presuppositional apologist and a young earth creationist. Conclusion. PMARS has had sex with his mother at some point in his life. It's deductively valid.
Argument.
It's deductively valid. Please show me where the premises are factual.
The premises are a state of affairs, so that would
it's
be
a proposition.
Yeah, it's a state of affairs. A proposition.
Okay, but
what do you mean by state of affairs?
Okay, but the syllogism I just presented, are those premises facts?
What the fuck? Yes.
So you do. So you have had sex with your.
That is the hardest definition.
You have had sex with your mother at one point.
Oh God. Oh, Marstown, what are we gonna do with you, buddy?
Wow, dude. Well, at least he bit the bullet, just dived right in. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Reverb. I know it's always tough, And Scientific Origins, good to see you. Says you can't just give jokes like that away for free, jail. You got to get a super chat in exchange for those. Okay, I get that. I could see that. I think that one's worth just kind of giving out. Now I know that someone else may hear that joke and they may pass that joke along. I think that feels that's reward enough, I think, for me, is that someone will hear that and then they may pass it on to someone that they like, pass it on at the bar or pass it on to a coworker, given like making sure that the coworker is someone who be willing to hear something like that and laugh, who has that kind of sense of humor, because I know some people, I've told that joke before and it had people get really mad at me. I've had that happen too. How's it going, y'all in Discord? Currently live on YouTube. Having a stage talking to believers about what they believe and why. I would say there won't be not much conversation here, unless, of course, people come up on stage. The whole purpose of this room is kind of funnel people towards the live chat so we can have these conversations. Yep. That's what the link to join YouTube stream in chat. Well, you're not live right now. Yeah, you got to. Yeah. Sedona, welcome back. Yeah, you be careful with the trolling, with the spamming, because the mods will handle that. Well, it's not so much a debate; it's really more conversations. Like I said, we can do it. It is an open debate panel if somebody wants to debate me on something, but we do also have just conversations with people about what they believe and why, or if they think they have an argument or evidence they want to present. We'd love to hear that stuff. Are you a believer? Well, it's not so much a debate. It's kind of like wanting to explore why you believe what you believe. Like, is it justified? Is it just something that you hold because it makes you feel good? Or so that those are the conversations we want to have in the live chat. Well, not too terrible. I mean, just basically 1 Peter 3:15, He got quiet. You always provide a defense for the hope that it is within you. Do it with gentleness, blah, 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 all that stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I know Sedona's in. Sedona's been warned. Like, if you spam nonsense, you're gonna, obviously the mods are gonna handle you. Just giving you a heads up. No, I am live. Yeah. metalcore kick. I do. Not terribly interested in the MMA fighting, But I really hope that thoughts on the Ocarina of Time remake. I did not know they were remaking it. Did not know they were making it. Yeah, once we get a little bit later in the evening, past 7 o'clock, once people get done eating dinner, we typically tend to pick up a little bit more. So I just tend to start it early just to get warmed up. So, I'm good to go. And yes, I Killed Earl is correct on that. I'm pretty familiar with it. And Earl is correct on that, Sedona. Deism is unfalsifiable, so not really. Just a rehash of just ancient thinking that I can pretty much dismantle. The justification behind any of the claims. Oh, that's easy. That God doesn't exist because it can't exist. But that's an easy explanation. But got to have the conversation over on the live chat so that other people, so the lives of the audience can hear what we're saying. That's a little bit more of a complex answer than just like a 2-second blurb here on Discord. Like I said, this like the live stream, the StreamYard is the place to have this conversation. We can dive into this. Got to come over to the StreamYard, dude. So I have to actually like cut my headphones off there for a second. Andrew's talking to him in the back, but he's sitting there yapping to me, and I'm like not interacting here. So if we want to have the conversation, we got to have it over here because I don't want half the people to, I don't want like half the conversation getting through. Cindy Johnson, is deism that there is a God, but it doesn't interact with the reality? Yes. Technically, like, you can say it's a creative entity, or creating entity, but it doesn't interact with what it created. It's hands off. So it did it, but it was kind of like, my best way of describing this is that classical deism is essentially the God exists and it kicked the football on the universe and then fucked off with no evidence left of its existence. It's pretty much it. It's an entirely unfalsifiable position. You can't show that such an entity doesn't exist because it's deliberately leaving evidence of leaving zero evidence of its existence. So we can't look at anything and say that points to it. We can't look at anything and say it doesn't point to it. So being unfalsifiable, we just take that unfalsifiable concept and then drop it in the pile of unfalsifiable shit that we wait to address until we have evidence in order to address that. It's pretty much it. Yeah, middlecore. Pretty much the cosmic punter. Kicks the football on the universe and then fucks off, no evidence left of its existence because it's not interested. It could be a apathetic God. It could be whatever. And yeah, so it does seem for some people. For many people, it does feel very useless. But for some people out there, I would say it does provide some comfort in the idea that there is something greater than them. There is like a greater plan or a greater, even though it's all mystery, even though it's all obscured from us, the idea that it's a way to reconcile what appears to be order, although in the end, it's still smuggling in intentionality, it's still smuggling in telos. So to a degree, it's still kind of begging the question because they're coming down on an unfalsifiable concept by still begging the question, which is a little bit different than begging the question of a logical contradiction, which is what the Christian God is. But they could be begging the question about towards an unfalsifiable concept, which is weird, but slightly less irrational than the Christian Abrahamic God, which definitely does not exist because it can't exist. So, I would say, in short, different strokes for different folks on that one. Some people are not willing to go so far as like a deity with intentionality and plans and designs and all of these attributes. Some just willing to go, things seem more ordered. It's kind of like an argument from personal incredulity or an argument from ignorance. But it's like things in the universe seem so ordered, from our tiny little minuscule vantage point that's going to last about a heartbeat of the entire, like less than a trillionth of a heartbeat of the entire breadth of the universe. And from that vantage point, they're going to say, look at all this order and intentionality. How is it possible that it's not intended? It's kind of like it's like a quick glance behind you within like, a nanosecond, and then trying to give all the full details of what you glimpsed behind you. It's just not going to work. But to think that you have all of that, based upon that that small little like snapshot on the universe, Yeah, it was a little bit of an echo there, but I think we got it sorted. And Resist OP, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I like switching from long to short strokes. Yeah. And let me see. Is it still echoing?
Sorry?
No, okay, we're good. KCA Randy, good to see you, Randy. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. And Charles Oliver, good to see you as well. Deism is still God of the gaps. True. Depending upon what you're using it for. If you like, yeah, it would be like God of the gaps for like, the start of the universe, something like that. It would be throwing an answer into the, to that question mark, to that ultimate kind of question mark, where there's no justification to do so. So you're right. Yeah, it does still fall down to that. Cardinal Wins, good to see you. I would suggest that a deistic God is just as culpable for unnecessary suffering as a theistic God, similar to how we hold a company responsible for a defective and dangerous product. It's possible if you're defining the deistic God as omnipotent, but if the deistic God is just operating within naturalistic means, so you can technically be like naturalistic deism. So then, therefore, in that case, the deistic God wouldn't have any control beyond just the natural. And if it just kicks things off and leaves them to their own devices, then while it did kick things off. It's not caught. I mean, I guess you could say it
There's
kicked
a
the
split
football in the
here.
universe. It kicked the football in the universe, and then anything that facilitate or that elicits from that is technically going to be on it. It's culpable for, because it wouldn't have happened unless it did the first action. So yeah, I'd say it is still, even if it's completely natural, unless it didn't have any control over it. And it can only work by naturalistic means. It can only create things that operate naturalistically, and it can't intervene on them. It simply creates.
Well, that does depend if you're looking semantically between responsible for versus culpable in an accountability sense, in terms of like, do we count it morally against them?
I would say mechanistically responsible, but I wouldn't say there's a moral thing, because they can't intervene beyond that, right?
Yeah, so I mean, you can put a moral judgment attached to there, I suppose, because when you get down to, if we're still working with subjective morality, sure, why not? I guess it's a question about whether or not intent will matter as much for your model, for the fact of what we're saying.
Right.
Give the description of what we're describing as the scenario. I mean, the scenario is the scenario.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Cardinal Wins. I think when it comes down to it, it would be how is this classical deistic God described? If they describe it as being all powerful, then yes, anything within its purview that it does that is logically possible, then yeah, that would fall under its moral responsibility, because it has the ability to do otherwise, but it didn't. But if you limit that, if you say it's naturalistic or like naturalistic, or it's not omnipotent, it can only create, and then it doesn't intervene, then it's a kind of a mechanistic responsibility, but it's not morally culpable for these things, because it didn't have any choice as to how these things were going to play out. Like if it creates a planet, and that planet happens to be, or if it initiates the process in which planets form, and that planet winds up being tectonically stable, or tectonically active, then that planet's going to have earthquakes. But it doesn't dictate what the planet's it just initiates the process of these things happening. So its like creation process is going to result in gas giants that don't harbor life, ocean planets that could harbor tons of life, tectonically active planets that have earthquakes and active atmospheres and shit like that, or planetoids that are like not tectonically active. They're just like ice balls. So it's just kind of like stirring. It's kind of like kicking it off, and then chemistry and other shit and physics kind of takes the reins from there. And so I would say responsible, yes, because it's the one that did the creating, but not morally culpable, because it couldn't have it can't control anything beyond that. It doesn't decide for these things to happen when they don't have to happen. I say that would be the key. Good point, Andrew. Excellent point. Sir Equinox 42 is here. Good to see you, Sir Equinox. Appreciate you being here. Read that Philip Mainlander book, JL. It's called The Philosophy of Redemption. Oh, interesting. Always love getting recommendations. The Philosophy of Redemption. By Philip Mainlander. or Mainlander. Set down in his philosophy of redemption and ambitious philosophical vision, he claimed not only to confirm the teachings of Buddhism and Christianity, but also to reconcile religion with science and put atheism with scientific foundation. Fascinating. Mainlander, German philosopher and poet. He later changed his name to Mainlander in homage to his hometown. Central work, The Philosophy of Redemption or The Philosophy of Salvation, according to Theodor Lessing, perhaps the most radical system of pessimism known to philosophical literature. I'll have to put that on my reading list. I'll have to put that on there. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. 1850s German shit. That's okay. So yeah, like I love it. If you look at it, just like of all the greats that came out of that time period, out of that era of German philosophy, and I mean, there's common threads amongst them all. Schopenhauer's one of my favorites because it don't get much darker than that. Other than possibly the existential elk. The existential elk might be more dark than Schopenhauer. I do like. I mean, I do enjoy some of Nietzsche's stuff. But I love German, like in that time, German philosophers at the turn of the century were so dark, just like so pessimistic. And I understand you understand why. You look at the state of affairs then.
We're talking peak air pollution from the Industrial Revolution. I blame it on coal.
And rampant syphilis, and Schopenhauer was his teacher. Okay, awesome, very cool. Always good to not stop in a name. It's like that there's going to be people that follow on in their teachings, and kind of like Freud and Jung, for all of their ridiculousness. But yeah, okay, so Schopenhauer was his teacher. That kind of explains it. If he was starting with Schopenhauer and then moving forward from there, yeah, I can kind of get why he'd be like the most radical pessimism. This is true, Cardinal Wynn. Schopenhauer is not for people who want sunshine and rainbows. That is very, very true. And if you haven't heard about it, the existential elk is something I find really fascinating. The existential elk is a philosophical thought, is kind of like a philosophical thought problem, which I find it really enticing, even though there are some issues with it. But the general gist of it is really dark. Think going towards the lines of like Rust Cole in True Detective, going like that far, like really, really dark. PhD Tony's in the house. Good to see you, Tony. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you.
Hey.
Let's see. Appreciate it, Earl. Thank you so much. Got to be someone. We almost got that. It felt like we almost got that guy over to the live stream.
Oh, yeah, you missed it, but he went full ortho bro, and yeah, he was trash. He also hopped to another channel and got himself summarily muted. So suffice it to say, no loss.
I thought he said he wasn't qualified to be a debater, and he went full ortho bro.
It started slow. It's like going, yeah. He goes for the soft sell to start, and then goes pure trash. And I tuned out. He left. And as I said, bounced to another channel, still within my view. And I watched him get muted over there.
What was his name?
Porfy. I'll DM you a profile.
I see him.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like he's offline. Come back. I want to hear your arguments.
No.
I can handle an ortho bro. They're not hard.
No. We're not even talking like the strictest kind. We're talking just the purely disruptive. The disruptive to be disruptive.
I can mute him if need be. Cord. Have you interacted with Captain Skeleton Man or Captain Crash Out, as they call him on Unapologetic and John Cohen? I have not. There's a number of regulars that hit those channels that have not come over here. So I'd love for them to do so. I really would. I'm a little bit different. I'm a little bit different than John is, and Jay almost just like the pain. I'm a bit of a masochist. But there's nothing wrong with a little pain, you know. But I have yet to interact with. There's a number of folks out there that hit those channels regularly and do the same. I'd love for them to come over here because I'm a little bit different. I'm a little bit of a different animal than I would say John is and some of the others. I'd love for them to do it. They should come over here, you know. Got plenty of space. Plenty of space, plenty of time for them to come up here and be on stage and talk with us.
Look at all the real estate we got on the screen. Come on.
Lots of real estate. How's it going, Paladin? We're currently live on YouTube doing a live stream. If you're a believer, do what? Awesome. Yeah. Well, if you're interested in having a conversation about what you believe and why, you're more than welcome to join us. Just click the link for it is over in the side chat. It's not a debate so much, but a conversation about what you believe and why. To YouTube? Well, you could just go to YouTube and look me up. That doesn't do anything for my algorithm. But I mean, I understand it. If you're okay, well, and if you're unable to defend your position, I understand it. Some people are a little too scared, but just remember 1 Peter 3:15. Just remember 1 Peter 3:15. I can, and I'm more than happy to do it on my live stream. All right. He's good to go there. So many people who are too scared to. I don't want to click a link. I'm not clicking any links. Refresh that. Good to go. What a shame. Oh, and same as the other guy, Andrew. He popped into another voice room and he immediately got muted. That's hilarious.
This starts. I'm not sure if I recognize the voice. I wasn't really paying as close attention to the moment that I was in. It could just be a general channel hopper, or is that a count?
That's possible. Let's see. I used to play a Rhett Pally back in Burning Crusade days before they nuked the whole spec. I made that shit look good. Always had a two-handed battle axe. Nice. Oh, wow. I'm currently in the middle of knocking out 15 pluses on my Hunter. So that's currently what I'm doing. Although this isn't really a gaming stream, so I doubt anybody wants to see me play. Not to mention, given the queue times or given the how difficult it is to actually get dungeons, it's a pain in the ass. People just see me like sitting around waiting to get queued. I have considered possibly achievement hunting, possibly doing that, but it's, I imagine that would be kind of boring. World Cup predictions. I don't follow football or soccer, if you want to call it soccer, but I just don't follow, sports teams. Not like I used to. Not when I was young. Oh, that's a bummer, Reefer. I'm sorry to hear that your dog's sick. That always sucks. I hope they get better soon. I remember when the outpouring of support from the chat when Jingles and Shotzi, because Jingles passed cancer and Shotzi passed. They were both getting up there, and Shotzi, was like she declined really, really fast. Her kidneys went up. Both of them suffered from kidney issues as a result of other underlying issues. But when we lost both of them, those just broke me. And I remember I almost went off on one of the lab techs at the vet because Shotzi with Jingles. We actually had to put Jingles down because it was just the most humane thing we could do, because he was on this roller coaster of like the medicine he needed to get better, and then he would decline, and then better and decline. So it was just awful, and I couldn't keep putting him through that as his kidneys continued to fail. And so we decided the most humane thing to do would be to put him down, and that broke me. That was just harsh. But we were together, and I was holding him when he went, and so he knew he was a good boy because he was an excellent boy for 9 years. He was the best boy, and crazy smart German Shepherd. And I can't believe I found him on the street. Just wild. So, but when he passed, Shotzi was alone there for a while, and then we got Torque, and she just took to Torque like he was her baby. Which was fantastic, little blackmouth cur, but then we got a third one, Oso, who is a German Shepherd, and we've had him for several years now. But then Shotzi got sick, and then she passed, and she passed when we were trying to get her to the vet, in the car, and so which was a shame. But anyway, it was like in the middle of the night. And she was having extreme difficulty, and we were rushing her to the emergency vet that was like 45 minutes away, and unfortunately she passed in the car. And so we had to bring her back home, and we had to take her to our local vet to be taken care of, to be handled. And so we had her cremated, and we have her and Jingle's ashes together here at the house. But one of the lab techs popped off at me because I was carrying. Shotzi was a big girl. It was a big dog, and roughly I think she was like almost like 100 pounds. And obviously, and I was not in an emotional a good emotional state. I was kind of like holding it all in, and we were carrying her in to the back area, carrying her in, and I heard one of the lab techs pop off that that I was out of breath. Made some comment about how akin to me, I was out of shape because the dog was really, really heavy, and I was carrying her in, and I was just I was holding my emotions. When I finally set her down and I was good, my hands were free. It just kind of all came out, and I was trying to catch my breath. So I was trying to steady myself. But I also, in those moments, I think it's really important to feel them. And so I kind of have this physical process that I go through, that I don't try to deny or shut down those emotions. I want to I deliberately want to feel all of it, because, and there's a whole psychology behind that with the way that I was raised, and my father's repression of emotion and not wanting me to feel these emotions as well. And so as an adult, whenever I feel something so extreme, I want to feel all of it. I don't want to deny it. I want to go through it, and I need my body to go through that, so that I don't diminish any aspect of the relationship I had with this dog, who was an amazing animal. And the lab tech made some comment about it was akin to being out of shape because I was so out of breath. And I don't know if my wife heard it, but I knew right then I needed to get out of that office ASAP, or it was going to be not good, because I was in no emotional frame. I was in such an emotional frame of mind. There was like very little reasoning going on, and yeah, that one got me. But yeah, I think it's important to feel these things. Yeah, emotionally constipated, and it really sucks. I really want to cry, but my body won't let me. It really, and hey, Robin Webster, good to see you, Robin. Thanks so much for being here. Here's what one of the kickers of, and I attribute this to whether it be here in America or whether it be just the way, a certain generation, the generation, my dad's generation raised me. It for a while there in my 20s and my 30s and partway into my 30s, I was only able, and this, and imagine trying to be an actor, because because that's what predominantly I was doing during all that time. And the only way I could really get my emotions out was to physically exhaust myself. So in order to really feel what I was feeling, I would have to, it was typically after I'd done like a 10K on the treadmill and I'd done my weight routine, my entire full body weight routine in one setting. So I'd go in the gym, run my 10K, and then I would get on the weights and do my full upper body and then lower body, like the whole thing, just like crank the whole thing out. And by the end of it, I would be so wiped that I would then be able to feel what I was feeling. And those emotions would just come out like kind of like a volcano, because I just had this natural habit of repressing them. And so everything would just come out all at once. And that was the only way that I could kind of reconcile that, PhD Tony says, yeah, that's why Hitchcock found it very difficult to work with method actors. I agree with that. Yeah. I'd have to physically break down my defense, make myself so physically exhausted that I couldn't stop the emotions, which I used to have to do that. I fortunately don't have to do that anymore, because I got myself into the habit of every time of feeling something that heavy, if something's going to come along, and forcing myself to feel every inch of it, to feel it all. It was very, very important. So, and it's helped. I'm not where I should be. I'm not totally great, but it's helped. Hey, Tojo, good to see you. Yep, link to the side chat, and for the sake, and Snoogans, good to see you. Having a conversation with believers about what they believe and why. The link is in the side chat. And I understand that, Reverb. I get it. And Primordial Puggles is in the house. Good to see you, Primordial. Thanks so much for being here. Good morning to you. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, it's rough, and that's that. It always struck me that in a way this kind of translates to what religion does to people, and how you're starting when kids are young and indoctrinating them with these concepts. And then slowly but surely, as they get older, adding more and more to it, till eventually the religious ideology has hijacked the individual's ability to formulate their own identity, like who they are, absent any kind of, I would say authoritative structure in that respect, who they are independent of the religion. Whereas the religion comes in and hijacks their morality, hijacks their identity, and hijacks their empathy, their ability to internalize the experiences of other people. And I could say that this falls into the religious camp as well, as to that kind of religious trauma that occurs, because a lot of people who deconvert, many people, not all, fortunately I had good support systems, but a lot of people who deconvert suddenly find themselves like afloat, with nothing to hold on to, because they don't know who they are outside of the religion. It's so intertwined, or so those roots have split, literally driven themselves into who they are, and they don't know who they are apart from it. They don't know where the religion ends and they begin. And that's one of the hardest psychological hurdles to come over, to try and get over when it go, in the process of deconstruction. It's brutal. And a lot of people don't come through it unscathed. A lot of people, it's very detrimental, which is why it is so important. And I am with John Cohen on this and all the other channels and all the other communities that exist out there that have these conversations. We need support systems. And if I can be even a shadow of that kind of a support system for people, I think I will have done some good, trying to ensure that people are not alone when they're going through that, because it's so important to be able to establish your identity outside of these things that they're trying to dictate who you need to be, where they're hijacking your identity away from you. And they do it so young. They do it to people when they're so young that those kids don't even realize it's being done, because they are slowly but surely replacing their identity with something else. And that's deeply problematic for me. Yeah, Tony, being emotionally repressed, there's a time for your emotions, and I would say, I'm hearing echo. Test. Yeah, I'm getting echo on your end, Andrew. I know I'm muted on Discord, so I know it's not there.
Yeah, I'm muted on Discord.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself over StreamYard.
That is not normal. Hold on, I'll be back.
How's it going, Garden? Currently, I'm good. Currently, I am live on YouTube. As you can see, linked the YouTube stream is in the side chat, having conversations with believers about what they believe and why. So if you believe in a God, we'd love to have a chat with you. You can join the live stream, and we can talk there. So yeah, there's a time for emotions, and I'd say a time for keeping those emotions in check, but it's got to be healthy. And what I would say, despite all my dad's best intentions, it was not something that, feeling your feelings was not something my dad was big on, especially given his father, was a career Marine. My grandmother was a fundamentalist psycho. So environment punctuated by explosive bursts of anger. I don't know if you right. You don't say. You don't say, Tony. Greg Sanich, good to see you. Oh, mourning the tragic loss of your precious Oh, that's a shame. Whenever a fur baby goes, whenever they go. Dogs have owners, cats have staff. This is very true. Or as I'm a big fan of Warehouse 13. Dogs own us. It was like, well, it's too late. The connection was left in place too long. He owns us now. You mean we own him? It's like, no. Dogs own us. Cats, they're the prisoners. So cats are prisoners and dogs own us. So Mr. Andrad, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, I'm a big Warehouse 13 fan. As goofy as it sometimes got, but I have to say Warehouse 13 was magnificent, especially when Anthony Stewart Head joined the cast as a villain in the finals in the final season. He was when he was a bad guy, because Anthony Stewart Head played villains like nobody's business. Rest in peace, Tony Head. We just lost him to complications with pneumonia. But then again, he was 75, so it's a heartbreaker. I was a huge fan of his. I loved his performance. Loved his performance in Rocky Horror Picture Show as Frankenfurter. He was amazing. And of course, if you haven't seen Repo, the Genetic Opera, you definitely need to go see that. Or I have it. I have like 2 copies of it on DVD. Let's see. Oh, and rest in peace, Gomer Pyle. Oh, same. I know that Andrew's muted himself. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Test. Yeah, I'm not hearing myself now. Good.
I didn't change a damn thing. It's
That was
gotta be
weird.
you.
Hey, how can it be me?
I'm back to something else, but we'd have to prove that.
Well, it can't be me because I'm listening on headphones.
I don't know. It could be natural acoustic echo.
Well, it's not for me because not with these headphones and not with this microphone.
Ironically, like for the one that was causing like so much more of the air conditioner to get picked up, it's actually 4 times the distance of the garbage crate of webcam I'm on right now, which is like literally like 4 inches away from the air conditioner. So go figure.
Oh, Robin accidentally muted the stream. Well, hopefully we'll have somebody pop in. Man, I'm really hoping. I don't know if I don't think Atheist Defeated is going to want to come along. I really don't. I do not know if Atheist Defeated is willing to come up on stage and have a conversation with us.
Well, they seemed amicable to it, so maybe it's just timing.
Maybe people should go over there and demand he come over.
Oh, no.
just raid his comment section. Let me see if he responded. Not interested unless it's a formal debate. Huh.
Is your suit back from the dry cleaner yet? I mean,
Right. Do I need my formal hat? Shit. He wants to have a formal debate. So I wonder if Skeptic Haven would want to host that. I wonder if Skeptic Haven want to host that because I'm currently scheduled to moderate a debate on the 19th. It should be an interesting one. Well, at least I hope it will be. But I'm currently scheduled to moderate a debate for Skeptic Haven as a part of their thought their thought experiment series, and that's next Friday on the 19th. So I'm guessing I'm wondering if Wes might be interested in hosting that one. I've never seen Wes over here in my live streams, but I guess I could message Wes and see what he thinks. And I'm happy to announce that I will have new content coming out on Tuesday is scheduled. So I'm very, very happy about that. New content coming out on Tuesday. And then, of course, the next Stage of Reason on Wednesday. And then, of course, hopefully, and I'll have the next content ready to go on the following Tuesday. And I think that will be good. Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think that'll be a really, really solid one. It'll be a good schedule to go with. See where that takes it. Because hopefully I can finally get these last 30 subscribers. Will Duffy's conversation with Culture Cats. Let me see. Will Duffy had a conversation with Culture Cats? Oh, it's a 3-hour conversation. Here's what's wild, Tony. Please don't MDD. Oh, no. I will never be pulling up any MDD stuff. I did that once, and that was with the Tony one. The Tony's debate over an MDD against Kent Hovind. But I cut out all of James's nonsense. So, only because it was Tony. But it's a 3-hour conversation. A 3-hour conversation with Will Duffy. Okay, I'm a little curious. Tony, was he more charitable? Was this because he was so charitable? Because I know Katz has a tendency to be really, really charitable with people who hold other positions, unless of course it's a flat earther. Then he's no holds barred, but you got to kind of push him to that point. But a 3-hour conversation about the existence of God, that shouldn't have gone that long. I mean, it could technically if he was willing to be intellectually honest, by running down all these things. But maybe it's just me. Rumor mill suggested he moved from young Earth creationists to old Earth creationists. So, see, that's what I want to do. Will Duffy has not responded to any invites to come over here and talk. So I've never had an opportunity to speak with him. He's not responded to any to messages. So I don't know. I'd love to have a conversation with Will Duffy to kind of like hash these things out. But I think there are, honesty is not Will's forte. Gotcha. There are questions that need to be asked that I don't think anybody is asking Will, and then holding his feet to the fire to get an answer. So I think that's what the issue is drilling him down and to see how his understanding, see what his understanding is, because test. Hearing myself again.
God damn it. I'm wondering if there's an issue when I flip back and forth between Discord. Give me a sec.
Oh, it might be. So, and Thudspot, good to see you. Test. Yeah, I'm hearing myself. I don't know if the audience is hearing an echo.
Let me leave the stage. I'll come right back.
Okay. A bit of an echo. So the audience was hearing that. And I know that the echo disappears whenever if I muted Andrew, I know that the echo would disappear. So Primordial Puggles, good point. Will is now playing a game, I think. He knows what makes sense and what makes dollars. Test. Yeah, this is weird. Whenever I speak, whenever I speak loudly enough, I hear yours cutting out.
Huh. Test.
Yeah, you're not echoing. I'm echoing on your end. And people are hearing it very quietly. It's a very quiet echo. I think it's good right now.
Okay. Lower my speakers down to see if that helps a little.
About a quarter second behind. So, and that's interesting, Primordial. That's interesting. I would love to have Will on here to have a conversation, because there are some questions I would very, very much like to ask him that I don't think anybody is asking him at all. I'd love to put his feet to the fire on those and get some answers to see how far his understanding really goes. How willing is he to drill down into these things and look for his justification? That's what I want to do. And I won't even have to go Philosopher on him. We can just go the basics, basic logic, epistemology versus ontology, philosophy of truth. I'm kind of curious if Will Duffy even knows what his own personal philosophy of truth is, like what he holds to. My money is that he's a correspondence theorist. My money's on that. But it could be something else. I don't know. But most people are correspondence theorists, especially individuals who don't know what their own who haven't gone into it or learned what philosophy of truth is or the field of that. Most people are correspondence theorists. That which corresponds to reality is that which is true is that which corresponds to reality. It's pretty simplistic. So I will say this. I will send I'm going to message Wes. Who wants to formally debate me at Atheism Defeated on YouTube is the channel name. And what is this cat's name? I know it's Robert something. God, a 3-hour conversation? If it was shorter than that, sure, but there's going to be...
I've got Robert Bolag.
Yeah.
Bolagh. Yep. Found the
Robert
Instagram.
Bola. I'm not sure. Bolag or Bola.
Bolag.
If I formally debate him, I'll find out. You know? Not gonna work here anymore, that's for sure. Yeah, I really want to talk to Will. I really want to talk to Will Duffy. I want to bring him up. I would love to. But he has to respond. Maybe it's because he doesn't know who I am. Or he doesn't think my channel is large enough to host a conversation with him. That's my only guess. Let me put out some feelers to some of the other Christian conversations, see if anybody's willing to come up. Gotta be somebody. Can't. Oh, that I love that about Discord. There's a Discord channel that says Americans doing British accents only. That's hilarious. Learn about God. There's a learn about God voice chat. It's got to be somebody. Are they all over on TikTok? Is that what it is? Is that the problem? Are they all over on TikTok? Because I'm not on TikTok.
It's where all the cool kids go, apparently. If you have, the attention span of a dust mite, TikTok might be for you.
They're killing me. Because I'm not on TikTok. I don't have 1,000 followers on TikTok in order to go live.
All right. New channel goal. Everyone cross-join to TikTok.
I put a post up saying, hey, come follow me at TikTok. Like, I think one person did. I don't think anybody has any interest in TikTok, but I'm wondering, here's the screwed up thing. I'm wondering if I need to just take clips of my current content, like all this stuff from the stuff that I have on my channel, and put those out on I don't have 1,000 followers on TikTok and I have live access. Really? Hang on a sec. Josiel may be able to help me figure this out. Good to see you, Josiel. TikTok. I have my channel. But Josiel, you're special, And good to see you, Josiel. I'm glad you're here.
One sec.
Jaws is awesome. They're all following Darth. Cord, that would suck. Let me see here. TikTok. Live. Oh, God, no. I don't want to see that. That's somebody that's some big guy in there. That's some big guy in their freaking a hot tub. Open live studio. Build the ultimate TikTok live experience. I'm not familiar with this, Joes. I'm uncertain what to do. This probably isn't something I should be exploring on a live chat or on a live stream. Why are you showing me a video? I don't care. System requirements. Okay, so I just had to download the studio. All live creators can go live on Live Studio if they meet the access requirements. For more details, visit the access application page. Due to security reasons, you may not be able to apply for access. I have no idea how I got it, but they gave it to me. Maybe the old requirements were you had to have 1,000 followers. Dr. Inklian, I have been live for an hour and a half so far and have yet to have a conversation, which is a shame. Got a lot of keyboard warriors and a lot of people who've popped over into the Discord. No takers yet, people who want to come up and defend their position. But if you are listening and you are a believer, the link is pinned in the side chat. You're more than welcome to come up on stage, and we'd love to have that conversation with you. It's got to be somebody. Let me scroll back down to my room. Oh, those are barely live. Let's see. There we go. Bye. Thank you, Musashi. He says, I'll start praying for a caller. Appreciate that. Kieran Dave is here. Good to see you, Kieran Dave. Appreciate you hanging out. I only go live on my phone. I think they require you do more on PC. Dr. Inklian, Tuesday. My next video, my next created video is scheduled for Tuesday. I finally got it done. It's a bit of a long one. I will not be on camera for it. So, unfortunately, I will not be on camera for it, but I did all the audio and everything, but I am responding to a video, so I hope that y'all like it. So, Michael Fraker, it's all good. Appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for hanging out. Three-hour video. Oof. So that's the studio. And here's the thing, Joes. I have asked. I asked Planet Peterson for some tips on this. I asked Planet Peterson for some tips on this, and he didn't give me anything. He didn't even really respond. So like how to set it up? Like, what am I looking at? Do I have to be on my phone on one thing to do this, or can I simulcast to YouTube and to TikTok at the same time? What do I do? Maybe it's more complicated than I know. Maybe I have to be using OBS, which would be really obnoxious. So yeah, I'd love to get Captain Skeleton Man up in here. That'd be great. Let me see here. Let me pop back over to here. I guess what I could do. What is that? No, there's a short. I deliberately pulled short ones so that I could respond to them quickly. Now I got that one set up for my to record my next one. To record the one that's going to release next Tuesday. Not this upcoming Tuesday, but the next Tuesday. Dang it. I don't have one. I don't have one pulled. I was hoping we could get somebody up on stage. That's who. Why can't they come back here? Damn it. Oh, darn it. I see the Dapper Dinosaur is live. Skeptic Haven is also live at the moment as well. Lindsay Bowe, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Do you know what 40K is? Dr. Neely, you talking about Warhammer 40K? I am familiar with Warhammer 40K. Zug Zug. No. Oh yeah. Warhammer 40K. Yeah. Oh yes. Faster Red. I don't have a favorite faction. I was never a big Warhammer player. I played War Machine by Privateer Press, and that's pretty much that's what I. There was a choice, kind of like Privateer Press. It was either War Machine or Warhammer, and I dug the War Machine lore and just the minis a little bit better. So I did those. I still have them out in the garage. Still have all my old stuff. Got into painting and all that stuff, like painting minis. Very awesome. Well, good luck to you, Cord. It's going to be tough. I know that my wife was always fascinated with the Golden Demon Award. You know, possibly like trying to win one. My wife's pretty good. Was getting really good till I think she just kind of like got bored with it. But Golden Demon Award would be pretty awesome. But then again, also, Games Workshop is a kind of a shitty company. Just throwing it out there. They're kind of a shit company as far as companies go. Very expensive hobby. War Machine was pretty expensive as well. Wasn't as expensive as Warhammer, but if you were to have a corollary, with War Machine, it would be the Necrons. I myself, those are all the. Let me see. Crix would be my would be the ones that I ran with. So looking at these takes me back. Looking at all these minis. Gorman DeWolf, Mercenary. Nice. The Hellraker, yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, the War Machine Death Jack from Apotheosis. Nice. Oh, more Tenebra. Never got to paint that one. That must have been released after I stopped playing. Necro Harvester, that's cool. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with these. Malefactor Heavy War Jack. Looks similar to the Seether. Nice. Oh, wow, they released a bunch after I stopped playing. Mechanothralls, Sludge Thralls, Necrosurgeons, very cool. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with them. So they've gone really extreme. But yeah, if there was a corollary over there. Picked up any new hobbies lately? Nothing new as of recent. As of recent, I've just been working on the house. It's pretty much what I've been doing. So nothing like major. Just trying to make sure I get into a stable schedule of releasing content. Come on. All right, well, what I can do is this. Let me see here. There's so little that I haven't responded. I mean, I've responded to a lot of them, but Alex O'Connor, there's somebody I have some questions for.
So I take it you're on the critical side for the fact of how non-combative his conversations have become.
Yeah, I understand that he's not a believer. I understand that, but it's hard for me to discern whether or not he's trying to maintain a level of civility that maintains his income, or like where he is epistemologically speaking. When you hold his feet to the fire, obviously it comes out that he's a non-believer in that respect. I hope he's not one of these cultural Christian types, but I think he could go. I think that there are times that he could go hard in the paint, and he chooses not to, which I think is a disservice. But that's just me.
Yeah, that's kind of we had this bit of this conversation earlier with another channel
I
called Sound
responded
of
to that.
Science. They did a lot of reviews of the evolution of his conversational style and the fact of how many people he lets on platforms with as little pushback as he's been giving.
Let's see here. I could do this. I haven't responded to this one. Probably because you'll see why here in just a moment. And we can jump into do a video review. I probably could pull the video reviews from these live streams and use that as content too. Although it might look wonky. That AI one was fascinating.
Especially good because we got to critique both sides.
Right.
Where, it's a lot of what they consider a canned response. We get to offer a lot more nuance on.
Let me move that over. So I did pull this. And this is already going to be so silly. This is the absolute best evidence for biblical creation. We can take a look at this video. Because apparently it is the absolute best evidence for biblical creation. Where is that? There we go.
Best proof of creation.
And as you saw at the beginning, yes, this is Ken Ham.
Wow.
And so I know Tony's probably going to be chewing his hat on this one because you have no doubt this guy's going to try and go scientific. It's where he always tries to go. So scientific origins, this should be good for a laugh. I'm hoping so because I cannot have a dead stream with no people, with no believers wanting to come up and talk. God, should I move it back to Sunday mornings? I'm wondering if I should move it back to Sunday mornings now, because then I won't be able to have Tony on. Tony would be dead asleep from fighting off all the Sheilas all day.
That could just
What
be
is
the season.
Huh?
Could just be the season.
It might be.
What is the best proof of creation?
None. You'd have to first determine a God exists first, not assume one exists to call everything creation. I do not know why you're timed out, Chris. If somebody timed you out in the live chat, I have no idea why. I didn't even see your name pop up, so I don't know. Uh-oh. Austin's in the house.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, Chief?
Figured I'd jump up here since debunking these guys is one of my main areas. So.
You're coming in a little muffled.
Oh, shoot. One thing.
I just want to make sure they can hear you clearly.
What is the best proof of creation? Well, actually, I want to divide this into two sections. First of all, when we read Romans 1:20,
why would you go to the Bible? Mulva22, good to see you. This is true. They keep getting, it's true, Mulva. They keep getting curb stomped in the online debate space. Not great. No, Chris, you're not timed out because I can see you. I can see your comment. Next minute, let me close that real quick. And if I go back, I can actually look at the live stream. Oh, there he is. Okay. Austin?
Is this better?
That is better.
Okay, cool.
So Ken wanted to divide it into two sections.
creation. Well, actually, I wanted to divide this into two sections. First of all, when we read Romans 1:20, we're told
Okay.
Let's go to the Bible as though it has any kind of authority whatsoever.
this, for the invisible
Isn't
things
this
of him.
supposed to be the best evidence for creation? A book says a thing is not evidence for anything except a book saying a thing, right?
Right.
From the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so they are without excuse. And
So going back to this very dumb quote from Romans 1:20, which I've heard so often. And somebody asked me about this one. Where's the question? Chris timed out because he was sniping the Hovind debate comments. Oh, gotcha. Let me see here. And he went to the KJV, which is one of the worst. Somebody pointed out. One second. I'm gonna say again. Me has book. Sigh. Yeah, your book is garbage. This is true. Why use the KJV? No idea. At this point, I honestly don't know. I think they just do it out of spite nowadays. Okay, so Michael Fraker says, what the fuck does this passage even mean? So, taking it from kind of like face value, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world, for the invisible things of him, his invisible attributes from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. Okay? So, if it's talking about, it's either doing one of two things. It's saying that looking at like the world itself, mountains and oceans and all these huge enormous things, how would people know? Like it could be an argument from personal incredulity or an argument from ignorance, in that they're looking at like these grand things of the world and no person could create them. So like who could create that? There are other creating people create things. So who could have created this? And it would have been a God thing. So argument from personal incredulity or argument from ignorance would be either one of those. Even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse, blah, blah, blah. That's just reaffirming, kind of like reaffirming the first part. But it could also be a fallacy of composition, in that being understood by the things that are made. And that because humans are intelligent and make things, therefore the system itself is made by something intelligent. And then that would be God, which would be a fallacy of composition. So you could go either way in trying to understand what the author is trying to say here. What Paul, I think it was, who wrote Romans? Paul? Yep. What Paul was trying to express here was either an argument from personal incredulity or an argument from ignorance, or it's a fallacy of composition. I'm inclined to go with the fallacy of composition, because it at least would be Paul recognizing that humans are intelligent and human beings make things. And then he is jumping to, because there are things, he's basically going from, because there are things that are in the system that are made by intelligent agents, therefore the system itself is made by an intelligent agent. Fallacy of composition. That seems more in tracking with someone who at least had the level of education that Paul supposedly had, as opposed to him just making a blatant argument from personal incredulity.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think that's the right direction, though. Incredulity would imply that he's looking at alternatives and shooting them down and then trying to reductio himself into it. This would be more of an argument from intuition.
Well, they would, because before he speaks about like pagans. So it would be a rejection of all other things coming from anybody who would be anything other than Christianity, which would essentially be all grouped under the pagan label.
Well, it's the revelatory aspect of this, saying for all the invisible things from him, creation of the world, are clearly.
I think this is just. I don't think it's direct revelation from the God. I think it's from the things that you see in the world is what it is.
Yeah, that's why I think it's intuition. That'd be an argument from intuition, as opposed to incredulity.
So that'd be an appeal to emotion. Appeal
to intuition.
Yeah, which is a form of appeal to emotion.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's just like an argument. It's like an appeal to consequences. Is just a variation of an argument from emotion. Gotcha. So nonetheless, the statement is logically fallacious if you're trying to get to a God. It's like the reasoning that was done by the author here, by the writer, is fallacious. Is what this is. So just to break that down. Oh. Musa, welcome to the chat. We're currently live on YouTube talking to believers about what they believe and why. If you're interested, you can click the link in the side chat. If you have an argument or evidence for a God that if you believe in one. We'd love to have a chat with you. The link for the live stream is in the side chat. It's over on YouTube. Because I'm currently live on YouTube. And I'm... Yes, I'm talking to my audience. Okay, I'll be live for a while, so just letting you know. For a while. You know, the whole purpose of this room is to funnel people to the live stream so I can have conversations with them there. So... Cool. All right, let's back to this. And no, Chris, Tony is not abusing his mod powers. He's not. He's doing exactly what the mods do. What mods do. That's what he's doing. So just a heads up. And trust me, Chris, it may be a bias thing. I'm always going to side with my mods. They're mods for a reason. Because I trust them. They've proven themselves. They've been here long. They've been here long. They know me. They've been here supporting the channel long enough that they know me and they know what I want. So I trust the mods. Okay. And Tony is one of the most trusted of mods because I've been working with Tony for a long time, long enough. I know I say that like Tony and I are like old friends, like going all the way back, but no, as far as like this YouTube thing that we've been doing, Tony and I go back a ways. Okay. So I'm going to trust Tony's judgment on that. Tony's smarter than I am, so I'm going to trust his judgment.
Without excuse. In other words, God's word tells us, if you don't believe in God, you're without excuse because it's so obvious there's a God.
Yeah, we've already explained how that's logically fallacious, so.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What's this phrasing there? Can you just replay that again?
Oh, his how he phrased it?
Yeah.
It's about 6 years now. Yep.
So obvious there's a God. You're without excuse because it's so obvious.
Let me back it up real quick.
God's word tells us, if you don't believe in God, you're without excuse because it's so obvious there's a God. God has made
there it is. Yeah.
Yeah. God's word tells us that it's so obvious that it's a God. Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No, that's what he said. It's God's word, meaning the Bible.
I know, but it isn't.
Well, I know that.
Oh no, no. It's even worse. It's Paul's word, not God's.
Yeah, I get
it's
that.
Not
yeah,
even. Not even.
He's going with the divine inspiration is what he's going with. We understand that. We know that Paul wrote it. I'm the one that brought that up. But still, God's word, the Bible is God's word is what he's going with because it says in the Bible, God's word says that God is obvious. If you want to get pedantic about it, Paul's word is that God is obvious.
I'm exactly that pedantic. Damn right. That's exactly my point. That's Paul. Paul's a heretic. Remember that. That is my stance right now. Paul is a heretic.
They really should just change. They shouldn't be Christians anymore. They should be
Paulines.
Paulines.
Yeah.
There's Paulicians.
Paulians.
Politards. I don't know.
That's the colloquial.
Appalling.
Evident to all that he is the creator. Where has he made it evident to all? Well, we can see it's evident to all just in the creation. You know that if you find an Indian arrowhead in a cave, archaeologists will immediately say, oh, intelligence has been here. They carved this Indian arrowhead. But then you point to DNA, which is the most complex information system, language system in the entire universe. It makes up our chromosomes, our genes, all the information that builds a human or a dog or a cat or whatever. And secular scientists will say, oh, chance. We all evolve by natural processes.
Yeah, that because we have evidence for that. Where's the evidence for your God? Is it still begging the question? Even though he's like being completely, the analogy he's using there for genetics is not appropriate. But putting that aside, because that's a dead horse that doesn't need to be beat anymore. He's dead already. Stop it. This is still just begging the question. He's basically saying that, look at this. Someone claimed it was from a god. There's a god. It's just silly.
It doesn't make any sense. And in fact,
he's
You're right.
also doing a very common creationist trope of just ramming telos up the ass of DNA, which is just a series of nucleotide sequences. It's not a coded language. It's not any of those things. It's a block of chemicals doing chemically things. It's very frustrating to me when creationists try to pull this line like information is some special magical substance that needs to be injected into DNA. That's not a thing. DNA is information just by being what it is. Like we can slap an ACTG on the sequences we see, but that's just describing a variety of nucleotide. And to say that there's information in it is just like totally non sequitur to me. It doesn't, especially the way they're saying it. Like it's information is this mystical substance that gets injected into DNA. The information in the DNA exists just because DNA is DNA. Like it's so confusing to me.
Let's see.
DNA was first discovered in 1953 by Watson and Crick, two British scientists who were atheists, who said they wanted to prove to the world there was no God. And then they discovered the molecule of heredity.
Okay, I want to hang on.
Said they wanted to prove to the world there was.
Do what now?
None of that is true.
By Watson and Crick, two British scientists.
Watson and Crick?
Well, okay, so Watson and Crick, the names of the people that discovered DNA, that's correct. The idea that they wanted to prove that there was no God is absurd. that has to just be like evolution denier propaganda. I don't know what in the fucking world he's talking about.
While James Watson and Francis Crick did not start their research with the explicit single goal of proving God didn't exist, both scientists were outspoken atheists. Francis Crick, in particular, was driven by a desire to explain the mysteries of life and consciousness purely through science in order to debunk religious and supernatural beliefs. A breakdown of their perspectives and motives reveals Francis Crick's motivation. Crick stated that a prime motive for his research was a distaste for religion. He believed that finding physical, chemical explanations for the difference between living and non-living things and eventually consciousness would make traditional beliefs about the soul or creator entirely obsolete. James Watson's perspective, Watson also believed that natural scientific explanations weakened the need for the supernatural. He has famously stated, every time you understand something, religion becomes less likely. Their scientific impact, their discovery of the double helix proved that the secrets of life could be explained by molecular chemistry and digital codes, DNA, rather than spiritual life forces. This allowed biological processes to be understood in purely materialistic and evolutionary terms.
So
While they're
technically, he's not lying. He's not lying.
I don't know.
However, there's a caveat. And your point is, are they wrong? That's the key takeaway. It's like,
well, I think that he is actually being dishonest and he is misrepresenting them a little bit because he's saying they set out to prove God. What I heard from what JL just said was that they were just proving that methodological naturalism was superior, which is pretty much a basic assumption when you're doing science. You're never going to use anything other than methodological naturalism, which is not the same thing at all as setting out to disprove God. It's just setting out to develop a model that's actually usable, that actually has functional utility, because we can't put handcuffs on a ghost.
Yeah, but the part that JL did read was explicit enough to be taken that way. So it's like, it still doesn't get him anywhere.
I think it's it is still misleading for Ken Ham to say what he said, because setting out to disprove God, that's kind of like, I know what a Christian apologist is going to think when they hear that. They think, oh, well, you only set out to disprove God because you know he's real. That's why you don't try to disprove Odin and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, well, that's totally separate. But actually, JL, can you repeat the first guy's quote out of the two? You read one guy's.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and by the way, we can call him on this because it was pointed out in the chat. I should have started. Damn it. I need to get in the habit. Matthew Mulkeen. Good to see you, Matthew. Watson was American. It was Crick who was English. So he was half right on that one. They were not English scientists, but Francis Crick was a molecular biologist and biophysicist. He passed in 2004. And James Watson passed in 2025. He just passed last year, was a molecular biologist, geneticist, and zoologist. And the quote that you wanted me to read was from James Watson, who famously stated, "Every time you understand something, religion becomes less likely."
There's the previous quote to that one from the other individual.
There wasn't one.
There's two of them.
Oh, no, I didn't. There wasn't a quote. Crick stated that a prime motive for his research was a distaste for religion. He believed that finding physical chemical explanations for the difference between living and non-living things and eventually consciousness would make traditional beliefs about the soul or a creator entirely obsolete.
Yeah, so if I was looking at motivation, it's a mild stretch.
Can we say that he's being hyperbolic?
I'd say
in
he's
his speech?
he's poisoning the well.
Exactly.
Okay, he's poisoning the well. Okay, I gotcha.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what's going on. It's like going, just because they had an angle does not validate their point. So it's a character assassination. It's not an ad hoc. It's poisoning the well.
Yeah, I think he's appealing to stereotypes about the angry atheist that just wants to use science to disprove God.
Yes, that is exactly where I'm going with that. So this is poisoning the well. So he's priming it for his audience.
They're getting a debate set up with this guy, Robert.
Now, chat, JL does his jokes for free, but if you want jokes from me, you got to pay for them. But I promise they're good ones. But if you send in a super chat, I'll happily do jokes that would get me sent to hell if God were real.
Oh, is DeFreak in the chat as well?
Yep.
Oh, well. All right, let's see here.
I know a joke that's kind of like the one you told earlier, JL.
Who were atheists who said they wanted to prove to the world there was no God.
So this is poison. Yeah, as we've established, this is poisoning the well. This is not their stated goal. While it may have been not for like the word, while it may have been kind of like personal desires in that respect, it was not like we're setting out to do this. No, they wanted to. They wanted to understand genetics, is what it was. So they were driven by a desire to explain the mysteries of life and consciousness using science.
And as Andrew pointed out, they were correct that having naturalistic explanations for these things has significantly reduced the magisterium of the religious model of living.
It was this explicit statement of distaste. That's what grants him, a certain amount of honesty with where he came from on that. But it's like he's not attacking the argument; he's attacking motivation. Thus poisoning the well.
Yeah, like to spam Ghost Zir says, I don't think any serious scientist has ever set out to disprove God. Correct. Science doesn't set out to disprove God. Science doesn't set out to disprove any religion. Science just sets out to find out what's real. and religion is collateral damage, because every time we find out what's real, it turns out to be naturalistic, processes of the universe and not magical deities. So it's really just an unfortunate bystander that gets taken out by the fact that science is the best method available for finding out what's actually true.
All right.
And then they discovered the molecule of heredity, DNA, and then they said, see, we can show you there's no God because life is just built on chemistry. But we found that DNA is not just chemistry.
Now that I'm willing to. These guys seem like they were intellectually honest enough that it wouldn't debunk that. It would debunk the notion that the God did these things through like spiritual or like magical means. So at best, it would push it back to naturalistic, is what it would. But that wouldn't debunk a God. That would just debunk the mechanism by which the God did the thing, which would take some steam out of the creationist argument. So. Because then it turns it from like a magical thing into an unfalsifiable thing. God working via naturalistic means instead of through like magical means. So it weakens their argument. It doesn't like eliminate a God entirely, especially not like theistic, not like naturalistic theism.
You know what DNA is?
It's chemistry. Done.
Complex information system. You see, life is built on information. Do you know how much information there is in living systems on this planet? It's
zero. Because
I have to hear the word information one more fucking time. I don't put my head through a goddamn wall.
Because they're using it wrong.
not billions, it's not trillions, it's actually zillions of bits of.
No, it's not. It's zero. Ken, you're an idiot.
If we were playing a drinking game that involved drinking every time you heard the word information, we'd all be dead at the end of this video.
If this is what happens when an apologist does not have the background in philosophy to understand these things.
Information. And you know what? You've got to have a language to read the information. Do you know DNA not only has an incredible amount of information in it, but it also has the information to make a language to read the information.
Yeah, he's taking the analogy to an extreme. The analogy was never meant to be taken like literally in this. That's why it's an analogy. It was analogous to code that facilitates an outcome, but not in the sense that there was a writer of a code or that there was an intentional outcome for that code. So like an intended outcome, not to that degree. So like it was written specifically to do a specific thing. It's just all you have to do is look at history and how genetic information, how it changes over time to show that there's like no telos here. So he's still just, literally ramrodding the telos in.
You're going to read a book. And
you know how when you hear a word too many times and it starts to sound weird, it just doesn't sound right anymore. Information. I'm losing it over here. Like, we really need to get a clicker counter and just counter how many times he's going to say information without clarifying what the hell he even means.
Well, he just used two different scales because he used it to describe what we see when we look at DNA per se, and then he took that and used it in a separate usage, which would be an equivocation in terms of how we write it out to communicate with each other,
right?
To pass it as information from one of our minds to another mind.
Exactly, and that's the whole point, Andrew. Yeah, is to equivocate information that is made by thinking agents with the universe itself. So therefore, the universe has to be made by a thinking agent. It is a total bait and switch. It is an equivocation. We see painters painting paintings. We don't see galaxiers galaxying galaxies. Okay, it's not the same thing.
I like that.
Well, given where Ken is from, you got to realize that apparently, a reef needs a reefer, and apparently he's already had a few of those.
Hey, pass that shit to me.
Pass the Dochi on the left-hand side. No.
You need to know the Russian code or language or you can't read it.
It's called fucking Cyrillic, you moron.
The DNA has to have a code to read it. You know what we know from science? Codes never come from matter by themselves. Matter can't produce a code. It's impossible.
That's why it's analogous, and they're not actually saying that it's a code, you moron. They're chemical interactions that have outcomes, and we classify these things by the amino acids in themselves. And we can see their interactions. What we're doing, we're describing that. We're ascribing this shit to them to understand what is happening. But to call it a code means that whoever came up with that analogy, I don't know, but the analogy is not meant to infer telos to it. So they are doing it. This is apologist bullshit or creationist bullshit. He's adding telos to it. The analogy never had it baked into it. So he's taking an analogy in order to try and say it's kind of like this, so you can understand what's going on, like how the actual chemical interactions result in outcomes in very, very specific ways, is analogous to like a code that is run to do a program, or to have a specific outcome as a result of that code being run. It's an analogy, but it's not a one-to-one analogy. Whereas the code is written by someone with intention for a specific outcome, DNA is not. So, he knows this. This has been explained to Cam time and time again. He is a liar. He's a liar and a grifter.
In fact, when we are writing programs for computers, you wouldn't.
That's what I just fucking said. That's what I just said.
Want that to be subject to random processes, because it won't work. You have to put all this intelligence into it to make the code work. And
only if you have a specific goal in mind, which implies the existence of telos. He's assuming there is an agent that has the intention for humans to look and behave exactly like we do, so our genetics was written that way to facilitate that specific desired outcome. He's begging the question at the core of this.
And then we're bypassing natural selection as the selection filter.
Oh, yeah.
It actually ensures the ones we get are the ones that work, because the ones that don't work are gone.
Think about this, and this is interesting, Andrew. This adds some information to what you just said too. If we accept that this is the result of a coder, that coder is very inefficient and very stupid, because you have pieces of code in your code that are pointless, that shouldn't be there. You have things like what's called the gulo pseudogene, all right? And this is the remnant of a gene that's used by organisms in the archont group to produce vitamin C, because they don't eat enough fruit, so they don't get the vitamin C they need from their diet. They get the vitamin C they need through chemosynthetic processes in our body. And we still have the gene that does that, except in us, it's broken. It doesn't work anymore. And this is because at a certain point in our evolutionary history, we started eating enough fruit and enough dietary sources of vitamin C that we didn't need to produce our own vitamin C. So when that gene got broken, there was no selection pressure to remove the broken gene. In fact, the selection pressure preserved the broken gene, because then you weren't wasting metabolic energy on this chemosynthetic process that you don't need, because you're getting all the vitamin C you need from your diet. So it's kind of like looking at, if we're talking about code and we're talking about language, if you look at two books that have the exact same, they have different titles and different authors, but they have the exact same text, well, that makes it kind of curious. That makes it look like maybe one of the authors plagiarized the other. And then if you look in there, and they not only have the exact same text, they have the exact same typos. You know, they have the exact same page number wrong. They have the exact same letter wrong. The exact same sentence is missing a space in the exact same spot. That makes it look a lot like these things came from the same author, one plagiarized the other. And that's kind of what we're looking at when we see evolution. All right, so the human has this typo, this gulo pseudogene in it. I mean, when you can make this comparison, but it cuts against you, is basically what I'm saying, Ken. And it definitely doesn't imply an intelligent mind behind the universe, which is the what they're really driving at.
Now, the real takeaway is that AC just explained why we have scurvy. Thanks, evolution.
Yeah, that is part of it. Yeah.
I'm doing something really quick. I am tagging the video in the description, so it's there, so I don't forget. At Ken Ham, and we'll save that. Did somebody just come in the Discord? How's it going, Slim? Oh, now they left. Ah, well, back to it.
And we also know that matter never produces information. We've never seen matter produce one bit of information, but there's zillions of bits of information
He's using information wrong. That's the biggest problem here.
in living things. And so it's very obvious that when you look at DNA, it's shouting out to us, in the beginning, God created. There's no way DNA can come about by chance.
That's okay. That's a positive claim that he would have to show the contradiction in. If he thinks it's impossible, he would have to show how it's impossible, because there doesn't have to be a God to do it, and there's no logical contradiction and no God existing. It's just his personal incredulity that's driving that.
And processes. But here's a point I want to make. Is that, in a sense, ultimate proof that God exists?
No, you'd have to demonstrate that God exists and without begging the question.
Well, you have to say, no, it's not. You see, we are finite beings, and we have finite.
What? You'd have to say, no, it's not. You just told. What is the name of this video?
Specifically, this is the title. This is the absolute best evidence for biblical creation.
So it comes. Apparently, this is coming in two phases, and this first part, he has just admitted it sucks. It's not getting us there. Thanks.
It's like, well, we could always look at genetics, but that's not proof. Like, then why did you bring it up, you dingbat?
Yeah, so far I'm underwhelmed and unimpressed. Mostly he's just poisoned the well.
He's just huffing kangaroo farts.
Information. We can't prove an absolute in regard to God. We can't do that because we don't have all information. The Bible tells us God has all information. We don't.
Okay, I get that, but he's ignoring one of the biggest, a huge atheist talking point in response to this. Does it have to be that way? That's the kicker. Is that if the God is defined as he obviously defines it, why is the system the way that it is? That should be no issue with human beings having all of the information that's available. There shouldn't be any, because the only one who would not want it that way is the God entity. If human beings don't have all the information or are not made in a way to be able to internalize or even comprehend all the information, we are that way because the God wants us to be that way. That's logically entailed by his worldview. If we are made in an insufficient way, that is a desired outcome. The God wants us to be in an insufficient state, that we won't be able to give all this, take all this information in, which would require us to fall down on faith. I can tell you this right now, just as a human analog. If there are people out there that are in positions of power that do not want you to have all the information, but want you on bare specific words alone to trust everything they're doing is right, despite the outcomes that appear to violate your your own personal moral systems, your moral frameworks, but they want you to trust that on faith alone, that they have your best interest in mind, that is a tyrant. That is an authoritarian mindfuck. That is President Trump. Okay? That is the highest authority that there is, dictating to his little minions that this is what the way things are, and they don't need to be any other way, because we just need to accept it. Okay? It's the same structure. You look at the structure of the current administration we have right now, and you look at the way like the whole God framework is set up. You got the God up at the top, you got his little minions running around, making excuses, and then telling everybody that they just need to accept that that's the way that it is. Okay? Or else they're going to burn in hell.
Well, JL, quite literally, Answers in Genesis, Discovery Institute, Creation Ministries International. All of these organizations are funded by deep right-wing think tank pockets. I'm talking about Charles Koch. I'm talking about Peter Thiel, and it's because they want the less people realize that there's evidence in the world that any human can confirm that's in conflict with their scripture. The less people question their religion, the less they realize it's all a scam and stop putting money in the collection plate, and the harder it gets for them to make America into the brutally repressive, authoritarian, theocratic regime that they want to, where they don't have to pay any taxes and they can keep crushing the middle class. It's all part of a right-wing political PR project.
It's all part of the plan.
Yeah. Yep. It's a protection racket for religious people's egos, the downstream effect of which is authoritarian, theocratic Christian nationalism.
Good to see you, Jinju. Appreciate you being here. Thanks so much.
That's why there always has to be a faith aspect. Without faith, it is impossible to please him. For he who comes to God must believe he is, and he is a rewarder of those that seek him. In other words,
except for when they get a Damascus Road experience, which apparently can be done for people without violating their free will and doesn't require them to have faith. I mean, you could go on from there and say that you have faith, that you choose that you operate on faith, that despite you not understanding why God is doing a thing, that it's going to be done, that it's being done for a good reason or being done for a better reason or for like a good outcome. You could operate on faith that way, but not when it comes to understanding that the God actually fucking exists. This is the kicker. How have you determined that it exists at all? If we're talking about the actions of the God, that's one thing. But if we're talking about how we know it exists to do anything at all, the faith thing does not work. It is not a tool for epistemology. It is a tool for emotional validation. That is all it is for. And he has not crossed that bridge yet. He has not gotten to that, and he's just admitted that there's a roadblock to knowing whether or not the God exists. You simply have to operate on faith, which is not belief with justification. It's completely irrational. So he's admitting that. Even though he's not saying that specifically in the way that I said it, he is admitting that. Let's see where he goes.
Ken is completely irrational. He's completely irrational to the point that he's beefing with other young earth creationists because he doesn't think they're science deniers enough, right? He thinks they're not extreme enough of science deniers, and he's mad at them because they deny one half step less science than he does. It's so pathetic.
Right.
But I do
this one he's quoting. This is Hebrews 11:6 that he's referencing here, and you have to ask. I would ask. This is one of the questions that I would ask when I was in Bible school. But without faith, it is impossible to please him. Why? Because there's an excuse for he that cometh to God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. Understanding that you cannot choose to believe. Beliefs are not things you can actively choose. Beliefs are things that you are convinced of. They are propositions that you are convinced are true, not that you know are true. There's a difference between belief and knowledge. They are linked, but they are not the same. So, is this because you must choose it, or because you've been convinced of it, or that you know it? Because if you know it, you don't need the faith part. So this is all feelings. Okay? For he that cometh to God must feel that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. What is diligent? Because apparently, diligently only means that you arrived at the conclusion that you feel is right. That's why this doesn't make any sense. Because if it was knowledge, then there would be an epistemic framework in which I would be able to derive this and be able to communicate this information to other people. But if we're talking about feelings and emotionally validating beliefs, then diligently seeking him means being emotionally validated by the proposition and holding it to be true because of the emotional validation, which is not a way to get to truth. It's only a way to validate your own position by literally eschewing evidence to the contrary. So, and actual fucking reason. So I'm supposed to abandon my reason, appeal only to my emotions and my existential dread, and then go to the proposition that alleviates my existential dread and assuages my emotions, and then hold that as being true despite all of the counter argumentation and evidence. And then me holding that position will be the only way to please God, because it is impossible to please God unless I'm doing that thing. So in other words, to boil it down, it is impossible to please God without throwing away your critical faculties.
Yeah,
is what that is stating.
It pretty explicitly states that the thing God is rewarding is gullibility, basically. Like, he's angry with Adam and Eve for not gullibly listening to "don't eat from that tree, you'll totally die," and they eat and they don't die, and then he's like, well, get out of my garden, you buttheads. But yeah, no, I do find it fascinating that on a video called "The Best Evidence for Creation," he's just saying faith. Like, I do think I could make a killing as a young Earth creationist if I ever, lost my soul and became just a monster.
Right.
Because I would never say faith is some of the best evidence for creation if I were still a young Earth creationist. I would say that there's a scientific case for it, but again, Ken can't do that because he's come out against that. He calls it young Earth evolutionism, and it's so weird. Erica did a video about it.
God reveals it to us, and that is ultimately the proof. That's something.
No, that's begging the question. That's not a proof. You're assuming that the God exists to do the thing that you think it do. That's all it is.
Thing that I can't prove to you, but God promises. If you
Hey, Jessica, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
You search after him as you search after silver and gold. If you search after wisdom, if you search after knowledge, if you search after silver and gold, he'll reveal these things to us because...
Okay, I have extensively, like reading the Bible, which is one of the primary reasons why I am an atheist. So, and I did. It was okay. For those of us who have gone through deconstruction, and there seems to be something like that Ken and other apologists, especially over at AIG, don't seem to understand. A part of deconstruction is literally a critical examination of the positions that you hold, deconstructing them, breaking them down to try and understand why you hold them. Part of that process is asking questions. So, if you seek it like silver and search for it as for hidden treasures, which is what essentially kind of like how I started, how to hold on to it and how to reason it so I can ensure that what I am believing is consistent epistemologically, logically, rationally, and it doesn't hold water. So I did seek it like that and then realized that it was bunk. So this is not true. Okay, unless you're talking about the emotional aspects of it, where it's nothing but fifis, which do not tell you what is true. Well, they can, but there's no way to confirm that with your emotions alone. So, not a good tool for epistemology.
He is the infinite
I was really
creator
expecting
God.
when you said this video, that the title of this video, that we were going to get some sort of scientific information, some scientific argument. It's been nothing but a sermon so far.
Yeah.
We are finite created beings living in a created universe, and
begging the question, he's got nothing.
We know nothing compared to what God knows,
which is irrelevant because it didn't have to be that way. So this is appeal to magic and mystery is all this is. This is all the classic apologist nonsense bullshit to try and get away with having to provide a logically consistent or rational defense for why they believe.
And so, one of the things...
I'd love to get him on a debate stage. I would fucking eat him alive. I really would. I would eat this cat alive.
That we need to understand is that whatever position you have, it's a position of faith. Now, atheists who reject God...
No. We are not convinced that the proposition is true, whether you say that equates to a lack of belief or a rejection of that or a rejection of the proposition. Sure, we reject it as being true. We don't accept it. We are not convinced of it because there's nothing been presented that would warrant belief that it is. You could say that an anti-theist or a strong atheist can say that certain God concepts don't exist, like a logically contradictory one, like the Christian Abrahamic God doesn't exist because it can't exist. That's one thing. Okay, but don't poison the well and don't straw man atheists, Ken. But I mean, I guess that's all he can do is to straw man it. Because if he addressed atheism on its merits, if he actually did that honestly, then he would. I mean, he very quickly would become apparent that he doesn't have a position. He can't hold a candle to it because he's got to lie about it. Got to lie about what atheists are. Otherwise, you got to acknowledge that our position is rationally justified. Ooh, can't have that now.
They have blind faith because
No, we don't. We have evidence.
their faith that life came about by natural processes
We know it did because the evidence indicates that. Like I said, evidence.
doesn't work. It doesn't explain the evidence. But
No, it doesn't explain any telos. It doesn't get you to a telos, okay, which is what he's looking for. That's the bait and switch. Is like, he talks about it doesn't explain this. It does, but it doesn't give the thing that he is wanting, which is a purpose, an overarching metaphysical purpose for why things exist the way they do. That's what he wants, because otherwise he views life as being completely meaningless unless it has this overarching metaphysical intentionality behind it. But the thing he's skipping in the way they disempower, this is why I fucking hate people like Ken. What this is essentially cult mentality, because it's a false dichotomy. It's ignoring the ability to empower individuals to determine their purposes for their own lives. That is empowering, putting the ability to derive one's own purpose for themselves in their own hands. Saying, you have the power to determine your own purpose and the own direction for your life. We are going to afford you that in our society. Okay? Go out and flourish. Do your thing. Whatever, be creative. Do whatever. Do your thing. But they won't do that because that would empower non-believers. That would literally diminish the need to hang their hat on a God concept. This is literally cult bullshit.
I am also just dumbfounded that he would say that the naturalistic explanation can't explain the evidence. It's the only thing that can explain the evidence. What in the absolute fuck are you talking about, Ken?
Yeah.
Pick any observation. Naturalism is the way you're going to explain it. I can guarantee it.
Is this technically Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, is this technically a Mott and Bailey? Because he's talking about he's talking about like the evidence and natural processes. But then we say, yes, it does. But then he switches, he goes, but it can't explain why. Or is that just a bait and switch? Or the same thing?
I'm not sure what explanation he's fishing for. That's the thing.
Well, he's saying that he's pointing out that, yes, scientific explanations or naturalistic explanations do not provide an explanation for telos. They don't operate with it. It's not a part of it. So they don't give a naturalistic explanation for life does not give or lead to an overarching metaphysical purpose for life.
I think I missed hearing him say that.
He didn't say it in those words. That's what he's implying.
That's where I'm not sure I can make the leap though. That's because like where you're extrapolating towards, like you're seeing a bit of a framework and your expectation from it at the same time. But if I don't see it in the straight words, I don't think I can call him on it directly in that sense.
I think I've heard from enough apologists that I can make the conclusion that that's what he's doing. But let's listen to it again.
Yeah.
the position you have, it's a position of faith. Now, atheists who reject God, they have blind faith because their faith that life came about by natural processes doesn't work. It doesn't explain the evidence. But
it does.
So
it absolutely
science
does.
confirms the Christian faith. So
it does not, because
No.
it doesn't, because we're both operating with the same evidence. The only difference is they're inserting telos. That's the only differentiation. They're inserting intentionality where we have no evidence for it.
If anything, science and scholarship confirms that the Christian faith is just an evolved version of the pantheon in the Ugaritic texts, which is just an evolved version of polytheistic paganism, which evolved from shame, etc. You get my point.
He's bounced also between the idea that one of his previous statements was on the idea of absolute proof. Now, he glossed over that very quickly, at which point you have to wonder what he has to present at all. See, he can't have anything, apparently, because he's destroying the idea that evidence actually means anything.
Yeah.
He's undermining it.
And good to see you, Kesplodicus.
You know what? And it's rapidly becoming my favorite example. I deployed it on an evolution denier on your channel, I think a week or two back, JL, and it literally stunned him silently, like stun locked for like 3 seconds. Just, are whales mammals? Can naturalism explain that fact? You fucking bet it can. In fact, it's the only thing that can explain that fact. Whales are mammals because they are the descendants of even-toed, ungulate, quadrupedal, artiodactyl land mammals.
And good to see you, Tony Regime. And thank you for the obligatory alternative energy. I do appreciate that.
So once again, not only can naturalism explain the evidence, it's the only thing that it can explain the evidence. And so far it explains every bit of evidence that we can explain. It's explained with naturalism.
Science of information, for instance, looking at DNA, biochemistry, confirms the Christian faith. So
it doesn't. None of it does. He's adding all that shit into it.
This is all a lie. Yeah, you need to do a lot more than just declare that. Is that affirming the consequent? Or is that something even lazier than that?
Well, this isn't proof, is it? Because apparently we don't have proof. All we have is faith. So
right. Yeah.
FM Soul Reaper, good to see you as well. Here to reap some souls.
Christianity is a subjective faith, whereas atheism is a blind faith.
What's a non-blind? What is a non-blind faith?
A sighted faith.
Apparently, there's a subjective faith. There's a mind stance. There's a mind stance dependent faith. What the fuck?
Yeah.
He's not even using the terms right.
Well, his faith is a rock. Apparently, literally.
This is what Bible brain rot does to you.
This dude is so. How is this guy at all? Like, please let me debate this man. Please let me do it. Oh, I will take his lunch money. I will take his lunch money, and I will take his lunch money, and I will buy the gasoline needed to burn that atrocity down in Kentucky.
So I've often said that there's such a thing as crank magnetism, where if you believe in one conspiracy theory or some like form of science denial, you tend to believe other forms of it too. And I know that Kent Hovind is way more guilty of this, but I did read an article recently saying that there was an outbreak of measles getting spread around because of the Ark encounter. Like 3 or 4 children caught measles because they went to the Ark encounter and got exposed to the pathogen. And it's just a really salient example of how this shit isn't harmless. Like, I know some people will see this and be like, oh, these mean atheists are beating up on this old pious man. This old pious man's a fucking freak who gave a bunch of kids measles. Like, as much as his argument about science sucks, and, you know, he's slinging a conspiracy theory about the entire scientific community, his impact in the community also sucks in many ways. And that's why we're protesting him this summer. So come and support that for sure.
If I can make it out to the protest, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and make it out there. I'm gonna see if I can make it work with my schedule.
That would be super cool, JL. It would be cool to meet you in person.
I'd love to go out there and just hear some of the guys speaking. Yeah, and I'd like to meet a lot of y'all as well. So if I can make it out to Kentucky, I will definitely try. I'm gonna try. I can't guarantee it, but I'm definitely gonna try.
So ultimately, the proof of God is
your fifis.
His word, because
no, it's not. No, that's the words of because I don't want to aggravate Andrew again. It's the words of Paul, but no, it is not the Bible.
Because faith comes by hearing, hearing by the word of God, and God has given us His word, And he promises that if we seek after him, he will reveal himself to us, which as a Christian, I can say that he has. And he
No, you have taken, it's literally your confirmation bias. You have interpreted things in a way. Guess what? When you are a part of a community and you act in accordance with how that community expects you to act, the outcome of your behaviors will be supported by the members of that community. They will make you feel validated. That is not a God proving itself. That is you being a part of a social support system. Congratulations. It does not tell you that a God exists. It just, the only evidence of that is that you are surrounded by people that believe what you believe. This dude is a fucking joke.
That's almost giving him more credit than I would. I'm thinking when he says this, he means it the way self-obsessed white girls mean it. Like, oh, I lost my keys, and then I prayed, and I found my keys in the spot I always put my keys. Therefore, God proven. Like God said, fuck all those kids with malaria and that are starving to death. Got to go help Katie find her keys. So therefore,
So
God
true.
exists.
And thank you so much, Jessica, for 20 Australian. I do appreciate that. Ken Ham has got to be the laziest of the celebrity apologists. He doesn't try to attack atheism on its weak points. He doesn't try to lay traps and gotchas. He just wants reality to be that which makes him happy and comfortable and makes him the most money. I'll throw that in there, and makes him the most money. So thank you so much for that support, Jessica. Very generous. I do appreciate that. You rock.
Yes, he caters to a very specific portion of the ecosystem, the ones who are full on blind loyalty to the dogma types. Nobody else with any curiosity remaining is really listening to Ken Ham.
I want somebody to come and I want this guy. I want somebody come and teach me about God. Come on, teach me about God. Teach me what I don't know. Come and school me. Were you? You weren't here last week when we got a Catholic traditionalist in Austin. Were you here?
No, I don't think I was. I stopped by for a little bit, but then I zonked out on my couch like I often do.
He came in, crashed out, and like I had to mute him because he wouldn't shut up and allow us to like respond to anything. And then when I unmuted him, he was still talking, and so just like it came in, it was terrible. Like the last, I'll say this. I mean, I love doing these streams, but the last few have just not been great because I've gotten like, I think there have been several
we got
good
at least a handful of Nazis, right? We got one or two of those.
Yeah, I've got some like Nazis, gotten Christian traditionalists who just crashed out, had some, I would say, mentally ill people, and Duck. And
Duck. I think this sums everything up perfectly. The way I generally greet Duck is, "Hey, Duck, good to see you. Shut the fuck up."
I did see that in the chat. I did see that one time.
Because I love Duck, but sometimes when he's talking, I'm just like, "What in the fuck are you talking about, Duck?"
Dimitri the Wanderer says, JL, how many of the alleged words of Paul do you think are even actual words of Paul? That actually has been confirmed. Of the 13 Pauline epistles, I do believe scholarship holds that 7 of them were written by him. So of the 13 that are the Pauline epistles, they've confirmed 7 were actually written by Paul, and that the other 6 were either dictated and written down, or were written by other people, kind of like in the style of Paul, but they weren't written by him. So I think it's 7 of the Pauline epistles specifically, and I don't know off the top of my head. And they were specifically Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, 1 Thessalonians, and what was it? What was it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so, and Philemon? Hang on a sec. Yeah, the epistle to Philemon. So when he was written when he was in prison. So the 7 undisputed epistles are Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, 1 Thessalonians, and Philemon. The 3 disputed epistles are Ephesians, Colossians, and 2 Thessalonians. The 3 pseudo-epigraphical or the pastoral epistles are 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, and Titus. JL, before Jesus being a mythicist, doesn't even think Paul existed. Oh, Christ before Jesus being a mythicist. Speaking of this, doesn't even think Paul exists. He thinks Paul was created by Marcion. Oh, interesting.
Hearts and minds to the truth of his word and to the truth of the saving gospel. Hey, I get questions from so many people who are wondering which is the best Bible translation. I recently interviewed the head translator of the newly released Legacy Standard Bible, which is the most accurate Bible translation to this day.
So why are you quoting from the KJV?
Again, what are we talking about here? The video is called "The Best Evidence for Creation." What the fuck are you? Why are you talking about the quibbling around which version of the Bible is the best? What is this? When do we get to the evidence for creation? Was faith it? Did he just go, "Yep, faith," and now let's talk about other unrelated shit?
Pretty much.
I'm dumbfounded. I'm gobsmacked.
That was it. That's the end of the video.
I knew this was going to be bad. It was so much worse than I thought it would be.
Oh, it was terrible.
I can't believe it. Wow. That was wow.
So yeah, I can remove that one. That was the end of the video. Then he goes into a plug. So
That
not
was
proof.
it? Really?
That was it. That's the end of the video. Yeah, it was only 5 minutes long. 5.5 minutes long.
Oh
so
my
goodness. That was
But-
Ken doing
but
the
we
absolute
never-
best evidence for biblical creation. Blah.
But we never got to the second part. Remember, it comes in 2 parts. Where's the second part?
No.
I'm hurt. I am
Well, we did. The first part was genetics, but that doesn't work. Remember, the second part is faith because that's what works.
Oh man, that was just terrible. Absolute
That was
dog water,
awful.
Ken.
Adrian
0 out
Rivera,
of
good to
10.
see you. Says, you want evidence of creation? Really? Have you never heard of the Bible? The Bible, what is that? Oh, goodness. Is this stuff where all this stuff is written down? I'm shocked. To quote Spock, fascinating. Yeah, the whole video winds up with him shilling his own version of the Bible figures. Yes, Soul Reaper, you got it. Turns into a shill. Oh, I see that Robert messaged me. What's the name of the person? Because we got in touch with him, and that is Michael Earhart. Oh, damn it. Stupid autocorrect. Atomic Punk says, I got your evidence, JL. Look at the trees. A 5-minute commercial for his Bible. All right, pretty much. Still haven't gotten any believers up on stage, which sucks. I wonder where Grace and Ben have been. At least they're good. At least they're good for a chat. Where the heck have they been? They've been missing. I don't know where they're at.
Maybe they got raptured.
At least they're good for a conversation. Where the heck did they go? Maybe Grace is mad because I got her to admit that she's an atheist. Maybe she's making. Yeah, I remember that. I didn't clip it. I suspected somebody else clipped it, but it was on one of the stages, the stage of reasons, and was she straight up? Well, then yeah, I'm an atheist. I was like, okay, great, we win, we're good, yeah.
I can see how that might stick in her craw.
It might, because we haven't heard from her. I don't think she came on. I know she came on one more. Grace was having an angry atheist day. This is true. But yeah, like breaking it down, like by the terminology itself, and showing her like the terminology she'd been taught to use was proprietary, it pretty much broke down. And she was like, oh, well, then, then by that determination, I am an atheist. And I was like, amazing. Amazing. Come on. I don't want to lose I don't want to gotta have something. I mean, I know we got a decent, we got a review in. It wasn't as good as the AI debate. You didn't see that, did you, Austin?
No, I didn't see that one either. Sorry.
That was a pretty good review. It was an AI generated debate. It was a debate between two AIs, a believer and an atheist. And I think that was decent because we were able to critique both sides of it, the atheist arguments and the believers arguments. It went that was an interesting review. I'm actually considering pulling that entire live stream, like going to that live stream, like ripping it and then pulling out that review and just posting that as content, because I thought it was a really decent review on that. Looking around, there's so many believers. Who do we have?
Discord.
Man of Calisthenics. Here to talk about what you believe and why. Gotcha. Now we're just looking for conversation with believers to talk to them about what they believe and why. See if they can defend their position. That's true. You are right on that. Just trying to. Well, I've been doing it in a while. It's just an opportunity to try and have conversations that I think are important. How's it going? Are you a believer in a... Yeah, we're live on YouTube right now, talking to believers about what they believe and why. Okay. Well, for people who want to come up on stage, the link is in the side chat. Yeah, so just having some people that are popping in to popping into the Discord, but haven't had anybody come up on stage yet, which is a shame. Damn. We are coming up on the 3-hour mark. I hate for this to be a short one. Maybe I need to change the time. Maybe I do need to go live earlier. Or maybe I need to figure out the whole going live on TikTok and drafting from over there. You know, or maybe I have no idea.
Well, that's 2 ideas. But yeah, testing out, see if they have that live access like the other person said they were able to with less than 1,000 subs.
Oh shit, Detroyer is back on politics. Haven't seen Detroyer in a while. Well, not seeing anybody as of yet. Haven't anybody pop in. I don't know why it's so hard to get people to come over. Let's see. I put out feelers, see if anybody wants to. Haven't got anybody yet. I know there's some people that all the young folk are on TikTok apparently. Apparently, okay. So Cord Lizard Mage saying, unfortunately, I believe TikTok is the way. Justin and them get a lot of their engagement from TikTok. Right, they're able to pull them over. I need to figure out how to like simulcast, like do a simultaneous stream, or even if I can even go live on TikTok. Like if I'm on my phone, and let me see here. Oh, shut up. I hate it when it does that. It just goes into a thing. Okay, hang on a sec. Live? I don't see an option to like go live. I am not on this platform enough. Okay, so wait, go live. Can I go live? Oh, TikTok would like to access the camera and my microphone. Oh, I can go live.
Well.
Well, hang on a sec. Can I?
We're watching JL go over to the dark side live.
I can. I can go live. Okay, so I can do it on my phone. So you can see it. Like I'm there. But I haven't clicked live yet. I'm not live, but I can. All I have to do is like click live on the go live button. Device camera, gaming live studio. TikTok live studio. Mobile gaming, device camera. If I did it via my phone, I would be confirm your age before going live. I'm kind of nervous. You know? Hey, host of the Demon, good to see you. Just JL's gone to the derp side. Apparently I have. Apparently it's the only way to try and drive engagement to the channel, to have these conversations. I guess I could set it up, but yeah, I have a setup there. I could mount my phone, but then I mean, how would I make that work? Because then it would just be me on the phone and you guys wouldn't hear it in the live stream. Oh, and $5 from Point Relative for one joke, please. Austin?
All right, so you want to hear the one that's kind of like the joke JL told earlier? I'll tell that one. So an old man goes to see the doctor, and they give him a battery of tests because he hasn't been feeling so well lately. And they finish the tests, and the doctor calls the old man back in, and he says, well, I've got some bad news, and I've got worse news. Which do you want first? And he says, well, give me the worst news first. And the doctor says, you have terminal brain cancer. You're going to be dead in like 6 months max. And the guy goes, oh, that's terrible. All right, well, give me the bad news then. He's like, you got Alzheimer's. Your memory's going to get worse and worse, and you're going to have a harder time holding on to things. And he goes, oh, that's terrible. But at least I don't have cancer.
That was good. That was good. I like that. That was solid. Oh, I just opened TikTok and they're it's a protest. But those are boobies. Those are boobies on the TikTok. It's in France, apparently, because those signs look like they are in French. I have no idea what they're saying, but their titties are hanging out. Those are titties hanging out.
Nice.
Let me see. So if I'm on TikTok and I was here and I just move it here and I'm currently like, I could move this here. Like this is my setup, my mobile setup. I could set up that there. I could set that up there. That's right. Now if I could flip it. No. Okay, that's to the screen. So okay. Enhance effects, settings, fan club, interact. So if I just went live, let me see here. Confirm my age before going live. Oh. I have to confirm my age before I can go live. Got it. Allow. Cannot believe I'm doing this. This is so silly.
One of us.
One of us. Freaks, 1931. Place your face in the frame. Please hold still. I bet the beard was a dead giveaway. Age confirmed. Should be. All right, so if I add a title, gone. I'm just testing this. Okay, I know that many of you are not following me on TikTok. This is a test to see what I can do with this. Actually, let me change this. Let me change this. Something a little, let me say, why? This will be good. Why should I leave a... Now you understand setting this up beforehand. God exists. Nope, too many to do this. Nope, too many characters. I'm trying to do this one-handed. Why should I believe a...
That's what she said.
There we go. That'll work. Done. All right, so do that one. Let me see what happens. I know people are not following me on TikTok, but I'm gonna see what happens. And now here's the kicker. Apparently, so Josiel was right. Josiel was right. I can go live on TikTok. Let me just bring this out here. I can go live on TikTok, but I don't know how to connect it to my YouTube stream. Is the kicker. Unless, like, the way I was figuring out is if I could do it on my PC, but apparently that requires like the studio and all kinds of other shit. So I have no idea how to connect these things, or how to live stream it from there.
What does the freak want to present to me? The freak, if you want to present to me what I think you want to present to me, I don't consent to having it presented to me.
So J Money's saying it's OBS. That I basically, instead of using StreamYard, I would go OBS as well. Unless, of course, I can say, okay, I think I'm at the juncture. So I can go live on TikTok. I now know that. So if I could like do this like mobile like this, let me see before Wednesday what I can do as far as going live. Justin uses Video Ninja. Intriguing. Definitely need the audio splitter for calls, right? So Video Ninja, OBS Ninja, Video Ninja. Bring live video from your smartphone, computer, or friends directly into your studio, 100% free. I may have to look into this. We may be making some big changes here at the live stream. Maybe I can do this, and we can actually have conversations. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, Andrew.
I'm trying to control myself. I'm that close to losing my shit.
Create a room, add your camera to OBS, remote screen share into OBS, create reusable invite. Video Ninja, known issues. Okay. Intrigued. Get the splitter and get OBS. So it looks like Video Ninja does that for you, because you can remote screen share into OBS. Pardon me. Remote screen share, select screen to share, or add your camera to OBS. Create a room. If I create a room, enter a room name, optional room password. Join the room as a participant rather than a director. Enter the controller to elect the director's role. Okay, looks like I'm going to have to play with this. Not something I need to do now, because right now, so look up cross-platform phone calls. I'm definitely going to look into it. Okay, Cord.
Optimism.
Yeah, Cord, this is the kicker. I've tried, and I've not been able to get any assistance from either from... I tried some time ago when I was first curious about this. I got the feeling like they kind of view it as competition, that this is one of those things you got to kind of figure out yourself. and obviously I can go online and I can do it now that I know kind of what I'm looking at and what I need to do. I was kind of hoping that I could just get like, you know, from the horse's mouth, kind of like somebody who already does it, who could kind of assist. Either they didn't see me asking, or they didn't want to provide it because they know the information's out there and they don't want to kind of like add to their competition. I have no idea. I didn't want to assume. I don't want to assume the worst. But I couldn't get any help from outside of it. So I know I probably can find this online. Tony Regime just sent me something. Oh, new kind of climate on Pluto. Very cool. Oh, could be part of how abiogenesis gets going. Interesting. Zang. Yeah, I don't think we need to do a tech show. So, so I think I know where I need to look. All right, that's cool. Well, we're a little over 3 hours, and it doesn't look like we're gonna get any believers up here to have a chat, which sucks. But on the next one, if I'm able to figure that out, we may be able to start funneling people over, which could be interesting. We already did a review video, which is I was hoping we'd there's a few keyboard warriors and a bunch of people who kind of like drive by in the Discord, but nothing so far, which is kind of a bummer. So, but I may be able to figure it out for the next stream. And luckily, I do have content dropping on Tuesday, which does make me happy. I was able to get that done, so I hope you all enjoyed that when it drops. So, I guess instead of just holding people up, I know that there are other streams people might want to go to that are definitely doing a lot better than mine. We did do a review, so I think we may be solid there. And good to see you, Jay Money. I'm glad you popped in. I just wish we were having a conversation with a believer. So I guess we can. I mean, unless I go back to doing it on politics as an event, then we had plenty of conversations. Really don't want to do that though. Although it is a decent enough audience to tap. What's up, J Money?
Yo, is it working now? I was just trying to see because last time it wasn't.
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Okay, good. Just trying to make sure. How's everything going though, fellas? I'm just tuning in.
What's up, Jay motherfucking Money? How is it going, bro?
Man, chilling, man. Same old Austin, regular stuff, man. How you?
Good.
Tony Regime, I can open a room in my Discord, but I just don't have the audience in over on my Discord. I don't have enough people to really tap, and I don't think any believers to tap. The politics Discord, one of the things they've got going for them is they have over 100. They have over 100, almost 120,000 members. So currently, right now in politics, there are 379 people in their voice chats, and so that's what I like to be able to tap is how many people they have. So they have access to a lot of potential voices.
Definitely. I said in the chat, I mean, Gretch, I know she mods for a couple of those guys, so maybe she probably could plug you up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if I can figure it out, I think I know where I need to go now, or at least what questions I need to be asking. So The only believers in jail's Discord server are the locals. Yeah, probably. Those people just, troll and just say nonsense shit. So, but I think we're a little over 3 hours, and fortunately, it's a bit of a slow stream, and I don't want to hold people up, and I don't want to just try to force it, because then it just becomes cringe. So I can say at least we got a good review in. Didn't have any conversation tonight, which is a shame, but it takes time to try and build. Hopefully we can get there. And if I'm able to start feeding over from TikTok, that may help. So we may get some people over and may actually have some conversations, which could be interesting. I'll see if I can get that figured out for Wednesday and see if I can make that happen. That should be fun. So
it's really theists and stuff. It's really like theists and stuff. That's really kind of like what's needed. Like not like dogmatic theists, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
dogmatic.
any. At this point, I'll take any. I'll take just somebody to facilitate a goddamn conversation with, so that we can actually engage here instead of just talking to ourselves.
Well, I mean, I believe in something, but it's like I can't put a name, a title on that. So it's always that something always gets like caught up in that, right? People want to talk about God. They think about specific gods with specific names, and that's what I don't got. But I do have a God concept.
Deist.
I feel like it makes sense,
even if it was just drama, I'd take that. If somebody wanted to come over here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honestly, God is one of those things we just can't define. So, it's the attempts that people make that we either believe in or not, right? But it's possible to me that there's a system beyond this, right? That's beyond the physical that we can't access. Like, just because human beings try to define God and failed, right, doesn't mean that there's not still a God or something out there.
Well, see, that's the problem, J Money, and I don't know if it's been how it's been explained to you in the past, but if it's beyond the physical, you're still saying that it interacts with the physical.
Through the physical, I feel like, because I see evidence of non-physical forces working through us,
Like what? Like specifically, what non-physical thing do you see us having access to or seeing?
Like, for example, like our connection to certain things, like how electromagnetism works in us, how that's what
No. What do you mean by electromagnetism?
Well, electricity, in our brain. That's how we send signals.
It's neurochemistry is all it is. It's neurochemical interactions between it's chemistry. We understand that it's literally potassium and sodium.
Yeah, because we are chemical. That's what we are.
But that's entirely. But that's not non-physical. That's entirely physical.
Well, okay, it's physical, but it's all right. Like forces. Would you you probably can't put a force inside of a bottle. You know what I'm saying? You could put an object. You could put like a piece of grass inside of a bottle.
What do you mean? No. But forces are physical. We can measure them.
No, yeah, they have effects on physical things, but
they themselves are physical. We can measure them.
No, yes,
we can observe them. So, those are physical things. Physical forces. Gravity is a physical force.
Yeah, if space-time didn't curve, there wouldn't be any gravity.
Hang on a sec, y'all. We do have somebody in the back who suddenly arrived, and I'm not going to assume it's the President of the United States, but Donald Trump, can you hear me in the back? If you could let me know in the private chat that my audio is coming through.
Is that the freak?
Maybe it is. I don't know, but I need to know if they can hear me. I need the private chat. Okay, so you can hear me. Okay, great. You don't have to be on camera, but can you let me know that there's a person there to make sure that we're not getting P-bombed? Okay, great. There's a person there. You don't have to be on camera, though. So, Mr. President, what can I do for you?
Yeah, good evening. This is your president, Donald J. Trump.
Oh my God.
Quite frankly, we have a lot to talk about. I noticed there's a lot of different space pictures that you guys are posting. Those are fake pictures, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, there's no such thing as aliens. And there was no alien people at the White House today. I was not talking to them. Nobody was talking to aliens at the White House today. It was a wonderful, normal day at the White House, and nobody was doing any. I had some McDonald's for lunch. It was a wonderful treat. Any other questions not related to how I was talking to a bunch of fucking aliens at the White House today?
That would be crazy.
So,
would be
so, Mr. President, you say you weren't talking to any aliens, correct?
Yeah, I don't know who they were. They came dressed in beautiful robes, quite frankly, made out of silk, I'm assuming, probably cashmere. And it was the most wonderful attire I'd ever seen. And their hair was so long and luscious. I thought to myself, what beautiful, long and luscious hair, quite frankly. I wish I had such beautiful, long and luscious hair. Anyways, let me continue. What I'm trying to talk about here, folks, is there was no fucking aliens at the White House today, and nothing fishy went on whatsoever. What we should be talking about is probably McDonald's. It's a wonderful brand. They have Coca-Cola, Diet Coca-Cola, French fries, hamburgers. There's no fucking aliens there. It's absolutely wonderful.
I'm fucking dying over here, man.
Okay.
Please don't die. That's not what we want to do. I specifically told the aliens that's not what we wanted to happen.
Okay, so no aliens. So who posted that image on your Truth Social?
I posted it, and then my little nerdy retard boy told me, "You're not allowed to post that image. Take it down immediately." And I said, "Why are you hyping my swag, bro?" And he told me, "That doesn't make any sense, Mr. President." And I told him, "Okay, I'm not up with the lingo. Sorry. I'm going to go talk to these cool alien wizard men that teleported into the Oval Office somehow early this morning." And it was a wonderful conversation. We sat around. There was no aliens involved. We were eating McDonald's breakfast, which is a wonderful establishment, by the way. You can get Diet Coca-Cola. You can get hamburgers. You can get French fries.
So, and the Secret Service didn't have a problem with with people just teleporting into the White House?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because, quite frankly, my wife Melania has not touched me for about 4 to 5 months now. And it's getting very concerning. Ever since Barron was born, it's like, why do I even have Secret Service? This isn't secret whatsoever. She doesn't want to touch any of my secret parts. And that's very disturbing. I'm the president, quite frankly.
That is a shame to hear. Is she still living in the White House with you, or does she have a place elsewhere?
I have no idea. I haven't seen her in many, many days. She could be down in Mar-a-Lago with Barron. I left Barron in charge of Mar-a-Lago, and quite frankly, it's turned into a fraternity house of some kind. It's terrible. Toilet paper all over the windows.
Do you have any thoughts about Pam Bondi's recent diagnosis?
I don't even know who that is. And quite frankly, if I did know who that was, I wouldn't care. I went through 12 seasons of The Apprentice. I have no soul, and I really don't give a shit about anybody.
It's amazing to hear you so
frank. If Pam Bondi had cancer, quite frankly, I'd just say, "You're fired." Okay. Very simple.
It's amazing to hear you being so frank and so honest with your positions about what you think about other people.
Well, I'm being very frank right now because, quite frankly, everything comes to a Frankfurter when it comes to October. I love Oktoberfest. A lot of sausages. I love getting the barbecue out. I'm so excited to get the barbecue out again for Oktoberfest on the White House lawn. They don't want me to have an MMA show, but by God, I'm gonna have Oktoberfest sausages, beautiful Oktoberfest sausages, barbecued on the White House lawn in October.
So October seems to be shaping up to be pretty exciting, but what about November?
November is a terrible month, quite frankly. November reminds me of cold things and how I'm gonna have to start World War III and stuff. It's just not something I want to think about.
So any concerns whatsoever about the midterms or about where you're going to be, who's going to be at Thanksgiving this year?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I'm going to cover the midterms. I'm going to make everybody happy by pardoning Joe Exotic, the Tiger King. It's going to be a wonderful decision that we've all made together. I think, quite frankly, he deserves it. I thought, you know what? Not my first term. We're going to let him stay in a little bit, make sure he gets, fondled the way he wants to. He is a homosexual, quite frankly. And now I think during the midterms, it's going to be a wonderful way to get people on our side. It's not going to matter in the end because,
By pardoning Joe Exotic.
right, exactly. It's just to keep them happy, though, because Republican Party, Democratic Party, they're not going to exist when it comes to the end of my term. The last year is going to be very exciting, folks. I got a lot of cool stuff. A lot of cool stuff planned for you guys. It's going to be like a carnival.
I will say
I have a
I
question,
am
Mr.
having a
President.
Diet Coke right now, Mr. President.
Wonderful. You should have many, many Diet Cokes because, quite frankly, the last year of my term, there might not be Diet Cokes exist. We might be drinking Nuka Cola, if you know what I'm saying.
So you said during the campaign trail that you didn't know anything about Project 2025, but now the author of Project 2025, Russell Vogt, he's trying to pass this sweeping new rule on science, like this really draconian science rule that eliminates cooperation with other countries. It makes heavy editorial choices on how specific science can be investigated and reported. And you are like tweeting AI vomit videos of you and this guy, this Russell Vogt guy, like dressed as the Grim Reaper. So did you? And now it seems like you're like, yeah, no, I knew Russ Vogt all along, and Project 2025 is great. Do you want to comment on that or?
Yeah, I'd love to comment on that. I have many, many points I'd like to make, as a matter of fact. 2025, first thing that comes to mind is a good friend of mine, Will.i.am, season 7 of The Apprentice. He said, "You're so 2008, I'm so 2000 and late," or something like that. And that's what I think when I think 2025. I mean, can we get that number? Can we make it Project 2027 or maybe 2028? Okay, that would be a wonderful idea. Second point I want to make, you mentioned draconians. Listen, I have nothing against Dracula and his people. They are a wonderful race, and I want nothing to do with the vampires. I'm dealing with the aliens right now, and they definitely weren't at the White House the other day, and nothing's going on there, and nobody should be worried or anything. It's nothing to worry about. And the last point I wanted to make is I completely forgot because, quite frankly, I was thinking about how cool vampires are.
They can't they can't be cool. A lot of people, there are a lot of fans of them out there. I do have somebody in the chat who has a question for you, and I think
Okay.
this is kind of important. From Cord Lizard Mage, who is not a lizard nor a mage, would like to ask if you are going for a third term.
A third term will not be necessary. Stay tuned for the last year of my presidency. It's going to be a wonderful ride. You guys can subscribe and get the full HD experience on HBO Max and Amazon Prime. It's going to be wonderful. The end of the world in 4K. 8K if you got a nice smart TV like I do. Melania doesn't let me watch the smart TV though because I keep subscribing to pornography.
So you think you're going to make it to the end of your term? That the McDonald's hamburgers aren't going to take you out before then?
Oh yeah, no, I've got about 9 years of adrenochrome in my bunker here. I'd say Alex Jones will get out of enough trouble that we can get another 9 years of adrenochrome after that. So I'll be completely fine. Thank you so much.
We do have another question from the chat from Big Bad Mama, who is definitely a Big Bad Mama. Would like to ask, why are you withholding the 3.5 million pages of the Epstein files? And before the end, are you planning on releasing them? Or do you think?
Oh, well, that's a wonderful question. Thank you for asking that. And you know what? It's such a convenient time to bring up my friend Alex Jones. Because whenever someone asks me an interesting question like that, I'd love to answer it, but I have this guy sitting next to me who looks like a red onion ready to explode, and he just really wants to talk about it, so I'm going to hand him the phone before he chokes me and kills me with his Cadillac. Infowars.com, Britain Planet TV. This is Alex Jones coming to you live from the Infowars bunker here deep inside of the goddamn White House. I'm talking about 64 feet deep. 6 feet deep, not talking about it. 64 feet deep, now I'm talking about it. We are 64 feet underneath the goddamn White House. We're having a good time. We got bone broth. We got the quantum X2 platinum. What was I feeding you? X2 quantum platinum force, adrenochrome. Donald Trump will be fine. Infowars.com. Any questions?
Yeah, Alex, after The Onion took over Infowars,
The Onion didn't take over Infowars. We are still completely in control of Infowars, and the entire establishment will be headquartered at our new Texas bunker. We are going to take over the Waco establishment that we fought for 65 years ago. We will fight again. We will fight again like the 1990s. Waco will rise, okay? The people of Texas wanted this since 1866, okay? The year of our goddamn Lord. We will make the Patriot stars fly. Infowars.com.
It's really fascinating. And I get how is God factoring into this for you? Like, how are you interpreting it?
Listen, you bring up God, and you bring up things that I don't want to even discuss when I'm trying to deal with $32 billion that I owe to these people that claim that God exists in a Catholic goddamn school. And they try to tell me that 32 goddamn children were killed. $1 billion for each goddamn child that was killed in that goddamn absolute hoax. Infowars. I won't go into it. I don't want to get your channel digged up.
I get that. You don't want to get
Alex.
you don't want to get into any more trouble than you already did.
Absolutely.
Okay, but what are you doing about The Onion's current takeover of Infowars?
I'm hanging out with Donald Trump at the White House, and we're going to figure it out. And him and Elon Musk give me a lot of money all the time, and they also give me a lot of free snacks. I got kids' meals at McDonald's. They're called Happy Meals, and last month was Pokemon. So I got a lot of Pokemon cards, and I'm really enjoying collecting the Pokemon cards. I have about 65 Pokemon cards right now, which reminds me that's double the amount of kids that did not die in Sandy Hook Hoax.
What, as kind of a side note, what is Alex Jones's favorite Pokemon?
Well, I don't know. It's a little retarded gay yellow one. Kind of turns me on. Kind of, gets me through living in a bunker my whole life. Like living in jail. You don't get to see women. I kind of live down in a bunker and preparing for all this nuclear goddamn bullshit that's probably never going to fucking happen, but I have to stick to my goddamn script because I'm fucking Infowars.com, Prison Planet TV. So when I see a Pokemon card, it's like,
Well,
jailbird looking at a porno.
You're in the bunker, but what about your wife and kids?
They're 64 feet above me. They're living in the Oval Office up there with Elon and Trump, and they eat McDonald's every night. It's a fucking bliss, and they don't care that, fucking China might fucking bomb us any goddamn second right now while we're talking. We could be bombed to smithereens. You guys will all be dead, including my wife and fucking children upstairs with Donald Trump and his entire goddamn administration, Infowars.com at the goddamn White House. And I'll be down here safe. And look at me. Oh, I'm the last one surviving because I'm the only one that listened to the guidelines of Infowars.com.
And now you're alone on the planet, and there's finally time to read, right?
Yeah, there's time to read. There's time to collect my Pokemon cards, and now I got to find a goddamn new wife that wants to breed with me and recreate civilization so we can have a mass hybrid alpha male. Infowars, bone broth fueled, Patriot, Prison Planet TV, no more, Infowars, we have taken over the new race, Infowars.com.
I don't know who this is, but absolute gold. This is a treasure.
This question is...
this is Alex Jones, Infowars.com.
Yeah, right.
So we do have a question from the live chat from Mystery Man, who would like to ask either Alex or Mr. President or President Trump.
Yeah, here, hold on. He lowered down the phone on a piece of string, and I'm gonna send it back up to it. It's gotta kind of bang on the wall a little bit, and he'll fucking pick it back. Good to see you guys. I'll be down here in the Wars.com.
This is next level performance art. This is like...
Oh, here it is. Oh, it's coming up. It's coming up. Good evening. Oh, we're back. Oh, you guys were all the way down there with Alex Jones, quite frankly.
Yes. It's good to know that you guys will be safe to create a new alpha male race.
I'm not going to be down there. It's very sweaty. And it's terrible, quite frankly. We just send him a basket of water and a few grapes every month. That's all we can do for him.
So, Mr. President, someone in my live chat, a mystery man who is definitely a mystery, would like to know: does Satan have to be? Is Satan currently? Does he happen to be in the bunker with you, or are you waiting for his arrival?
No, we officially took care of Satan, and we blocked him out of the world. We said, "You are no more, Satan. We block you. We banish you." And we did that by blacking out all of my entries in the Epstein files. So you can no longer see any trace of Satan.
That's what that was.
Yeah, that was the power of Christ compelling him, quite frankly. And he compelled my name right out of the Epstein files. It was wonderful.
Sense.
So, but we are curious. Many people in the live chat are curious right now. Is Hegseth in the bunker with you, or is he still at Guantanamo right now?
I have no idea who that is. Again, the only person I know from Guantanamo is Big Jim, and he feeds all of the Talibani the Big Jim meat sandwich every Friday.
So you're not aware
of... Is Big Jim Big Bob's successor? That used to be Big Bob that did that, right?
Yeah, Big Bob passed away from giantism. He was 7'2", 300 pounds, 16 inches. It was fantastic. A marvel of a human being.
We do have another question from the live chat from PhD Tony, who is a Tony who definitely has a PhD.
Good evening, Tony.
He would like to know, did you sanitize the phone after handing it to Alex? Did you use bleach or UV light or hydroxychloroquine?
Nobody's allowed to sanitize the phone since Bill Clinton was in office. It's kind of like a little homeboys rule ever since, the Monica Lewinsky jism got all over the receptor. We never clean it. It's like not washing your hand after you went to a Michael Jackson concert. It's kind of a little cool thing we all do.
So
there's a lot of germs, a lot of bacteria on that receptor.
That does bring up an interesting question. I think that just kind of I just thought of it. If Monica Lewinsky had been a part of your administration, do you think the same thing would have happened that happened with Bill?
Are we talking about Monica Lewinsky in the state she was in when she was underneath the desk with Bill? Or are we talking about Monica Lewinsky, how she would look like right now?
Back in the day, back when she
Okay,
was
yeah,
working for Bill.
definitely. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I am not a grave digger, though. I don't want to fuck you know. So, anyways, I would fuck Monica Lewinsky. Thank you for the question. Wonderful question.
My pleasure. I'm glad I could ask you this.
I would fuck pretty much any woman in the United States of America. If that crosses off any more questions, I would probably have sex with anybody right now because Melania hasn't touched me in several years, quite frankly.
Would you have sex with Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton is not a woman, okay? I said women in America, okay? He can dress up as much as he wants to, but there's only two genders, quite frankly.
I was just saying, Mr. President, because there were some rumors that there might have been some sort of bromance between you and Bill.
Listen, everyone had a bromance between Bill. Okay. Bill liked it in the butt. Let's all talk about it. I mean, the guy had a lot of sexual explorations that he wanted to go through, and Ellie went through them, okay? A bisexual extraordinaire, one of the originals. He was a wonderful guy. I mean, he's very Alzheimer's-y now, so it's not as fun to fist him, but it was back in the day.
Well, Mr. President, I do have a question from the audience, and from God equals the square root of -1 is one of my big supporters here on the channel. This is kind of a touchy subject, so I hope you don't take offense.
Okay.
But the question pertains to, did you happen to poo your pants on your birthday?
I poo my pants every single day of the year. So quite frankly, multiple times every single day. It just depends on how lucky we are. If it's a good day, a bad day, who knows? But there definitely will be poop in my pantaloons on my birthday, okay?
Is there a specific brand of Depends on which you rely?
Absolutely not. No. Doesn't matter what brand is. As long as I've got 3 of them, because I got a triple up no matter what.
Well, I do have to ask this.
That's why my butt looks so big in all my pants.
I do. Well, given that, I have to ask this, and this is. I think this is this. I think everybody wants to know who is cleaning up your poopy britches, and why is it Stephen Miller?
Listen, I don't know who Stephen Miller is, but that definitely sounds like a guy that maybe I had a few too many Diet Cokes, and then I told him to do too many things.
Well, sir, if you ever saw a snake slithering around the Oval Office while you
JD Vance, I know exactly who you're talking about. He's my vice president. He's an absolute asshole. I don't know why I hired him.
Didn't you think that he was going to be good for your campaign?
I thought because he had a cute little pudgy face and his nice little smile, everything was going to go very smoothly. And then he turned out to be a big asshole. So I'm very angry with him.
Donald, he looks like a living Chucky doll.
He looks like a living Chucky doll, and him and his perfect little family with his wife that touches him still, they can go fuck themselves.
He hasn't defiled those very impressive couches in the Oval Office, has he?
I don't know what he's done. Quite frankly, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him.
That's a yes.
He's done terrible things to my life.
That's a yes.
So we're about halfway through the year. How do you see the rest of your year going?
I'm going to get Grand Theft Auto 6 and then going to play that shit for probably 12 months. You guys are going to have to rely on old Budgie Face because I'm going to be on my PS5 playing GTA 6, quite frankly. I love Miami. Wonderful map. It's going to be a fantastic game. And yeah, you guys are going to have to rely on somebody else.
Do you have any plans for any big pardons coming up?
Oh, yeah, I told you. Wait, did I tell you about a big
Yeah,
pardon?
Joe
I told
Exotic.
you. Joe
Joe
Exotic. Yeah,
Exotic. Okay, that's right. You did. You did. My
I
bad.
mean, he's a top runner for who's probably going to be in charge of things while I'm busy playing Grand Theft Auto 6 on the PlayStation 5.
Very impressive. Well, I'm glad that you're going to get a copy. Hopefully, we will get a copy as well
A copy of what?
of GTA 6 because hopefully it'll be out sometime.
Oh, wonderful. I thought you were talking about the clones that we're doing of people, because I'm definitely not going to clone Joe Exotic. That's not going to happen. And you're totally weird for suggesting that because we don't have a cloning machine here, and I'm definitely not doing that with people.
So, speaking of mixing up reality with fiction, Mr. President, have you updated your position, your administration's positions on the nation of Wakanda?
Yeah, Wakanda is a wonderful country. I think it's probably one of the best black countries I've ever heard of. I thought Madagascar was a black country. Quite frankly, they don't have anybody there. It's just a bunch of random chimpanzees and water buffalo.
Mr. President, have you learned? Did you learn anything? Like, what are the main lessons you learned during the COVID outbreak? And what lessons are you going to take from that into future pandemics and outbreaks?
Yeah, there's not going to be any future pandemics and outbreaks. Quite frankly, this one was a big test, okay? We wanted to see what would happen if we could distract people from Hillary Clinton existing so I could get elected again, and it didn't work. Okay, some sleepy old man named Joe Biden got elected, and quite frankly, I don't even know who the hell that guy is. He was like Joe, he was what, Barack Obama's henchman or something. I don't know.
I do have a question from the live chat. The Turtle Moves would like to know, Mr. Trump or President Trump, are you afraid that Melania will bump you off with a Mackey's overdose? I'm not sure
That's
what that
McDonald's.
is. With a McDonald's overdose?
That's what the whole world is hoping.
I think, but the question really is, are you concerned at all that there may be more people who want to do you harm?
Yeah, well, question number one with Melania in mind, I'm not afraid of that woman whatsoever. She doesn't even speak English, so she couldn't even order anything from McDonald's. Not a problem. Other people, yes, very scared. Quite frankly, Putin, last time I talked to him, he tried to give me a piece of gum, and I asked for a mint piece of gum, and he handed me a cherry explosion piece of gum, and I said, "What's that fruity center made out of?" Quite frankly, he said, blah, 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 blah. And I didn't know what that meant. And what I took it as is he's trying to poison me. He's trying to kill me. He's trying to get rid of me.
Well, I can say that I hope that doesn't happen before you're able to finally figure out a deal with Iran.
Yeah, no, there's no such thing as, I just want to clear that up right now. There's no such thing as a deal with any country. We're just kind of letting them play back and forth like it's UFC or WWE. It's kind of entertainment for us for a little while, and then we're going to blow them off the face of the earth.
So that's the ultimate end game, is to just eliminate Iran entirely?
Yeah, it's this fun little thing we do every, 50 years or so in America. We kind of play with a few countries, get the ball riled up, and then we blow them up.
What do you plan on doing with Iran afterwards? Helping them to reconstruct?
And now we're going to turn it into a very, very large Stater Brothers. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be the largest Stater Brothers shopping center in the entire world. You can get fresh groceries. You can get wonderful cotton clothing straight from the mountains. It's going to be really quite spectacular.
Tony Regime in my live chat would like to know: do you prefer Don Jr. or Eric?
Well, listen, anyone named Tony asking me about someone named Don or Eric, they're probably in the mafia. So, next question. I don't associate with the mafia.
But you don't have a favorite, whether it's Don Jr. or Eric?
Yeah, no, those two fuckers can go die as far as I care. Baron is my prodigy, and he's the only one I care about.
So,
Well-
Mr. President, there have been rumors that actually you consumed Baron's placenta after he was born. Is that true?
No, I would have loved to consume Baron's placenta. I, as a matter of fact, wanted to turn Baron into pure adrenochrome. I didn't want him to exist. And Melania said no. Mr. Donna, we must have it. And so we had Baron, and he's a wonderful child. But quite frankly, any child, yes, I would much rather consume them as adrenochrome.
Do you have any thoughts on Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire?
Yeah, that was completely my idea. I set it up from the beginning. It was a real cool thing that I came up with, as a matter of fact, and all credit goes to me when it comes to good old Elon. I mean, he's a good old boy, but a little bit retarded. Okay, so I gave him a few bucks. I definitely helped him out. It's all because of me.
You're not concerned at all that Elon might use his wealth and position now to undermine your presidency?
No, when he was staying overnight at a slumber party with me and Alex Jones and Joe Rogan here at the wonderful White House, I slipped a Neuralink into his big old fucking ear sockets. They're massive. I didn't even have to surgically implant it. It was just so easy to slip one in. He's got massive ears. And I put one right deep into his canal, right back into the inner ear. And since that day, quite frankly, we have complete control over Elon. That's how we got him to leave the White House, because his son kept shitting all over the place, much more than I do. And I said, nobody shits in this White House more than I do.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time, Mr. President, to answer our questions. I don't know how busy you are with preparing for the end of your term. Is there any other thoughts or things you want to tell us before we have to move on?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you guys right now, if there's one thing you can take from this entire conversation, it's that the best meal I think anybody could eat right now is a wonderful Big Mac meal with a hamburger, French fries, Diet Coca-Cola, all from McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Quite frankly, I'm loving it, so you guys should as well.
This was all guerrilla marketing for McDonald's.
Absolutely was. Also, Marlboro.
Oh, Mr. President, we seem to be getting some interference.
Uh-oh.
Maybe the aliens are messing with the signal.
Okay. Oh, and aliens, listen. I bid you adieu, okay? I don't want to talk to you aliens anymore. Stop coming to the White House.
No, you know
Stop.
what it is, JL? JD Vance sometimes knocks over the router while he's fucking the couches.
It could be that, or it could be the aliens. Listen, if it's the aliens, I do have to go, because those fuckers showed up via teleportation, and I did not administer that whatsoever. So I'm going to go deal with that. Listen, folks, I'll see you next time. This was wonderful, quite frankly. President Trump signing out.
Take care,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr.
Thank you so much for
President.
joining us.
Why did it kind of work? Why do I want McDonald's now?
Wow.
Oh my god.
Okay, so just to clarify for everybody, Andrew, you were surprisingly quiet during that. I think he just went brain dead.
Yeah, he
So
had to go do something.
Toronto
So,
Bite, thank you so much for being here. It says, well, that was fun. Okay, I will say this. I don't know. I mean, I that wasn't planned.
can't top that.
No, you
That-
couldn't plan something like that.
I don't know who that person was, or like there was no like conversation. So who knows? Maybe it was the president. It did kind of get kind of incoherent there for a moment, but you're right. I did not have that on my bingo card, and yeah, there's a lot of.
Yeah, that was
Tony says
unbridled chaos.
Tony says there's a lot of performance art I don't get, but that was pretty good. That was
Pretty good.
That was solid. That was
The impersonation was spot on. The tone was spot on. The characteristics and mannerisms, the just incoherent rambling,
and we got a little bit of Alex Jones
yes,
too.
Yes.
And I love how when Alex Jones talks in the middle of a sentence, Infowars.com, and it's in the middle of a sentence.
Oh, 10 out of 10.
Oh, that was
top
that
marks.
was wild. That was solid.
Stuck
So
the landing.
thank you so much to whoever. I mean, like I said, it was not planned. I wasn't expecting that. But with these things happen, which is amazing. So I think that individual right there just kind of saved the stream. I think he really did. Yeah, the Alex Jones was the best. And Alonia, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Eloina, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was. I think that's a good spot. So I see a bunch of new faces here. They're in the chat right now, and I'm glad that everybody had a laugh at that. I think that saved the stream because we haven't had any believers to come on and talk to about what they believe and why. But for all the new faces here, I appreciate you being here. This is the Stage of Reason, where we talk to believers about what they believe and why. Typically, Christians or other religious-minded, or we answer questions about, as non-believers, about how we justify things in our worldview. These are conversations that we think are important to have. And Toronto Bite says Trump will be back again. He subbed. Awesome. Thank you, Toronto. You rock. It might have been. If it was Toronto, I thank you so much. I think you saved the chat. You saved the stream because I think we needed that. So, but yeah, I appreciate all the new faces here. I hope you subscribe. I'm very, very close to 15K. Mr. President, if you're listening, you might be able to help me with that. But I'm really, really close. I will say this. We do have someone over in the Discord. How's it going, Nate? Doing good. I am currently live over on YouTube hosting a stage to talk to believers about what they believe and why. If that's something you're interested in, the link for it is over in the side chat if you happen to be a believer. Really, it's more we like to have the conversation about why people believe the things they do or how they justify them. Or we answer questions ourselves or we talk about different topics. But we are, it's pretty much non-believers over here. But they're conversations that we like to have and we think are important. No, it's we're on StreamYard. The link for the live chat is in the side chat. And then the StreamYard link is pinned there where you can access that and come up on stream with us. So it's over on YouTube is where that link will take you. And we just got done talking to the president, as Toronto tells us, that was the real president of the United States of America. We had Donald Trump. I'm convinced. I am. Exactly what I would expect. It really was. Although now coming away with a hankering for McDonald's fries. Although I haven't had them in over 20 years, so I have no idea if they're as good as I remember. But nonetheless, that was a lot of fun. We may have somebody new coming up. I'm going to give them an opportunity. But yeah, if you haven't yet, please hit the like button if you like the stream so far, or hit the dislike if you didn't like it. Definitely leave a comment below because those help to drive the algorithm and help us to get more visibility. And the possibility is that I will be able to figure out the whole like TikTok, YouTube simultaneous stream. so I could probably feed more conversations in from there. So I'm really hoping I could figure that out. I don't have a green screen, so it may just be me here in the office on TikTok. I just got to figure out how I'm going to run that. And if I can do that, then I'll be in good shape. And hopefully we'll have some decent conversations. I know Andrew will definitely appreciate that. So. Oh, see, CT says McDonald's has and always had the worst fries. Suck it, masses. McDonald's fries weren't too bad when they're fresh. When they go cold, they're awful. But I also enjoy. I will say this: I like Wendy's. No, I like Wendy's spicy chicken nuggets. I like Wendy's spicy chicken nuggets. There is a burger joint near me that's family owned. It's non-chain. It's a family-owned burger joint. Their fries are pretty damn amazing. I will say that. But then again, they do their potatoes, they do their string cut in-house. So I do dig those. I used to like Chick-fil-A's waffle fries. I did. But then for some reason they changed something about them, and then now they're just way too dry, and they're a bunch of homophobic psychos, so I don't support them anymore. But their fries used to be good, but they're not anymore, which is a shame. Toronto says, Trump told me to say that if anyone complains about McDonald's, he's sending ICE. So let's be careful. Let's watch the anti-McDonald's talk. And let's not do the anti-McDonald's pro anybody else. Although we do love us some Wendy's, and I know there's probably some Burger King lovers in there as well. So I don't know if we're going to have anybody new up. I think Nate might be checking it out. I don't know if Nate is in the YouTube chat as we speak.
It's crazy. Yeah,
but we're coming up on. Was that not wild, Jay?
Yeah, that was wild. That was so funny. Like before I could ask him something, he was already setting up to leave. I didn't want to knock off the flow, but next time I was gonna tell her he should legalize mushroom gummies.
I realize now that I need a set amount of questions ready to go, just in case the president shows up again.
Facts.
Oh, like careful, Jay. Yeah. Careful, Jay. The president was just here, and he said if anybody talks shit about McDonald's, he's going to send ICE after him. So be careful, Jay.
The actual president, Jay. The actual president.
The president of the United States was here, and he brought Alex Jones with him. So we had some interesting conversations there, and a lot of reminders to check out InfoWars. So even though it's the Onion now, I hate to break it to Alex on that one.
From 65 feet below.
From 65 feet, it was 64 feet below, which is exactly double the. I don't want to repeat that.
That is insane.
Yeah, yeah. The Dawn was in the house. The Dawn was in the house with Alex Jones with the bursting red onion alongside him. I never thought of Alex Jones like a bursting red onion, but it's so true. It's so true. Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna have Nate up on the chat, which is a shame. I think that might have been an interesting conversation, but nonetheless, I appreciate everybody being here. You guys rock. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the milestone chats, and of course, everything. Oh, wait, there is Nate. Nate is here. And I talked to Nate over in the Discord. He just popped into the Discord. Nate, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. How's it going?
Great. Excellent. So you popped into the Discord. Did you have something particular you wanted to talk about, or?
No, I don't even know what the format is over here.
Pretty much just having conversations with believers about what they believe and why, asking questions, or if a believer has evidence or an argument they'd like to present for, why they think a God exists, we'd love to hear that.
I mean, I can just explain my limited understanding of God, and then you could pick that apart. That might be fun for your audience.
Well, I mean, we can go down that route. If I may ask, do you hold to a particular religion or denomination, or?
Yeah, I'm Roman Catholic. I grew up in the Assemblies of God, kind of Pentecostal, and then I was an atheist when I was younger. And then I got into Wicca, demonolatry, Hinduism, a lot of the Western grimoire. I was a Mason for a decade, up to 32nd degree, and I left that, and now I'm Catholic. So yeah, it's been quite the roller coaster. I've been a little bit of everywhere on the spectrum.
Impressive. So I guess that leads to it. If you said that you are once you did not believe that a God exists, so what convinced you that one does?
So what convinced me that one exists? I would say that would be my interior life, my dreams, and the synchronicities, and just kind of a pulling on my conscience over the years. And it took me a long time to get where I'm at.
Okay, do you think you could elaborate a little more? Do you think that these things in your life came from a God, or how does that play into how you came to a conclusion?
So at a very, very young age, I had some very weird pseudo spiritual experiences. They were kind of like nightmares where I was attacked by various entities. And, you know, being a very little kid, I didn't have any framework or conception of what any of this meant. So I kind of went on a seeking quest as I got older, trying to understand what were these experiences in this, you know, dreamlike state, what actually happened. So, and, you know, it's just a long road.
Okay, so if I can ask, attributing these experiences you had to like external malevolent entities, within the framework of a God belief, I think, would you agree that if the God doesn't exist, then it's possible that what you were attributing to malicious entities might have been misidentification?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I believe in kind of a Carl Jungian belief structure of the, you know, the universal unconscious, where we have, through our evolution, the development of our human psyches, we have all these artifacts of cultures that no longer exist, and it's kind of like the shared myth of humanity. And it very well could have just been some of that lingering and triggered by various forms of media and video games that I had been exposed to as a youth.
So, you know, so totally, it could be entirely naturalistic in that respect, just pattern recognition and cultural things that have been passed down throughout the ages through various cultures.
That and a touch of schizophrenia. Yeah, it could have been both of those.
But you do. So let me ask this question as kind of a clarifier. Would you classify yourself as an individual who claims to believe a God exists, or do you claim to know that a God exists as like a fact that other people should know as well?
I think after reading the Kybalion, which is kind of an esoteric text written in the early 1900s by some lawyers out of Chicago, of all people, I think reading that convinced me that all of reality and all that is God, and we are basically running on we're basically the computer program running on the computer that is God. So in a weird way, the Kybalion written before computers kind of convinced me of that just with its laws, it has convinced me that reality
with the seven principles
is, reality is God, basically, and he's the all.
Would you take that as kind of like a panentheistic viewpoint, whereas God supersedes reality, but reality is contained within God?
Yeah, where reality is, like I said, basically he's the server or the computer, and also the programmer, and, you know, the designer, and we are basically in the MMORPG that he has crafted for us with his various laws.
Wow. I'm inclined to go in one of two directions there, but I'm kind of curious in your this does kind of contradict to Roman Catholicism, to their view, because Roman Catholicism is definitely not a panentheistic viewpoint. But what does this in your worldview say about free will? If it's all just contained within God and kind of like set up by God in its entirety. Are you a determinist or a compatibilist?
No, I'm not a determinist, and I'll give you my understanding of this. So, say you yourself were God, and you created this beautiful game, the entire universe or the multiverse, whatever. You created all this, but it's just you. You're a singular mind. You're a singular entity. You have these unlimited powers. What would be the first thing you'd probably want to do? I would posit that you'd want to share it. You'd want to have an audience, someone to enjoy it, but you're also, I know this breaks down because God's not lonely, but he created us in his image to share with us. And so he's sharing reality with us. And so about free will or determinism, say you built a bunch of little robots right now. You just built a bunch of little robots and they say, "Daddy, I love you. Daddy, I love you."
Mm-hmm.
That feels kind of empty. It feels kind of weak. Now,
from a human perspective, sure, but how could we assume that from the human perspective translates to the God?
Well, as above, so below. There are parallels, but it's not a perfect one-to-one ever with divine realities. But imagine yourself, you just created all these little robots. It's just you, and you have infinite power. What if you made these robots like yourself, and they just say, "Daddy, I love you," but it's meaningless because their love is programmed into them. They have no free will. They're just little robots that say, "I love you." It wouldn't feel like companionship. It wouldn't feel like sharing. It would just feel like little robots that you can control and destroy and create at will. So what if you program these robots so in depth that they had their own conscience and morals, and they could make choices, and then some of the robots, through studying your reality, studying the game, studying what they know about you, come to realize, "I love you, Dad." It just means a little something more when the little robots are given free will and they're not programmed to it. They're just default put on this earth, and now they have determined that they love you based off of their experiences and seeing your goodness and seeing your works, seeing reality of the universe.
And this is all predicated on being able to establish that the God does in fact exist as a concrete thing independent of human minds, right?
Well, I would say that our ancestors had more of an intimate knowledge with God, and we spoke with him one-on-one. We walked with him directly in the garden, and then we messed that up. And so now we're just going off of the telephone system for the most part about what our grandparents said about him.
Well, that is the story, right? That's the story that many of us are familiar with. But in order for the story to be true, the God would first necessarily have to exist, right? Because otherwise it's just mythology.
Well, I think God is his existence himself. I think he is all that is.
So there's no breakdown in the law of identity there?
What do you mean by that? Sorry, I'm low IQ compared to you.
No, I mean, it's just in the sense that God is itself and is not equal to that which it is not. So if God equals existence, and meaning that existence being how to describe this in the best way possible, that things exist in the universe, and if God is existence, then God is everything that is not itself and itself, or saying that everything is God, which means that the things that appear to be external of God don't have their own identity. They're just extensions of the God itself.
So imagine this. Well, I'll go back to the computer programmer, the MMORPG creator. He created the MMORPG. He has a staff of highly intelligent beings, the angels, and he has all these NPCs, these monsters and these animals just running around. So they aren't him, but they were originally created by him. And then we kind of believe that through corruption, through free will and the choices of the angels and our choices, we brought basically the corruption into this perfect MMORPG, and it kind of corrupted things, glitched out. and it needed a patch at one point because it got so bad that, we could never really interface with God as intended. We couldn't log out of this game anymore because of the corruption that took place, and our save files all got the original sin tag, and just been a blast.
So here's the thing that's getting me. For any of that to be true, that God would first necessarily have to exist as a thing to create. As like, so the implication there is that the God is an entity that existed by itself. It was the only thing that existed. And then, because existence itself is not a predicate, so it's describing that which is. And so if God exists and God is the only thing that exists, and then it created everything that is not itself, which would technically be like the not God set. So you have like the God, which is occupying its own set. And then you have the not God set, which is everything that is not the God itself. A equals A, and A is not equal to not A. So all the things that are not A, with the universe down to the smallest virus or whatever, those are all not God, because they have their own identities. Whereas God has its own identity, and there's nothing in the not God set that is equivalent to it. So that preserves the law of identity. That it basically, by preserving the law of identity, we understand the God concept as being a coherent thing that we can make statements about. So to understand what exactly we're talking about. So when I say God, I'm not talking about this Diet Coke can, kind of like that. So my question then is, in order for any of that to be true, the God would first have to exist as an agent to create stuff. How can we determine that it does exist without begging the question?
So, I mean, you really can't. The Jewish mystics have a concept called Tzimtzum. Remember where I said God is the all? The Kabbalistic kind of view of Tzimtzum is that he basically made the universe in a void from himself. He contracted his limitless light in order to create this void that is the other, and then he put us, in there with the universe. But
how do we know that? How do we know that it exists to do any of that? Like that's the issue that I'm running into, is like, if it was a true thing, like if we examine it like this, if the proposition God exists, if that proposition is true, then being a true proposition, I shouldn't have to commit a logical fallacy to justify holding that proposition as being true, which would be begging the question, where I have to assume the God exists in order to conclude that the God exists, which is problematic. Like, for example, when someone says that everything was created, it's like, where's the evidence for God? Well, just look at creation. For it to be creation means that it was created by the God they're invoking, which means we would be assuming the truth of our conclusion within our premises in order to call the universe creation. So I'd like to be able to establish how we can know that without begging the question. And why do you think we need to? Because I remember you said, you actually kind of answered this, that we really can't do it without committing the logical fallacy. But then that demands the question, why would we exist in a system where we have to eschew our critical faculties on what is ostensibly the most important proposition of all? The most important question, does this God exist? Why do we have to eschew our critical faculties to come to a positive conclusion on that?
I'll ask you the question, do you believe other people dream?
Yes, as a physical phenomenon, yes, other people do dream.
Do you believe other people have patterns in their dreams and they see the same things over and over again, and
they can. It's documented. Yeah, when people document their dreams, they can see the same thing. They can have recurring dreams. They can be linear. They can be completely abstract. They come in a variety of different forms, and we know from the field that tests these things, we know that a variety of stimulus goes into how their dreams present. Typically, stress, everyday life, stuff like that. But yes, you are correct. Yeah, people do have recurrent dreams.
I would just say that proving God exists is like proving what dream I had last night. I can only share my experience. I don't have any way to prove it to you. There's no raw data. There's no experiment that I can do to say, yep, I dreamed about a mall and I went and then I was in a water park. I can't prove that to you. I can only share my experience and the experiences of other people that have had similar dreams and say that we're dreaming. And the same thing with God. I can't prove God exists. I can just say that the dreamers out there have had shared experiences. And when we compare notes, it seems to have some sort of pattern.
Would, given that, would you agree that there's no rational justification to believe that the proposition is true?
There's no rational proposition. There's
no rational justification, meaning that you're not predicating it upon any evidence of its existence, that it requires the assumption of its existence in order to assume that the patterns that you're recognizing mean what you think they do. So because there's a logical fallacy involved in there, and it's predominantly an appeal to emotion, that you recognize these things, they have personal value for you. There are other individuals that self-report, have the same value. You share those values. Although that's not really evidence, it's more evidence that you believe along the same lines. I agree with that. You do believe along the same lines, but wouldn't be evidence of its existence by itself. So given that, would you say that there's really no rational justification to believe that it does exist beyond the personal validation it affords you?
No, not really. But I would say that if you have to have faith at the end of the day, either in the beliefs of the higher up scientific elite that say, but I mean, when you get down to it, it gets basically down to higher dimensions and spiritual realities and open and closed systems as well. At the end of the day, when you have a system that works in people's lives and pulls them out of addiction and gives them relief from suffering and grief, and it makes the whole worldview rational, and it makes them have a place in the narrative. Even if you can't prove that with any rational justification, I think that system has merit, and I think it's completely fine to have faith in that instead of having faith in, nothing exploded from nothing and there's an open system and
it's not what I believe. We probably shouldn't straw man non-belief or atheism, because it's not what the position of atheism entails, and not what a non-theistic worldview entails, because we're talking about cosmological claims here. So,
well, I'd be interested in your understanding of how we got energy in the system and how the universe is and how the laws of physics operate. I'd be interested to hear that.
That's it's a bit of a complex thing. So I can start with this. Why is there something rather than nothing? It's a philosophical question. I hold that because there is something currently, then there has always been something, because something from nothing is logically is a logical contradiction. Now, nothing meaning like the philosophical void, of which they're it's kind of an incoherent concept, because every time we try to describe the philosophical void, we wind up reifying it. So I don't hold that something can come from like the philosophical void. And because there is something, I can strongly infer that there has always been something. The question then becomes, what was that something? And I hold that something is the universe. The universe has always existed. It will always exist. It simply exists in different states, because that is what energy does. The amount of energy always remains the same in the system. We only have the one system that we're operating with. And when it comes to states, like when we're making statements about physical states beyond that, we don't even know if those are the right questions to ask. So there's a lot that we don't know. So we do have a great amount of question marks beyond the point of our observability. But I don't think that entails assigning a god to those answers. But I do hold that the universe has always existed and will always exist. And we do have mathematically backed models, explanatory models, that take an infinite past into account. So we know it's possible. We know it's a thing that can happen. It's definitely possible. So I don't have any problems with that. And so I hold it, it's always been the universe. The reason I hold this is because it is the most parsimonious, meaning I'm making the fewest amount of assumptions And to come to that conclusion, it's predicated on the evidence that we have access to. And I'm not committing any logical fallacies to get there. And I'm willing to change my position if presented evidence that would warrant me doing so. So I hold to the universe. The universe has always been here and will always be here. I do not hold that there is any telos, any intentionality behind the existence of the universe, or any intentionality behind the existence of humans as we are today. There's no evidence to indicate that there is. And to assume otherwise would beg the question. That'd be another logical fallacy. That'd be another logical fallacy committed. And I hold to the regulatory theory when it comes to the laws that you invoked, like the laws of physics, laws of logic, mathematical laws, that these are descriptive in nature, not prescriptive. That what we are doing is we are agents within the system that are products of the system, that are then observing the system and then describing it and quantifying it as we observe it. So the languages we use, being mathematics and logic and physics and other fields, the languages we use are entirely invented by us. So they're entirely subjective. But those languages are describing what we objectively observe, or what we observe to be objective, what appears to be objective reality. So the reality around us doesn't change as far as our limited scope does. So the languages that we devise describe that consistent universe that we are observing, but they're descriptive in nature, not prescriptive.
So in your understanding, are you a determinist then?
I would say I lean more towards it. I can see some moral aspects, even though I'm a moral anti-realist. I see some leanings. I see some validity to the compatibilist argument, but I would say I lean towards determinism. I'm leaning more towards it. The older I get, the more I'm leaning towards it.
I mean, yeah, the natural world is obviously deterministic. It's from the first cause, the first uncaused cause, which caused all the other causes.
I don't know that there's a first uncaused cause. That it's just the universe itself.
Yeah, I mean, you call it the universe, I call it God with a mind, but at the end of the day, we pretty much believe similar things. We just have different framings for it.
But yeah, I mean, to go back to it, understanding my take on it, I try to be as parsimonious as possible. I have a pretty rigorous philosophy of truth when it comes to establishing like what I hold to be true about reality. And I try to drill down into these things to try and make sure that my positions are as rationally justified as possible. And I'll never accept, not that I never will, but I can't accept a proposition as being true if it requires me to commit a logical fallacy. And the biggest thing on there is that there is an intelligent agent like a God that set this whole thing up in motion. If that thing did in fact exist, my question would then be, why are we living in a system where we have to commit a logical fallacy to get to a truth proposition when we don't have to be? That seems like a very, very counterintuitive strategy, especially if the thing wants us to know that it exists. It's very weird. It's like, here's the God. I want my agents that I created to know I exist and that I love them, but I'm going to put them in a system that requires them to think irrationally in order to come to a conclusion that I actually exist, which is weird. It's almost like an epistemic double standard, right?
Well, and of course, the Christian worldview is that originally we did have that knowledge and we had the experience with God one-on-one, and then it was, destroyed. And now we're in that system that you just described, and it requires faith.
But how does that reign over what God can do? Because if God is all powerful and reigns over the system, there's nothing that could occur within the system that would limit God's ability to do anything, right?
Except for the limitations he's placed on himself. For instance, in the creator of the MMORPG analogy that I was using earlier, in the beginning, in the beta test, in the alpha test, maybe the creator logs in and says hi to the other people, and he displays his admin powers in front of people. But as time progresses and new players come, they just live off the stories of the old, oh yeah, the devs used to log in, they used to do all this crazy fun stuff. But they don't have access to it now. I mean, the most they've got is a a system to try to summon the GMs, the game masters, when people are breaking the rules. But even then, they don't see them. It's kind of all
using your analogy, running off of that. Would you say that the new players have any rational justification to believe that the GMs ever existed, or the GM ever existed?
So, based on breaking the rules, kind of. Even in games like that, you break the rules, you go to jail. There's penalties, and if they look at the design of the game, say they go and defeat monsters and they get stronger, they take the wrong potion, they get sick. If they look closely at the design of the game and how the physical world functions, they could draw upon some kind of belief in a creator. But yeah.
Well, we certainly can't explain that within the realm of naturalism, that human beings, having evolved as pattern-seeking organisms, attribute value to things that don't have value, and see patterns in nature where these things naturally occur, but there's no inherent value to these things other than what we individually impose upon them, which would be a more parsimonious response to that. Is like, why do I see these things? Because they have survival benefit. But it doesn't lead me to a greater truth about like things external of reality or external of my mind. It simply helps me to understand how I function as an organism, as a product of the system. And so I think we can agree that, using your analogy, the MMO analogy, that the newer players, especially when you get 15, 20, 50, 100, 1,000 generations down the line, that the new players coming in don't have any rational justification, or can't be supplied any rational justification to believe what the prior players are telling them, because those original players that supposedly had interactions, they're no longer around. And that story has gone through so many permutations that even if there was a kernel of truth within them, there's no mechanism by which we could discern that. So to remain rational and come at this with as much epistemic consistency as possible, we'd have to take it with a grain of salt and be like, these things may be stories that are based upon there may be kernels of truth that are not supernatural, but they've grown into legends beyond the scope of their original tellers. So that would appear to be the case, as it is the case in many societies, where we had individuals who did great deeds, and then their great deeds turned them into legends beyond the scope of it. All of a sudden we have normal people who are turned into, demigods because they did something crazy heroic. But I still don't see a rational justification to believe, other than, there's no rational justification. The irrational justification would be the emotional validation it provides you, the positive utility it provides you in your life, which I can see and agree with. I do.
And even if there wasn't any spirit and it was just that practical utility, as you were saying, that's okay. All of human history, every culture, we've come up with a system of understanding a spirit of some varieties, some god. If you look at anthropologists, they will say that basically every society has developed some understanding of this higher dimension or spiritual realm.
Well, not all. It's not universal. We will say that, because we have evidence of that. It's not universal.
I'd actually be interested in to know which cultures didn't have any concept of spirit.
The number one, the largest one, would be the Paraha people. The Paraha people have no word for a god within their lexicon. And they were, the only reason they have it now is because they were introduced to the concept by white colonists, or I would say white explorers. They were exploring their area and discovered the existence of that civilization. And in deciphering their language, in translating their language, discovered that there were numerous concepts that they don't have, or numerous concepts that exist external to them, but they never came up with themselves. Like specifically, a god concept does not exist in their lexicon naturally. It had to be introduced from outside sources.
Well, and I wonder if their original ancestors had that concept and they just lost it over time. But that's actually interesting. I haven't heard of the Paraha.
The Paraha people, you're right, is one of the
great.
best examples. There are others; they're not the only one, but it's an example that these things aren't universal. That, and if we look at it and we see their history of their civilization and where their ancestors migrated from, and then we recognize how outward influences affect how people believe things, then we understand why the vast majority of groups believe similar things, although they're not identical, but believe similar common themes, but they don't, because they were never introduced to them by external sources, like the groups that brought those ideas with them were introduced by other groups before them, so on and so forth. So it was an independent civilization that was essentially left out of the chain. They were never introduced to them, so, and they never came up with them independently, so they were never passed down, which is why they didn't have a word for it in their lexicon. They were, and if I remember the reports on it, they were kind of surprised by the idea, because in their own words, it seemed kind of nonsensical, because when first introduced to it, they were kind of like, where is this thing? Like, show it to us. It was like almost like the immediate reaction is like, you say that there's this entity, this God entity, where is it? Where do you see it? We have never seen it. Where is it? And obviously it becomes like a faith thing, and they're kind of like, so.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
To go back to my MMORPG analogy, so say the mentors that trained up the new player base, they shared their knowledge and lore of the game, and they explained to them how to reach high levels. Like, don't cheat, don't do this, don't. They gave them the breakdown of the rules of the game, even though they're unwritten and you can't find them anywhere in the game. But by following that through generations, they, all of them reached high levels, and they just keep sharing it. Even at the end of the day, if their knowledge was corrupted, it still had that practical use. And so, yeah, maybe those new players have no reason to believe in the original devs or creators, but the knowledge that they gained from their mentors in how to navigate the game world and how to gain levels and how to heal themselves and everything is still practical and valid. And if they want to attribute that knowledge from being passed down from the creator, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I don't think it hurts that
I think the only pushback I would have is that the positive utility does exist, and I acknowledge that. But then it would require a critical examination of where that positive utility is coming from, and looking at it from kind of an objective perspective. That I would say that the existence of positive utility doesn't indicate that the whole thing in its entirety is a positive. I would say that there are harms in establishing in-group, out-group distinctions between believers and non-believers, that there are epistemic issues and breaks in epistemology that open the door towards more fantastical thinking or magical thinking that could be deeply problematic, especially with those who kind of lack the acumen to recognize those, and that labeling these things as being good because of the evidence of some positive utility in some people's lives can inadvertently sweep under the rug all of the extreme negative societal effects that these things can have. Because we can have those social benefits, we can have those personal benefits without all of without all that additional baggage, the in-group, out-group distinctions, the magical thinking, the breaks in epistemology. We can eliminate all of those and still maintain a positive utility and keep people rational and consistent.
I wanted to point out that in Christianity, there really isn't the in-group, out-group. People do it poorly, but if you actually look at the scriptures, there isn't an out-group. We're all brothers and sisters. We all fall short. And I think the scripture doesn't have all these negative problems, but it's people, and people fail, and we'll use anything we can for greed. I mean, any technology, especially God or anything, we will use that to satisfy our greed and our lusts. It doesn't matter what it is, and historically people have used that.
Well, I think the book of Romans, I think the writings of Paul kind of contradict that, because in Romans 3:12, Paul says, or Paul writes, they have all turned aside. They have together become corrupt. There is none who does good. No, not even one. And it's highlighting this notion about non-believers and in rejection of God. Like, okay, here's the issue.
I would say that's all people, not just non-believers, though.
In the book of Romans, it establishes this is one thing that I call into question on this big time. It makes statements about the minds of other people, like that would require special access. If someone tells me that I believe a thing or that I know a thing, I'm wondering how they know that I know it without having like psychic access to my mind. What this comes off to me very much is like cult mentality, because if we were to say that Christianity was a cult or was operating under cult-like conditions, the authoritarian conditions, one of the ways that you would reinforce believers and keep them a part of the cult is by telling them that they're right, the cult, the adherents of the belief are right, and that everyone who doesn't believe is actually lying. That they do in fact believe, they know it as much as you know it to be true. They're just denying it because they're so in love with their unrighteousness, with their sin. But they know it to be true, which is deeply, deeply problematic because one, it's literally telling them it's literally ignoring the reasoning of it's problematic for a number of reasons. Number one, it ignores the reasoning of other people, of non-believers, and completely dismissing it as erroneous without ever listening to it. Two, it does create an in-group, out-group distinction because it labels them as non-believers for a very specific reason that is only important to the believer themselves. The sin thing. Because if the non-believer doesn't believe in the existence of the God, because there's no justification, they don't believe in the existence of the sin either. And
Can
just
I
because...
use an analogy real quick?
Do what now?
Can I use an analogy real quick?
Okay.
So in this analogy, Christianity or Christ is a cruise ship. And everyone is in the water. And, you know, certain Christians on the cruise ship are throwing out the lifelines. They're sending out the boats. They're out there on the loudspeaker like, come to the ship. You know, you can't make it on your own. You'll die out here in the water. You're going to, you know, you can't swim to land. Like, you got to get on this cruise ship. And all these people out there that are in the water, they're confused. You know, some of them are grabbing onto rafts and stuff and pieces of, you know, flotsam and jetsam or whatever it's called. And they're saying, well, I'm good. I've already got this. I'll make it to land. And the Christians on the cruise ship are trying to get them to come onto the ship because they know that's the only way that they're going to be saved and make it to land safely. So the people out there that the Christians on the cruise ship are trying to save, they're not better than them. They have a different understanding and they have a different vantage point than the people out in the water. And so say the people in the water are atheists or they're Jewish or they're Muslim or they're Wiccan or whatever it is, they don't see that they cannot on their own make it to land because they'll drown, they'll get eaten by sharks, and that's why their best bet is to get on the boat. But the problem is sometimes the people on the boat trying to save them are really bad people themselves. They're bad. They were just saved, but they're preaching the gospel wrong, and they're in and out of the boat, and they're just, you know, they're not doing a good job.
I think your analogy just highlighted the issue that I was bringing up, because the people on the boat are convinced that the boat is the only way to be saved. And they believe that the people who are not on the boat are in danger of drowning and are trying to sell the people that are not on the boat the idea that they are drowning.
Well, to their knowledge and the best of their ability, that is the only way of salvation. They don't know. Who knows? Maybe the Coast Guard's going to come in.
Well, no. But I don't want to run past it, though. How do I know that I need to be saved? Like, how is that a true proposition? Like, in order for me to be saved, the Jesus thing has to be true. But in order for the Jesus thing to be true, Jesus has to be supernatural in nature. But in order for Jesus to be supernatural in nature, the God has to exist. How do I know the God exists? in order for anything that the Christian faith is trying to sell me is the case.
Well, they're not trying to sell you anything. They're trying to throw you.
Well, they're trying to sell me that I need salvation.
Right, the life raft, to pull you
Right.
on board.
But I don't. But I
care about you.
Yeah, no, but I don't believe I need to be saved because there's nothing that tells me no evidence that I need to be saved from anything, or there's anything that I need to be saved from.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but there are sharks and there's hypothermia and there's exposure at the end
That
of the
assumes
day.
that I'm in the water at all.
Well, maybe you have created your own little raft, your own little lifeboat, and you think you're doing fine out there. So,
or all the non-believers and non-Christians are literally standing on land and there is no water and the boat is literally dry docked and it's not going anywhere.
Ooh,
Because
I like how you twisted that analogy. That's quite the reversal. Good job.
Just trying to, from looking at it from that perspective, it always struck me. And the reason I began to deconstruct was because of inconsistencies in the narrative. That was when I was around the age of 13 after I went through confirmation. And it was things that struck me that were not lining up. And I was young at the time, so I wasn't able to articulate exactly why they didn't make sense, but I just knew that they were, I knew that they weren't tracking. And it took a long time and a lot of research and a lot of conversations with I guess you would say you call them authority figures within different denominations, within different faiths, to try and understand these things. And of course, a lot of education as well. And it ultimately my understanding came down to is that these things have historical significance because our ancestors were trying to come up with ways to understand why the world is the way it is, or to assert that the world is the way it is for a reason, to make sense of things like death and bad things happening to good people when it seems like they don't deserve them, natural disasters, various things like that. That these things were passed down through cultures, and various bad actors throughout time have found that they could use them to influence legislation to their benefit and to enslave people who are not as well educated as they were. And that that Christianity in particular is predicated upon an idea that everyone is fundamentally broken and that the faith is the only thing that will fix them. But then we have to ask, why would I believe that I'm ever fundamentally broken? I see that all human beings are capable of both good and of what we call good and evil actions. We have a legal system in place to try and administer justice. It's not great. It could be better, but we do have one. But there's no evidence to believe that I'm fundamentally broken from the start. It seems to be that you would only try to convince someone that they were fundamentally broken from the beginning if your desire was to control the outcome of their life by dictating to them or indoctrinating them with the belief of what they need to be doing, which ultimately is in service of the faith itself, kind of replacing their identity, or what would have been their identity, with an identity that the faith believes that they should have, which seems very, very dangerous to me.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie. People have historically used everything possible to control and steal the labor from other people and to get their rocks off, as it were. They've used everything. So Christianity is no better. It's been used time and time again for control, manipulation, whatever, just to make their drives met. And yeah,
would you agree? Because I think we've arrived at a pretty decent logical terminus. So I want to say that would you agree with the statement? It is logically possible, meaning that there's no contradictions, that no gods exist, and that God concepts are entirely the creation of humans. Would you agree that that is logically possible?
No, because I believe in a completely deterministic system. There's a lot of irrational consequences with that, and things break down eventually if you're completely a determinist. And I think in order to not be a complete determinist, there has to be some kind of spiritual element that allows us free will.
Oh, well, it doesn't really break down in a deterministic system. It breaks down from the free will aspect, but it would just mean a shifting of how we understand these things. Because the people who do bad things would still do bad things. We would say that they were determined to do them. But the people who administer justice and take those people out of circulation so that they can mitigate or stop the harm they do would still be determined to do those things. So it doesn't really change stripes at all. It just comes down to like moral pronouncements. They didn't choose to be that way. They simply are that way. But then again, the people who are punishing them or putting them through the legal system, those people were determined to do those things as well. So it would just be that matter. I mean, I understand it's not as fulfilling, not as emotionally fulfilling as believing you have a choice. But I don't think it changes things too much. It definitely doesn't break down into absurdity as long as you're not trying to hold to free will concepts in a deterministic system. So that would be problematic. We would just have to change our scope. But what I was really talking about was as far as logical possibility, meaning that there's no contradiction. And given that free will could be illusory, meaning that our perception of having free will could itself be something that is determined. Meaning that we perceive we have it, but it's completely illusory. We actually, it's possible we don't. We just perceive that we do because it was determined to be that way by our biology. It's possible. And what I mean by logical possibility, I mean that there's no contradiction there. So no gods existing. Is there a logical, is it logically possible? Meaning that there's no logical contradiction in a God not existing.
You'd really have to get down to how energy and matter got into this closed system, and you'd have to look at open systems. And I think at the end of the day, you're gonna still have questions, and I think it's rational to believe a God in a higher dimension is the computer system that is, and we're just all we're just the code running on it.
Even though it's entirely possible that it's entirely naturalistic, there's nothing above it. Like I don't see a contradiction there, because even though there might be questions we can't answer, we could say, like Cord Lizard Mage points out in the live chat, the energy was always there, and the amount of energy doesn't change; it simply stays the same. And so we're looking at expressions of energy through natural processes, is what we're observing, with no intentionality behind, no directed overarching metaphysical purpose behind it. So I would say that I don't see a logical contradiction there. And I think it would be more parsimonious to work with the evidence that can help us confirm what is most likely to be true than decide on things that make us feel better or assuage our existential dread or like validate our feelings, because that kind of opens you up to manipulation. It kind of opens that door to being manipulated by agents who can convince you that this interpretation will validate your feelings more. So don't look at that interpretation, because it will validate your feelings less.
So the people that are putting your narrative front and center, they themselves are manipulating people by saying certain lifestyles are acceptable, and their narrative is influencing and manipulating people just the same as a God belief.
How is that manipulating? I mean, acceptable just means that there's nothing wrong with them from a societal standpoint or from a biological standpoint. I mean, there's no like detriment that comes from them. So being acceptable doesn't mean that other people have to be them. It's not like I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. I'm bi. I'm not trying to make other people bi, but I would very much like for other people to acknowledge that I am bi. And so, because there's nothing wrong with me being bi. I've been bisexual my entire life. I was born this way, yet I'm married to my wife. I've been married to my wife for over 20 years. So, it's not, the lifestyles are okay,
but that's
so long as they're not harming
people. When you say you're bisexual, that's an identity, right?
Yes, that is who I am. Yes.
So I'm not going to make any traction here by attacking your identity, that's for sure, because you'll get super defensive. But I will say that
not really. I mean, it's who I am. I would have I have no choice in the matter. It's literally what I am.
And I would say that your identity isn't bisexual. Your identity is a child of God. You're a person that has same-sex attraction. So you're someone that has same-sex attraction. Your identity is not bisexual. That's the distinction.
Yeah, but the child of God doesn't mean anything because there's no evidence that the God exists and no reason for me to think that it does. So it doesn't add anything to my identity.
So being a child of God, like all humans are, is what I would consider the innate beauty and respect that we need to give other people. You know, in a completely deterministic system and a system that doesn't have God, other people are just other matter, and it's survival of the fittest, and it doesn't really matter, you know.
So survival of the fittest doesn't entail anything negative there. It's just that's talking about gene alleles making it through to the next generation, that which can survive the environment long enough to reproduce. It's not talking about like the strongest, you know, killing the weakest. That's not what that's about. It's not about like, you know, anybody can do whatever they want. That's not what that's about at all. The survival of the fittest is talking about those organisms that are fit to survive their environments because they have the alleles that enable them to do so in order to pass on those genes, whereas other organisms don't.
Well,
and this all occurs within population dynamics.
But at the end of the day, like I was saying, I don't believe it is a valid identity to claim you're bisexual. I think you are a human that is attracted to females and you are attracted to men.
Is that not the definition of bisexual?
But you've taken it on as an identity.
It's a part of who I am, yeah. If I was straight, that would be a part of my identity, but I'm not. If I was gay, that would be a part of my identity. It would be a part of what defines JL as being JL.
So, and I would say there's just humans, and some of them suffer from same-sex attraction.
So. I definitely don't suffer from it. It's pretty amazing. So, and I mean, I've had some magnificent boyfriends in my past, but I fell in love with my wife, so which is why I married her. But you know, there's nothing invalid about it, and it does have naturalistic purpose or evolutionary purpose, we should say. Say same-sex attraction, say homophobic sexual intercourse. These things have evolutionary purpose within societies. They do. Developing of bonds, brotherhood, commonality, especially in times of struggle like war, building trust, intimacy. These are all important for bonding. And ignoring those individuals kind of ostracizes them for the way that they are, that they didn't choose to be. It's because it's who they are. So while ignoring the obvious societal benefit that they bring to the table, which is the way to unite individuals through bonding and intimacy, which is important for societal cohesion. I think you'd agree on that.
What's most important for societal cohesion is a family unit. So yeah, homosexuality does have societal benefits like you were describing, but at the end of the day, we were told by the creators of the game that he doesn't want that expression of human sexuality. So in order to take that identity...
But we've already agreed there's no reason for us to accept that because there's no evidence of its existence. We have to commit a logical fallacy to get there. We have to literally think irrationally to come to that conclusion. So because we have to act irrationally to come to that conclusion, we can just throw that out the window. We don't need to even engage with it.
So imagine this, our earliest ancestors. What if they did speak with God and God came down and talked to them and told them all these things? And now you're here now saying it's irrational. What if it wasn't? What if he really did come down and he really did tell this to our ancestors?
I could say the what if about anything. I could play the what if game all day long. The point is even if it did happen, there's no evidence that it did. Even if it did happen, it doesn't change what we have access to today. There's no evidence that it did. There's no evidence that it exists. And in order to come to the conclusion, it still requires irrational thinking. So even if it did happen, something was lost in translation. Let's say that it did. For the sake of argument, let's just say that it did. Obviously, something was lost in translation. But the God entity, being defined as it is, would know that. And it would know why it happened. And it didn't have to happen. And yet it allowed it to happen. Which means that the epistemic double standard that apparently exists in the system is fully intentional. Which then implies that there is a level of obfuscation going on here. There is a level of deception here. Why would I even worship a God that would deliberately deceive people, would make a system with obfuscation built into it? That makes no sense. That's completely irrational, unless there's information it doesn't want me to have. Why wouldn't it want me to have information? That seems weird.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I'm just a biological mute computer, and all of my thoughts and words right now are just chemical reactions, and I'm literally just trying to get the reproductive advantage right now.
It's not meant to trap. It's questions that I think a lot of people out there, especially believers, are not aware that they should be asking. Because these are the questions that, these questions popped into my head when I was still in my teens. Like, each one leads to the next one. If this, then why this? If this, then why this? Well, I observe this, then why this? These things don't add up. And what they ultimately do for the believer, and I think you'll follow me on this, is that they wind up driving the believer into an appeal to magic and mystery, where it ultimately kind of like falls down the rabbit hole because we're just not meant to know, which is weird because we're talking about the proposition, does the God exist? And if, say it was true, God did interact with people in the past, if Saul can get a Damascus Road experience where it didn't violate his free will, suddenly he has the knowledge that the God exists. It doesn't violate his free will, because if it did, the God wouldn't have done that. Then why can't every human being on the planet right now get a Damascus Road experience literally customized for their epistemic standards? Why can't we all know and just cross that proposition off the list? Because then we would all, with more information, be able to make the informed decision as to whether or not the God was worthy of worship, which I think is the next most important question. 1, does it exist? 2, is it worthy? If we can't even determine if it exists, and if it does, why is it making it so hard? Why are we being denied information? If it wants us to believe in it, worship, and love it, why is it denying us information? Is it information that if we had, it knows we would choose not to? Why would you deny anyone any information, especially if you love them? That doesn't make any sense. And I think that these are questions that believers do need to ask.
Real quick on that. If you have children in the house, do you want to give them all the information, or could they hurt themselves with something?
Well, this is a category error because I'm human. God isn't human and is not limited to the human condition.
As above, so below.
No. As the creator thing, its identity, it is not limited. It is not limited to like what constrains a human being. I'm constrained by the physical laws. And I can't make a human being the way I want that human being to be made. If humans are the way they are, it's because the God wanted us to be that way. If we are unable to fathom information that's out there, the only reason we can't fathom it is because we were never meant to fathom it. We were made to not be able to fathom it, which is very, very strange when someone turns around and then says that God created us and loves us and wants to have a relationship with us. And all of that's predicated upon knowing that it exists. But in order to do that, we have to eschew our critical faculties and then function irrationally to get there. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's an epistemic double standard that is completely unnecessary because nothing dictates to the God that the double standard must necessarily exist, which again pushes it in the believer side to the appeal to mystery. another logical fallacy. To go down this road, we have to commit every fallacy in the book.
And the reason it's not an ideal system, and the reason it's not an ideal system in Christianity is because we messed up the original plan.
How is it possible that we messed up, though? The circumstances that allowed for that possibility were created by the God. If the circumstances didn't exist that allowed for the fall to be possible, then we wouldn't have fallen. And we weren't in control of the circumstances, the God was. The trees were in the garden. Adam and Eve were made in a way that they could be deceived or they could be manipulated, and the serpent was allowed access to them with the expressed intent of deceiving them or manipulating them. All of these conditions had to come together to facilitate the logical possibility of the fall. But if the trees were never there and the serpent was never allowed access, then God could make Adam and Eve however God wanted to make them. It's a catch-22. I'm going to make you in a way that you can be manipulated, and then I'm going to allow access. I'm going to allow this agent that I also created, who has the ability that I gave it to manipulate my creation, access to them with the express purpose of manipulating them. And then when they get manipulated, I'm going to blame them for it. That doesn't make much sense.
He said he's a Catholic, right?
Yep.
Can you refresh me of the Catholic Church's position on circumcision?
The Catholic Church's position on circumcision is circumcision doesn't avail you. It's not really required anymore.
Okay, cool.
So how do you reconcile that? Because those conditions didn't have to exist, but they did. Obviously, they existed because the God wanted them to exist. But why would the God want them to exist if the only outcome was the fall and the existence of evil within the system? That doesn't track. Where is there a rule that the God must follow, that this is the way it has to be done? Because that obviously, if there was, that wouldn't make God ultimate. That would mean that there's a substrate that even God has to adhere to. So how do you reconcile this without appealing to mystery?
Well, he does limit himself because he is just and merciful. So his justice requires when he says something.
How can he be just and merciful? It's a contradiction. If he's perfect in nature and he's perfectly just and perfectly merciful, mercy is the literal mercy is the literal I've lost the word. It's the opposite. It's the suspension of justice.
The inapplication of justice.
Yeah, mercy, like perfectly merciful and perfectly just are like contradictory because mercy is the suspension of justice.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're at an impasse at this point.
That's okay. I mean, it's quite all right. Like I said, the whole point and purpose is to what I mean to do with this stage is to bring up tools and supply the tools to believers that may have been denied them. And so that they can begin to ask why they believe the things that they believe, and why would the people who inform them of these things believe them as well, to start critically examining the stuff. The whole point and purpose of this is to ensure that people have the tools they need to operate within the world in a critically rational fashion. It is a means of protecting them from individuals who would seek to use their lack of tools to manipulate them, to coerce them, and to extort them. Like those seed doctrine preachers we see taking people for their last dollar when they should be spending it on cancer treatments. Obviously, I think you would have an issue with those people as much as I do.
Oh yeah, as I've stated multiple times, any technology or anything really will be used by people for greed and for lust.
So I would say if those individuals that are convinced that the seed doctrine stuff is real, if they were given the tools to critically examine their worldview, to be rational about their worldview, they would never have been taken advantage of in the first place, because those seed doctrines preachers, those seed preachers, would never have the ability to get their hooks in them. They would have failed from the jump. Because you notice that critical thinkers don't get, people who engage in this regularly and literally devote themselves to being that, rarely get taken advantage, because they ask the questions that need to be asked. And I think that if there's ever an organization that tells you that you need to stop asking questions or that you shouldn't ask questions, I think you should be damn certain that is exactly what you need to be doing, because there's a reason they don't want you asking questions.
What organization do you see that with that tells you to not ask
every
questions?
single religion that relies on an appeal to mystery? It says that these ways are God's ways. They are not our own. We are not meant to understand them. To stop asking questions. The Bible itself tells people
eventually.
The Bible itself tells people to not ask, to not question these things, to
As I was
not.
saying, your worldview and your narrative will eventually appeal to mystery as well. It'll appeal to the.
It doesn't. No. It terminates in if it comes to a point, it terminates in I don't know. I don't hold anything on an appeal to mystery. It terminates in an I don't know, because I literally don't know.
That's exactly how the church is. You get to a point and it's I don't know. Hasn't been revealed to us yet.
No, it hasn't been revealed to us yet. That's an appeal to mystery.
Yeah, the I don't know, we haven't figured it out yet is also
right, but they're hinging their justification on that. I'm not appealing to mystery because I'm not assuming an answer, and I'm not preferring an answer over another. I'm saying that at a certain point, I don't know. Maybe I'll never know. Maybe one day we will figure out the answer. We will discover what the answer is, but I'm not saying what the answer is, or I'm holding to it, or even that there's a justification in the wake of that question mark. The church is definitely doing that. They're saying there is a justification. We just don't know how to justify it yet because that information hasn't been revealed yet by the God, which is an appeal to mystery, or we're simply not made to understand it now. That's a logical fallacy.
Yeah, explain to me how your worldview is not doing the exact same thing, though.
Because I'm not asserting any answers beyond the things that I know and we have access to. I'm not going beyond the evidence.
You are because, okay, so for instance, with your bisexuality argument earlier, you're asserting that it's normal and good.
It is. It is normal, and it has societal benefits, and it doesn't hurt anybody.
Straight up.
Who does it hurt?
That's a narrative.
No, it's not a narrative. Who in society does it hurt? What societal harm does my being bisexual do?
Once again, I'd say you're not bisexual. You're a human that is attracted to male and female, which is
bisexual by definition, but it's irrelevant. My bisexuality, where in society does my bisexuality cause harm?
It might not cause immediate harm, but it's destabilizing families.
No, it doesn't destabilize families because my wife and I can still have kids. I can adopt. So it's not. I mean, the family unit is what we choose together as partners. As my wife, what we choose to build. Right now, we have a family unit. We could still have kids, which we don't plan to, but we just don't want to bring kids into the world right now. It's just too atrocious. But we could adopt. There are many, many needy children out there that we could adopt and give a good life to. That's still establishing a family unit. And just because people may be gay or bi doesn't mean they can't breed or love their kids. How do you think there were gay people in the Roman Empire, in ancient Greece, that still had children? They had surrogates do it for them back then, where you'd have two fathers raise a child. It doesn't mean just because if I were gay, it doesn't mean I can't have sex with a woman. I wouldn't get any real romantic pleasure out of it, but I could still biologically breed if my partner and I wanted to have a child. So no, it's not. There's no destabilization of the family unit there, unless you're biased to believe that a family unit needs must have a proper family unit, must have a male and a female.
Well, the more we study the neuroscience, it's seeming to be that way.
No, the actual statistics show that that children who are raised by gay or bisexual parents, that those individuals are more societally benefited, and they are actually contribute more to society because they are more accepting of individuals who are different from them. They do, because they already have parents who are different from the majority, and so their children are more societally accepting, and they are less prone to the kind of biases that result in dangerous and harmful in-group, out-group distinctions, because they've already been taught that these things are normal and that it's acceptable to be these things. And even if their child is straight, they are more accepting of other gay people or other bi people. They recognize other identities.
Well, once again, I said there is no in-group, out-group distinction.
There is the non-believer and the believer.
There's just people, man. There's just people. And then narratives. That's all there is. There's people and narratives. There's no in and out.
Well, except for the believers who see the out group as the non-believers. Which, I mean, there's the believer and the non-believer. The non-believer is the out group. The believer is the in group. Those who are members of the sect, those who are members of the denomination, those who are members of the actual cult, or those who are not. That's it. I mean, this is just basic tribalism.
At the
in group, out group. Those members of the tribe, those who are not members of the tribe.
At the end of the day, there's just humans, and we're all brothers and sisters.
Isn't there a verse where Jesus tells you to bring the people who don't believe in him and don't accept him as king over them before him and kill them before him? I mean, even like you're saying, the Bible doesn't declare an outgroup, that Christian theology doesn't define an outgroup. It absolutely does.
Go ahead and show me that from Scripture, then.
That's Luke.
Yeah, I just brought up a verse. Yeah. Jesus saying, "Bring him who doesn't believe in me before me."
Specifically, it's Luke 19:27. But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to reign over them, bring them here and slaughter them before me.
All right, that's Luke what? Say it slow for me. I'm a little slow.
Luke 19:27.
Now, at the same time, there's groupings that are acknowledged all throughout. The mere class of somebody being a slave is established by the words of all of the apostles, in Jesus' words directly. There are groupings everywhere, absolutely everywhere in the book, of this group versus that group. This group gets this, that group gets that.
There's even amongst I'm sorry, Andrew. Even amongst believers themselves, there's an in-group, out-group distinction, because Jesus said that those who believe without seeing are in a better position than those who need evidence. That right there is an in-group, out-group distinction. Those who believe with no evidence whatsoever, no justification, those people are viewed better and in a better position than those who believed but needed evidence to justify their belief. Being rational is literally a lower tier than acting irrationally, which is absurd to me. That was the whole Thomas scenario.
So if you had a bunch of kids and some are obedient and some are disobedient, they're still just your kids, though.
Just? No. There are lots of things. Kids. Now, you see, if you go back to the law, which Jesus said will hold until basically hell freezes over, your disobedient kids, at some point, you're supposed to have the village stone them to death. So we've got ourselves another distinction.
The in-group, out-groups are all over the place. And I understand that in-group, out-groups are almost unavoidable because we're a tribalistic species. We are. I kind of like wish that we could be as I could be as idealistic as that, to say that, yes, I would, as a secular humanist, I would like us to live under a system that recognizes all human beings as being inherently equal of rights and protections because we are human. I would love to live in that system that recognizes all human beings as equal, as having the equal rights and representation and protection and legal protections because we are human. That'd be great. That is a humanist system. That'd be fantastic. But tribalism kind of is how we evolved. It's how we stayed alive. Our tribalistic tendencies are to group things that are alike and separate them from things that are not alike. Survival imperatives. You surround yourself with people as a society. You try to surround yourself with people who believe like you do because they reinforce you, they protect you, they accept you, and they're willing to defend you if you need defending. That's just basic survival mechanism tribalism. That's all that is. Could we eschew that one day? I really hope we can. I kind of think we have the ability. I don't know if we ever will, but I think we have the capacity to do it. So in that end, I don't think we need to rely on irrationality to justify getting there, because when it's irrational, the positive steps are all predicated upon fabrications. And if those fabrications are ever exposed for what they are, you undermine all of the positive utility you got from that, which is dangerous. It's like pulling the rug out from underneath somebody. If somebody predicates all of the positivity in their life on a lie or something they didn't realize was false, and then they suddenly discover that it is, what does that do to all the positivity that they had that they attributed to that one thing? It undermines it completely.
Well, I guess we'll find out one day if it's all a lie.
I think we're at a good spot. And I think there's some important questions that I think need to be asked. And I'm glad I was able to share some of them with you. So in time, you might be able to self-examine. And I'm not saying that it's going to break you out of your faith, but I'm saying that irrational people or irrational beliefs tend to lead to irrational behaviors, especially in defense of those beliefs. And I think that you and I would both agree that we could use a few more rational people in the world.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't believe I'm being irrational. And I've explained why. So I think we're at a good spot here, though. Hey, it was nice talking to you. It was nice being up here. But yeah, take care. God bless.
You take it easy, Nate.
And thinking that we'll find out one day presumes there's something more to be found out.
We had to have an intervention with my Meemaw because she was doing too many scratch-off tickets. She said I could quit whenever I want to. I'll just never want to. And that's the thing about illogic. It'll beat logic every damn time.
Well, I am certainly glad that I didn't call it beforehand, because at least I think that was a solid conversation. Any thoughts?
It was, yeah.
On that?
No, I thought that was a good conversation.
Well, he was very happy to summarize what gets to be something we grant identity by. So identity is only one aspect, which is his presumption of being a creation of God and nothing else. For instance, we have Hebrews. They were supposed to be a group. That's not an identity. Like, what defines the identity of a person? So when he was trying to go against your idea of your sexuality being part of your identity, well, what makes you you? Like, what characteristics are allowed to define you? And in whose eyes? In your eyes? So if I'm not familiar, for instance, with your sexuality, I may not have that in how I identify you, right? So if I'm trying to describe, hey, there's a JL, I will list the things that I can see. I've already got a name. See, a name alone is granted. Why is that your identity? because a sound came out of supposedly a biological, progenitor's mouth. Is that why? So the very idea of identity, it's like, no. I'm the only one who gets to ascribe what is allowed to be counted as your identity. So yeah, his picking and choosing there is it lies in complete opposition to everything we do on this planet.
Yeah. To self-examine, to use every opportunity to self-examine and improve myself. I noticed I didn't get any jump-ins for being too charitable. So is that the way the conversations you view that they should go? That I was charitable enough, but not too charitable? Or do you think I was still too charitable there?
You was good. In my eyes, you was good. Like, that was how a conversation should go. Like, it's even grounds, y'all just building at the end of the day.
Awesome. What do you think, good. Andrew? And Andrew's my big critic. So.
Yeah, well, this wasn't the epistemic chase that so many are, where they'll go, okay. This is why I should believe. This is why I should believe. He came down to he basically stuck on identity and value. So right. For the longest period there, there's a lot of assertion as to what gets to qualify as an identifier. When he tried to describe whether or not, for instance, how you are is good. Now, once again, that comes down to what a standard of good is. We didn't directly address that, but we know that there's an underlying conversation to be had for that as well. And he'd be walking in with his assumptions as well. So those ideas of what those values are, let alone the identities attached to them, he's going in with a fully defined set and none of the justification.
Gotcha. All right. I feel good about it. I do. And I think I appreciate it. I think it looks like people in the live chat appreciate it as well. And I appreciate the support there. I'm glad that y'all enjoyed that. I think that was a solid conversation. Those are the conversations that I really want to have. Those are the ones that I want to, I wish we could always have. They, like where we examine these things. We don't run down, rabbit trails about, epistemic rabbit trails like Andrew was pointing out. I think that was a positive one and a way to show those. Joe says, jail, once you get so many foreskins, you don't really want them anymore. Good point there. That was solid.
Yeah.
And Tilting Windmills, thank you so much for being here. Mark Reed Atheism, thanks for being here, bud.
Yeah, I do think that
Think Tank. One second, Austin. Sorry. Think Tank. Yeah. We're currently live on YouTube. Who am I echoing on? Oh, I'm good. We're currently live on YouTube, talking to believers about what they believe and why. If it's something that you're interested in, the link for it is in the side chat.
It does feel some. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You don't have to be on camera, but if you would like to have a conversation, that's where we're having them. So just a heads up. If you'd like to just listen, the link, like you said, the link for the live chat is there on the side. You could listen. You don't necessarily have to come up on stage. And what's up, Musashi? Good to see you.
You guys you ever seen the movie Kung Pao Enter the Fist?
Yeah. I have, Austin. One second. I was asked a question. What's up, Musashi? Yes, it is. So, but we're having conversations on YouTube as part of the live stream. The link for it is in the side chat. So, and people are more than welcome to come up on stage using the StreamYard link if they like to talk about what they believe and why. And I see I was never here, who apparently was never here. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. As well as I saw Tilting Windmill, and I know I saw Mark Reed was in the house again. Good to see you. The Thought Experiment Debate. Good to see. Oh, yeah. It says, hey, everyone, the Thought Experiment Debate. Awesome. I hope we get that debate set up with Robert. I really do. Fingers crossed. Let me see if there's been anything. He messaged me. I gave him the name Michael, so hopefully he saw the message. He hasn't logged into Facebook, so I don't know yet. But hopefully he will have seen that, and we can set that debate up. He did respond to the comment that I sent. Let me refresh that real quick. What's the name of the person? Like that. Do you have a topic? Now he's asking me for a topic. What topic should I debate Robert on? Atheism defeated. I'm going to ask the audience. I'm going to ask y'all. Ask the live chat. Here's a good place to interact. Live chat. What topic should I debate Robert on?
Does
And Think Tank,
pineapple
good to see
belong
you.
on pizza?
I'm going to scan his channel and see what kind of topics he's handled typically. Let's get a little more exciting here.
So resist OP. There's a believer, a theist who goes by Atheism Defeated is the name of his channel, at Atheism Defeated. And he wants to debate me formally, or a formal debate. And he wants to know what topic I'll debate him on. Now, I'll debate. I could debate him on morality. I could debate him on, like if he wants to do science, if he wants to do whatever, epistemology, doesn't matter. I can handle him on any of those topics. So I'm kind of throwing it to y'all. And I like what Joe says. Ask him about the only valid position to take on the topic of the God thing. It's a possibility, yeah. Like existence, like does the God exist? Moral anti-realism versus moral realism. We could do after that one. Robin Williams is God pro-life. That'd definitely be a no. I'm kind of curious. If you have a suggestion, put it in the comments below. I'd love to hear what people think that I should debate Atheism Defeated on, because I think he's waiting for me to answer him.
The order of creation of Genesis. I don't know, maybe something like that.
I think we could go to the truth of it. It is an easy win. Oh man,
he does have a video on whether or not morality is subjective. That's.
I'd love to do the moral.
That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid ground for you.
I'd love to do the moral debate.
His name is Atheism Defeated.
Right.
Perhaps a debate. Can you disprove atheism? I'd love to hear him disprove and defeat atheism, because I haven't seen anybody ever do that before yet.
Oh, there's only 2 people in the room that can do that so far.
You an agnostic, I know.
Well, I don't know. It would be a good debate either way. Did he give any ideas, or he's just said for you to come up with something?
He wants me to do that. He wants me to do the heavy lifting.
The only way I know of to defeat atheism is to prove God exists. So,
not entirely accurate.
Oh, please tell me.
I might spare the rest of the channel some of that, but on the side, definitely open to having that conversation.
Okay.
I got receipts.
I know you do.
I always do.
For sure.
What you whittling over there, AC?
What was that?
Sounds like you're whittling something.
Oh no, I'm not whittling anything.
Okay. I gave him some suggestions. So, look who it is. Okay, guys. We got someone in the back who popped in. Untrackable.
Yes. Good to see everybody.
Yo, what's up, Trent?
Hello.
So I remember conversing with you on that other guy. I totally forgotten his name. Wasn't that important really, but I remember encountering you on that other guy's channel. What brings you here tonight to my channel?
I found you through the searching of the lives, and I saw that you're doing a debate thing, um, right?
Yeah, we can. If there's a topic you have in mind or an argument or evidence you want to present, just got done having a great conversation with the believer. So did you have something in mind or?
Well, I heard the mention of like the proving of God.
Yeah, I mean, do you think you can, or do you think that there's evidence for a God?
I find it to be coincidental with oh man, now I'm at a loss for words, but um it's like the random selection of being lucky. To me that is that is how I got to be here. That my parents met each other out of, a billion people on earth, and and the opportunity to even find a channel to speak on it. It's like this randomness of things, and then understanding like the simple side of biology. It's like there's cells, and we have space, and when things collide, it's like, hey, what are you gonna get? And so we exist, and now this channel has an opportunity to have a voice, and now we come together. So to me, uh, that is God, randomness.
That sounds like anything occurring equals God. Any interaction equals God would fit into that equation you just described.
Well, it's a lot different than Jesus, isn't it?
Yes, because, for instance, I could say I would not be Jesus in that picture. However, I am a thing that's having interactions, therefore everything equals God. That would mean the coffee cup, the mug in my hand, that has causal relations. The coffee in the mug has causal relations.
It's not the cup. It's not the cup itself. Just like it's not you or me. It's how did it come to be? The question, and the luckiness that we are here. That is God.
How is it? Okay,
Okay.
no, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding here. You keep saying lucky, and you say like, do you believe that you yourself, as you are, were intended to exist the way you are?
I just want to see what it exactly.
Well, one second, Andrew. Well, hang on a second, Andrew. Well, then it's not random. You are simply the result of your parents smashing. The cup is a result of a person who made the cup. It is composed of material that was taken from the system itself. It is literally matter composed of energy. It's what it is.
Oh, okay.
The energy has always existed. So there's no like random because none of us were intended. There's no like goal. No one was intended to exist the way they are. We are the products of the system.
But there is this idea of what is I consider myself a faithful person. That the same way that I came to be, so we'll continue on. But with faithfulness, it also creates a thankfulness that hey, even though I can't explain how I came to be, and I can't do the math all the way through the genealogy of the history of existence, I am thankful to be here. and I hope each and every one of you are as well. And without that, where are you? Are you thankful to be here?
Thankful that my parents smashed. I mean, I had no choice in the matter. I am here. I've had good experiences and bad experiences. I mean, it's life. And eventually I will die, and that will be it. So, am I grateful for some of the positive experiences I've had in my life? To the individuals who facilitated those? Sure, because the other people did those things for me. But a lot of it I did myself. So,
Right. And so that's again the metaphor. People say God. People want to lean on their books. They want to do all these things. But having an understanding for yourself and an understanding of how you got here, what you're all about, and what comes later. To me, that is God.
So, do you believe in the existence of an entity that is independent of human minds, that created everything that is not itself?
No.
So you're an atheist?
I'm not an ist of anything. I don't think so.
It's a descriptor of your mental state, is what it is.
Well, I'm more curious about what the limits of the thing that you're labeling God. See, that's where things get very gray. So you described.
Well, where is the limit? When you have something that you're trying to describe as the creator of all beings, there are no limits, because
well, I just want to confirm
again, you exist, and we can do the math and the genealogy and the biology of you, and we can go through your educational past, and we can talk about why you think what you think today. But there's planets, there's stars, there's everything that is beyond us being just us. So when you are so central to you as an individual, that nothing else can really exist without you accepting it. Well, imagine what it thinks about you.
That's a straw man. This is a straw man. It's completely misrepresentation.
Yeah, what is this about nothing else existing without me? I'm not sure where you're getting at for that. You're describing like just us being who we are through our experiences.
I think the big problem in understanding is the definition of God, and I did my best to describe what I think about how things come to be.
But you don't believe that it's an agent that exists independently of human minds that created everything that's not itself.
Well, I'm just trying to find out like
no,
what the scope of it is. Like now,
just to clarify, just to clarify, you don't believe that God is an agent that created everything that's not itself and exists independently of human minds, that existed prior to everything else. You don't believe that that agent exists.
No, I don't.
So, what is the nature of this God thing? I still don't get what it is.
It's a weird conversation, isn't it?
No, it seems to be. It's just a matter of emotional validation for you because it makes you feel special in the world.
I'm still trying to find out what it's actually representing. What am I describing when I do that? Like why I'm here? Like that, I could describe a whole ton of processes. JL mentioned his parents smashing. That was an event that occurred. Sure. and there's every event around that happens simultaneously. The whole planet is a whole bunch of stuff happening as well. I've got a coffee mug that has all sorts of history I could probably talk about. What is God applying to in this picture? I've got a mug. Does it apply there?
Well, it came from somewhere.
Well, everything is in motion as far as we can see. It appears absolutely everything is in motion. And the mere fact I call it a mug is just the identity I am granting to an amount of something that I am holding in what I'm calling a hand, and I'm granting the identity of hand to as well. All of this stuff was somewhere else, and as far as I'm aware, eventually this shape will change as well. The thing that is a mug right now, I will cease, assuming I'm still there, I may cease to call it a mug at some point. Let's say I drop it and it shatters, and now I grant identity to the pieces. But the identity that was mug is gone. See, all the pieces are still in motion, and the identity was something that was simply granted by me as a mental construct. So, with that in mind, everything is moving. So that's why I sort of find how granular your sense of identity is in this picture that you're painting for us.
I like to imagine things in a cyclic rate. So, just imagine, a life, a human life, and then, they cease to live. But we have this understanding of biology where, things deteriorate, they break down. So, you take that body and you lay it down, and it will deteriorate into the ground, and the new life will feed off of it, kind of like a seed,
possibly,
from an orange or an apple, or
yeah, that is possible. That's not necessarily something that we can expect a timeline on in a lot of cases.
Robin Webster asked an interesting question here. Why call, in this worldview, why call anything a god? Like, why do that? Why use that terminology?
Hey, this is why I, feel like everybody needs to have an understanding of their existence, and because there are books that people are willing to fight and die for, and never really understand about their own existence. They will take that and ruin. They will ruin the world.
Well, these conflicts occur because they put too much baggage into why they exist. They exist because their parents smashed. That's it. That's why they exist. But they think that there's something more to it. They think that there is purpose or intentionality behind their existence. That is why these conflicts exist over whose interpretation is correct. So,
I do believe there is. I do believe there is a purpose to life, and the purpose of life is to keep existing and to procreate and continue on.
It sounds to me like you're it sounds to me like you're an atheist who holds to naturalism. That's what it sounds to me. So I'm kind of curious what brought you up on stage.
Now, a quick thought for that last comment is that you describe those as purposes. I can describe those as drives. We have a survival instinct, yes, and we have a mating instinct. Those are things we appear to have.
I don't see that. I don't see that as a negative perspective.
I never said they were negatives. The question is what is purpose separate of a drive? So let's say, for instance, hunger is a cue my body gives me, which drives me towards consuming. which does lead to my continued survival, for instance. The idea of procreation is not necessary for that. I get to continue existing separate of making kids. So that drive, there's a lot of people out there that don't have the drive to procreate. They still have that drive for survival. And then there's the people who don't have that drive for survival. And in some cases, that turns into what we would term as being self-destructive for them. And in some cases, they act on that lack of drive to continue to exist, for instance. So drive versus purpose is kind of the question here. See, we can have drives that go in various directions, including self-destruction. For instance, when they don't see a value. So this is once again now down to perceived value of continuing to exist, for instance, and some people will self-terminate. So some of those things that you described, some people are lacking in, and they act upon that as well. So most of us do have
And
a fun.
also you have this from what we've seen, when, for instance, when the human population decides that, hey, we want to occupy said area, but there's too much of this or that, whatever it may be in nature. There's too many trees. There's too many wolves. There's too many foxes. There's too many squirrels. There's too many of something. So now we have to eliminate that, so that way we can occupy that space.
Untrackable. I'm curious. This is going a little bit different, just for the sanctity of my stream.
Yes, sir.
Trying to get to a point. When I first spoke with you on that other guy's stream, I do like the guy whose name I don't recall. It was the complete ignorant D-bag who had nothing positive to say. What brings you here? If you don't believe that a God exists, and you don't believe that a God exists who created everything that's not itself, if you are literally taking the God label and applying it to things that exist in nature, you could say that you're a pantheist in that respect. I don't know why you're using that terminology, like why you're calling anything a God. There's no reason to do so, unless it's for like personal validation reasons, but it's completely unfalsifiable. So what brought you up on stage to defend? Are you just here to espouse how you view stuff? Because the best I can say is that from what you've said, it's just unfalsifiable. There's no way to prove that it's true or false. It's your own personal predilection and doesn't really mean anything beyond that, but beyond whatever utility it serves you. So
Is it fair to say that I felt like this was a fair place to have conversations and, maybe be part of something, but if I have crossed some lines, I don't want to offend anybody or hurt your channel. I like to talk and be part of stuff. So please, if I need to go, you can send me on my way. I did not mean to be some sort of agitator.
you haven't agitated me. I'm
No.
trying to get to the heart of the conversation. The point is that you came up on stage. The literal name of the stage is God is a Fairy Tale, Wake Up. I understand that you don't believe in the typical like the classic religious notion of a God, that it exists, it's independent of human minds, that it created everything that's not itself. It is the underlying metaphysical underlying metaphysical source of everything that is not itself, whatever. I understand that. You've described the concept of God in purely naturalistic terms, which leads me to believe that you are a pantheist, which means that God and the universe are equivalent in your eyes. In your worldview, you view the universe is equal to God, God is equal to the universe. I'm stating that position, number one, is unfalsifiable. It doesn't mean that it seems to be that you're just using the term God because it affords some personal utility to you, which is fine, but there's really nothing to go beyond that. It's like, why do you do that? If you understand that it's for personal utility, there's not much, there's no other further places that we can really go from that as far as inquiry goes.
The utility is to translate my understanding versus maybe another person's understanding. Like I said about finding your own definition for words. So you say a God. Some people say many gods. Some people just say God. But, some people get their God from a book. Maybe.
But why use the terminology at all? Why call something a god?
It's translation.
If it doesn't add anything to its meaning, why call? Like if you say that if you said that the universe is equal to God and God is equal to the universe, by calling the universe God, what are you explaining differently? What are you adding to the definition of the universe?
Again, it's not adding, it's coming to an understanding with others to be able to, because, if you believe a certain way and you use the word God, I'm not saying for you, but to anybody that uses the word God, my belief and how I have witnessed as much as I've done in my time, while I still have had it, there has to be some sort of common ground, and so that there is no word I don't believe that is for what I have witnessed. But other people say God, so I will talk about God.
Is there any rational reason to use that term?
Communication.
I said rational reason. Just using it to describe something, you're not actually saying anything about that. So technically, because the term itself doesn't add anything to what you're saying, and people have different conceptualizations of a god, so you can actually create more confusion by using your interpretation and speaking to someone else. So, given that it doesn't add anything to the definition of what you're referring to, and it will likely cause more confusion than anything else, because so many people have different conceptualizations of what a god is. Why use the term at all? Like, what purpose does it serve to you?
It's easier than removing the term from somebody else's vocabulary.
But if the term doesn't mean,
because
I have the
it's
term
in their vocabulary.
I understand that, but I can make up terms all day long. I can call the universe flim-flarm, and if I talk about flim-flarm, I know what flim-flarm means, but it doesn't mean anything to anybody else, at least equivalently. They may have thought of flim-flarm and it means something completely different, but we don't use that because there's no point in doing that.
Well,
there's no point in me using it. So the term has no efficacy whatsoever.
Except at least in the idea of flim-flarm, for instance, that's not a sound that we have an established meaning for necessarily. See, that would at least say that you're trying to describe a thing and you're using a sound that isn't the sound that's already used for other things. So he wouldn't be adding confusion as to what a flim-flarm is if it's the only one time you've ever heard that sound.
Well, true. I mean, if it was part of the lexicon. But yes. Tony points out, God is a deliberately fuzzy word that is used to disguise the fact that people do not at all agree on who or what God might be. I'm wondering why use the term at all, especially when you're using it to refer to the universe. Why not just call it the universe? Well, why add the baggage?
Very specifically, I wanted to tie this to your comment of hoping to reach common ground. Now, the challenge with that is that your usage of that word, doesn't match theirs. So knowing that your usage does not match theirs says that that is not a way to approach common ground. Using the word that they use another way doesn't seem to help you reach common ground. It only leads to greater confusion. How is that not counterproductive for you on those grounds? You know, however, how I shouldn't say everyone. If you had to take a look at how the vast majority of those around you use it.
Seems odd because it seems like you're an atheist who uses the term God as a social convention. Well, he went off camera and he muted himself. So,
yeah,
then he left.
Yeah, we got a thumbs up and a peace sign there. So I do.
What did you do, Andrew? It's not on me this time.
I got a peace sign and a thumbs up. So I mean, that still looks like a win.
Okay, yeah, I can give you that.
Yeah, that's
All
non-confrontational. Like that's the thing. Is like when you think common ground, when you know your definition doesn't match theirs, what commonality are you actually reaching for?
Well, I wasn't expecting Untrackable to pop up. I was on. I went onto a live stream, somebody else's channel, and I cannot, for the life of me, remember whose it was. Why can't I remember the guy that channel's name? And he was on the panel. I remember that. We kind of got into a back and forth. It was pretty heated, but it wasn't because of what Untrackable was saying. It was because the guy who was running the stream was a totally complete douche nozzle. Interrupt you at every turn. Blah 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 blah. Complete straw man of me of my positions. It was just ridiculous. And
he said he would come back in the private chat. So he had to go to bed.
That's fine. That's cool. But I appreciate you coming in Untrackable. I appreciate you checking out the stream. But yeah, that's where I ran into him the first time. That's where I recognized him from. And it wasn't really a positive conversation. It didn't really go anywhere. But yeah, and eventually wound up the other guy wound up kicking me off the stream because I wouldn't leave of my own accord. So because he wouldn't answer my questions whatsoever. But nonetheless, I'm kind of surprised he came by. But at least it was more positive than that other interaction, because that one was shit. So this goes to show I mean, these things are predicated upon the behavior of the host. I try to be an amicable host. I was half expecting Untrackable to just kind of like unleash, but I'm glad that didn't happen. But yeah, I don't think much to glean from there. But yeah, appreciate you coming in. Thanks, Untrackable. I do appreciate the support and the subscribe. You guys rock. We are about 6 minutes away from the 6 hour mark, and we've actually had, I think, two decent conversations, one solid conversation, and we had, another one pop in that was good. I think about cutting off the stream, and all of a sudden people start coming in. It's wild. So, but we are at the 6 hour mark, and I'm getting a little bit sleepy and a little bit hungry, and I have to go to the bathroom. I've been holding it for a minute. So I think this would be a good place. I think we do the plugs. First and foremost, let me do a giant thank you to Andrew, to Austin, J Money. I appreciate you being up here on the stage with me. Thank you, guys.
Anytime, champ.
I don't know if Austin's there.
Absolutely. Of
awesome.
course. My pleasure.
Not at 15K just yet. I think if I go to my studio and it will tell me, where am I? Where am I? What am I at? How many do I need? How far away am I? This journey's taking forever. Are we there yet? 26. I'm once again 26 subscribers away from 15K. 26. I have been hovering in between 25 and 30 for like 3 weeks now. It just keeps fluctuating in there. I do have new content dropping on Tuesday, and that will be the day that I drop new content. So hopefully that will be the impetus that starts driving more people to subscribe faster. Because I've still been getting subscribers. It's just been really But nonetheless, I appreciate that. So thank you guys for being up on stage. Do you guys have anything coming up that we need to be aware of, or?
Nah, not much.
Nah, I'm a bad YouTuber. I'm not good at making content.
Just work. That's it.
All good. I will say this.
Never host.
I will say this. I am scheduled to moderate a debate over on Skeptic Haven. So if anybody wants to go check out Skeptic Haven,
Nice.
check that out. And that will be at 7 p.m. Central Time. I will be the moderator over there. So not my debate, but hopefully the guy over at Atheism Defeated will debate me. We're waiting to hear back from him. He said, I'll be in touch with you soon. He's like, so I don't know if he will, but hopefully, and he's aware of me. He's responded. So we put the feelers out. Hopefully he'll debate me. We'll figure that out, and I will get that scheduled over at Skeptic Haven and make that happen over at the Thought Experiment. So, and a huge thank you to Wes, who was at the Thought Experiment debate, who was hanging out in the chat. You can definitely check them out. That's where you'll see this stuff. So mark it on your calendars. Be sure to jump over there, subscribe, do the whole thing, get the notifications. You'll hear those. You'll see those debates as they happen. And I'll be modding over there occasionally. You'll get to see me. Other than that, new content dropping on Tuesday. I hope you all enjoy it. I'm not on camera for this one, but so it's just my voice. So I hope you all dig it. But I am responding to a video. It's pretty lengthy. It turned into a bigger one than I thought. So I hope you all dig it. And of course, I'll be dropping new content on Thursdays as well. So it should be a lot of fun. I appreciate the super chats that came in, as well as the milestone chats. I always love seeing those because you get a free one every single month. So I appreciate that. And hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the dislike button if you didn't like it. Leave a comment. Help to drive us in the algorithm. And if you haven't yet, if you like this kind of stuff, subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. And be sure to hit the bell so you always get the notifications. So other than that, I think we're in good shape. I appreciate everybody being here. You guys rule. Spam goes here. Thank you so much for putting the link in there. And we'll see you on the next one. So I will see you at the premiere. It's not really a premiere, but the video will drop on Tuesday, and I'll see you Wednesday for the next Stage of Reason. Thank you guys, everybody. You rock. I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. Thank you all so much. And as all, so this guy is speaking in my ear over on Discord. He just popped in. He's fucking me up. Fucking hell. I totally lost my outro. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. I'm such a fucking noob that I forgot that.
It's a motherfucking divide.
All right, everybody. Get the wave. Don't
Say
the
bye,
wave.
everyone.
Bye, everyone.
That was so terrible. Get good, scrub.